What's up, everybody? I have houses here in Hartford. How's your weekend going so far?
I'm doing all right. X3 in the main event, but we're doing our best. We're doing our best.
Okay, so having fun?
Yeah, dude, I love this game. It's so fun. It's so challenging, but it's so fun.
X3 is still not too bad, and you're still playing the Master E, I'm assuming, because you're kind of the Master E guy right now.
Of course, man. I'm doing my best out here, trying to keep further advancing the deck.
Okay.
But, I'm running into some tough beats. Everybody's coming back with their own response to how to beat this deck. So I'm having some trouble there, but I'm glad everyone else is seeing success. So I'm very happy.
Top 8 in Vancouver, right? Top 8 in Vancouver,
yeah,
best of
top
Master
3,
E.
best of Master E.
So tell me about the innovations since then. Have there been any other discoveries in Master E from your perspective?
Yeah. So I was #2 in Sydney. And then I made a lot of changes to get to the #1 in Vancouver. And then, but ever since then, everybody copied my list and realized that if we take out the bad cards and put in the good cards, we were gonna win a lot more. And then now we ended up at 60% win rate. Yeah. That's Yi. So I'm very proud of my work. I'm very proud of the Yi gang, who's like bringing it home for us. So I am so happy to see it. Even if I'm not doing it, I'm so glad to see that everybody's like catching up and doing really well.
Proving the haters wrong. I was a Yi believer as well in Spirit Forge. I thought it was underexplored. I'm happy to see it finding a lot of success now. You're also part of a team. I want you to talk a little bit about the team, because y'all have been traveling to like every regional,
yes. Right? So I'm one of the founding members of the Secret Sauce, founded by the Tog father himself, Mr. Tog.
Who is the Todd father?
His name is Tog. He's been creating a lot of Riftbound content since the game before it was even released. He was like the first Metafy. He created the first set Metafy back in the day. So he's very well known in like other card games as well. But yeah, he brought all of us together. We've been playing since Origin spoiler season, and you know, we've been building up to getting here, and now our team has brought more best ofs than you can count with your hands. You know? Myself just 2. There's a lot of good performance. But
well, hey, founding member of a team. You're taking credit for Master Yi's success as well with a cool list. There's also a couple other things you're known for, specifically #Liftbound.
What's up?
Yeah, so were you the first one to tweet that out? Because you're the first one I ever saw tweet that out.
Yeah, it was basically me. I started talking about like you gotta look smacks for the best of picture, and everybody's just like, oh, we gotta like get in the gym and stuff. And
if that's what we gotta do, can you give me 10 speed push-ups right now? I'll do them with you. All right, let's do it real quick, okay?
Thanks for watching, everybody. That's Liftbound. That's Houses. He's got to get to the next round. I lost track. All right. Flex for the camera.
One of the recent additions to the Regional Qualifiers series, here is our pack opening booth. That's right, you can go ahead and take your badge, come and get a pack where you open it in front of everybody for their eyes to see, and if you get a hit, basically everyone cheers for you because all eyes are on you. So right now, of course, we're opening packs of Unleashed, but in the future, of course, you'll be able to open up a pack of Vendetta, and who knows in the future here at each Regional Qualifier. So, of course, it's been busy all weekend long, and people have been coming in and opening exciting hits. I've seen plenty of Poros being opened up. It's been pretty busy all weekend long, but I think I'm going to go ahead and step in the booth myself and see what I can get. Alternate Elder Dragon, let's go! Did end up pulling something exciting with this Elder Dragon here. Shoutouts to Philip, thanks for giving me the pack. And this is just one of the many things you can do here at RQ Hartford.
Hello everybody, Charmer here, joined with none other than Gonkra, a fantastic Annie player, and we're going to take you through some tips and tricks for playing against Annie. That's right, we thought we would ask one of the experts at piloting Annie to maybe provide some insight on how to defeat this menace in the mix. So, we're going to put up Prismaticism's list. This is what Prismaticism played in Utrecht, so we're not giving away any secrets here for what he was playing at this event, but walk us through some of the key cards in Annie, and if you're playing against it, how you would navigate around them.
Yeah, so what's important against Ani is just optimizing the true mana you have, because right now we're not like very aggro, we are kind of mid-rangey, and we have to use the mana well and use the little resources we have very well, because the problem of Ani is that, except Kaisa and Merchant, which is discard draw, but sometimes we can just draw because the end is empty, we don't have much draw, and we have to find our way to make the mana trade with his cards, in fact. So, for example, Flash is a great card because your opponent has to like push a lot, play a lot of cards, put much value, and then you just flash out and you get a lot of value from the flash. So this type of card, for example, is doing a lot of value. The Longsword too. We were on 2 before, like most of the Ani players, but card is just too good. So now we're on 3. Like it's a good interaction for 2 mana, and you can make a lot of value. Like right now we have Master Yi, which is like the most popular decks, and Longsword just shine in the matchup. So it's really good to play Longsword against Yi. So we have stack deck that can be used during the opponent turn. And so we have some counter spells of Abandon Bargain, but it's not shining that much in the current meta because it's not that great against Yi and Irelia. So personally, I stopped playing Abandon, so I don't like the card that much right now. But yeah, that's the key interaction. So most of the best interaction is just Flash and Longsword. That's the best ones.
Okay, so with that in mind, just so that I understand as somebody who is trying to learn from you, it sounds like when you talk about making sure that your cards for the resources you have answer them, you're trying to use Flash, in my opinion, when they're spending more energy on their card, and then you're essentially spending less energy to kind of negate that. Yeah. Or in the case of Longsword, I'm glad you talked about Master Yi, because Master Yi is obviously the most popular deck in the room here at Hartford. It did very well in Utrecht. Longsword, you mentioned not having card draw, does give you a reusable after you play it way to kind of go over the top on might. But outside of those things that you mentioned, can you talk about maybe some of the key units and how somebody might answer those?
Yeah. So what's fine with Ani is that when we are on the draw, we have some key units. So Rengar is the best one. Like you play a turn 1, and then your opponent try to conquer, and then you say, okay, Rengar in base, and suddenly you are the one with the more unit, and you are the first player in a way. So it's the best unit, I would say, in the deck right now. Grim is a good card too, but it's a bit different. In some matchups, you can like bounce something to get value, save a unit, save a Rengar, save an Inferna that you will use later. And most of the time, you just use it as something to help you to hold when you are on the draw, because you can do like turn 1, then you do like a Kaisa or a Vex, and then you have 3 up, and you can like have something better than a Longsword because you have 3 mites for 3 mana, so that's a bit better, so it can help. But yeah, I would say Rengar is the best one. Traveling is the go-to because we don't draw, and Hani has to filter a lot, and that's why the deck is that hard, because you have like 2 or 3 cards in your hand, and you have to understand exactly what you need to discard right now and try to find something and dig in the deck. But if you take the wrong decision in like 1, 2, or 3 turns sometimes, it will just cost you the game. That's why the deck is that hard, in my opinion. So yeah, I would say Traveling, Rengar, and of course, my beloved Ferus.
Yeah.
Against Irelia, against like Aurora is shining too, against orange decks. Like Ferus is just amazing. Like it's kind of the same like last meta. Last meta we had Rebuke, and so people were kind of afraid of playing Ferus. Do I side out them when I'm against purple? And it was the same because Starcross, you can't even flash out the Rebuke. So you get Starcross easily. But in fact, the deck that plays Starcross, you're fine with them Starcrossing your stuff because they don't have much unit developed, and so they lose value too, they lose tempo too by doing that, except against Diana, you don't like Ferus that much.
Well, I really appreciate you highlighting both the interactability and the key units that are played in Ani. Thank you for taking the time to have this interview, and with that, we're going to throw it back to you.
My name's Grenton, and I have the pleasure of being joined by Swag YOLO 420. Yeah, congratulations on making day 2, and everybody kind of knows you as the Aurora guy. Played some Misfortune in Origins, right? Yep. Played some Sivir in Spirit Forge, and we're still playing Sivir all the way now into the last regional of Unleashed. How's your run been so far?
It's been pretty good. I've only lost, to myself, but I am X2 now on day 2, 7-2, I believe, 7-2. Deck's sweet. I love this deck. Probably play Aurora until it's either out of the format or people get tired of it for some reason, so or banned or something. But yeah.
Cool. So obviously we saw more or less the same list from the beginning of Unleashed, right? We were running those Elder Dragons. Yeah, we were, running that one of Mind Splitter as well, just to be able to rip some cards out of our opponent's hand. But a completely different list here at Unleashed. So I want to let you kind of talk about this because this has been kind of sweeping the room today. I've heard a lot of people talking about this Baron Aurora list that we're seeing, where a lot of players, when Baron was leaked, they said, oh, this isn't really a good Aurora card because, we're going to fully exhaust our runes, play Aurora, introduce a third battlefield, giving our opponents 3 chances to score. But you're having success with it. So why don't you kind of walk us through your thought process with this deck?
Yeah, sure. So like, what happened was everyone was playing an Elder Dragon deck. Since Sydney, it was all about Elder Dragon. It was like 3 dragons, flurries. And then people would be like, I want to play 1 Baron. And it would die, and then like people would then lose because there's 3 battlefields that their opponents can score, like you said. What I had to do was, I was like, okay, let me like rewire my brain. I don't want a dragon deck. I want to build a Baron deck. And to play Baron, you have to protect Baron, right? So we have Baron, of course, and then we have our best way to protect him is through Punch First. 17 is pretty tough for people to get over, especially if it's early enough. And then as a 4th Punch First, I have 1 Existential Dread, because usually if they try to kill Baron, the same turn comes in, they crash every unit in. You stun the biggest one, be it Hui or whatever the big unit is, and Baron lives and can live essentially. Or what happens is, they kill Baron, and they use all resources to kill Baron, and then you still have Aurora, then you hit another Baron. And the second Baron is much harder to kill than the first one. So it's basically just all about, this is all about Baron.
Yeah.
And we movement with Baron. I'm not playing Misfortune, I'm still playing Saber because the gold generation is just very powerful over the course of a long game. So the goal is just to have, we have Beat the Swiftness, and we have Ride the Wind. And if you have Ride the Wind in 1 unit, you can just score all 3 battlefields. Because you move to, let's say, the left battlefield, you ride to the far right one, and then you can gank into the pit with any unit.
The Baron pit ability,
Exactly, yes. But decks have been really fun. Baron is a favorite unit. Like, Dragon is cool, but Baron is just, I don't know, it's iconic.
Baron, it's iconic, yeah.
So it's been fun to play.
So I really like this list, to be honest, because I was a big Misfortune head back in set 1. I know we talked a lot about Aurora together back in set 1.
Yeah.
And I love the movement aspect of Misfortune because Aurora naturally is a hold deck, right?
Yeah.
And if your opponent has enough of an advantage, they can just stay on the other battlefield and not kind of worry. That's where they get punished with stuff like Elder Dragon in this set. Do you prefer this list or your old list after having played? Now you're going into your 10th round.
Okay, so in Riftbound, what I've noticed is you get rewarded for changes. If you are a good, like, I feel like Aurora, a lot of skill comes into play too with changing your list, updating the metagame. Aurora's, in my eyes, like a control deck.
Right.
You have to adapt. And people adapt to you with Star-Crossed. It's so rough. Like, your dragons get Star-Crossed, and then your Aurora's gone and you lose.
Yeah.
So Baron is an adaptation to beat the Star-Crossed decks or decks trying to target it. And it's been really great for this meta. I have people that can't even like if you think Camel or the one in Yi, what's it called?
The Master Yi Unstoppable?
No, the unit that has hex can be targeted. The Camel.
Yeah, Rune Runner.
Rune Runner. If you think that's annoying to deal with, Baron is massive. Yeah. And pumps all your units. And Baron with Sivir champion and 1 Punch First becomes like 11. She's so big. So, yeah, it's been fun. I've enjoyed it.
I'm very excited to see how this kind of list evolves going into Vendetta as well. Thank you for taking the time with us today. Once again, Swag YOLO 420, the resident Aurora specialist. My name's Grenton, and thank you for tuning in.
Thank you.
One of the stops here at RQ Hartford is, of course, the prize wall. Now, the prize wall is always the talk of the town because it is that place where you can get the coveted plated legends with some prize wall tickets once you come here. But, of course, there are many other items that you can redeem as well. Of course, we have these commemorative pens representing the regional qualifier that you attend. You can always pick up some booster boxes, booster packs with your prize wall tickets, even sleeves mats, of course. But you have to make sure that if you have one of those premium badges, that you always pick up the mat that is included for every single one of those premium badges. Now, every mat is different at every event, and so of course we've got this wonderful overnumbered Kha'Zix art here for RQ Hartford. But even if that means you can't be here for this one, make sure you come to the next one so you can pick up that exclusive premium mat as well.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back as we are getting ready for top 8 here in Hartford for the Riftbound Regional Qualifier. But before that, I know a lot of people are probably wondering about the update for our best of 3
let's not talk
that
about
we've been playing throughout the day. Why don't you want to talk about it, Gren? What happened in Game 3?
Because Super Mega Death Rocket sucks.
I'm just going to say I was able to defeat LeBlanc going second into Windsweep Hellick.
Yeah.
That's the auto win, Gren.
You should
what
play
happened?
on RQ next.
Honestly,
Yeah.
maybe I will. Maybe
It's a tough matchup.
It is a tough matchup. Great for the Jinx, but it does confirm I did beat you 1.2 times. Because
1.2.
technically Barrett won with my first like 3 turns, and then he played the rest of it to beat you in Game 2. You took Game 1, honestly, but there we go. Yeah. So in our little head-to-head, slight favor for me. But with that being said, let's start talking about the event as a whole. The players are still getting ready for top 8, so we're going to talk more about the event itself right now and take a look at the standing. So this will see who made it to top 8, a big announcement for everybody waiting at home, but then also who didn't make top 8, because there's a couple of big names that will not be making the cut today. Break it down for me, Gren.
So we have Bradykin, top seed, and I'm going to give him a little shout out again.
Yep.
Montreal local, super happy to see him not even squeezing his way to top 8, absolutely blowing it into top 8.
He didn't lose a single match.
Didn't drop a game, intentionally drew in the last round to obviously secure a spot in the top 8, and did a draw earlier today on a feature match as well. Underneath we have Beast Whites, who did win his winning in on the feature last round as well to get in there as well. And 3 Dianas back-to-back, second through fourth.
There's a lot of Dianas in the top 8. It's almost half of the field. No surprise, this was kind of the boogeyman of the Unleashed format. But then also a Master Yi, Lux made it into top 8. We did see Relivia take out Alan ZQ earlier, so Relivia was able to make it in. And then Prismaticism and Miru. So Annie, Pike, Lux, Master Yi, Diana, and Ezreal. 5 different legends represented. And we got to talk about Prismaticism making another top 8. Well done, but a lot of names did not make it in, Grenton.
So we see Diwali, 11-2, just a bit short of making it in. Dr. Snuffles, who we saw unfortunately lose their winning in on the broadcast last round.
The backup feature match, unfortunately. We imagine a world we could have had Aurora Lux finals.
That would have been crazy for Lux.
That would have been crazy for Lux. But no Auroras in the top 8 yet again. It's really hard for that deck to actually make it all the way in and crack into that top 8. We've talked about that a lot. The variance of the deck not really playing in its favor.
Yeah, I mean, like we mentioned, right, there's an almost auto-win game in the Aurora matchup, so you're usually always going to 3 games. We do see Bloody there as well, I believe at 16th, but moving on forward, Vexer at 21st, another Montreal local who was on Ezreal, so good showing from my hometown. Awesome Rossum, who we saw playing Pike, had a little bit of an awkward matchup into that Master Yi. Unfortunately, not able to squeeze into that top cut, but a very respectable 10-2-1. And Alan ZQ, who also was, taken down by the Lux that we saw get into top 8. But I spoke to Alan's a little earlier after that match, and he told me, and I quote, "This day 2 is the best Riftbound I've ever played in my life."
You were talking about that backstage. It felt like he played everything he possibly could into the Lux matchup. The Lux just saw the right cards, but Allen's felt really confident about the rest of the day overall and how he performed. What was it? He said it wasn't about misplays. It was just about variance, right?
There's a variance, which is, again, we're playing a card game. There's always going to be some variance in there, and like we always say, play to your outs, and that's exactly what Allen's was doing.
And I will say, when my friends at locals give that excuse, I don't believe him. When Allen's Q does, I think maybe he's onto something. Maybe he actually has some insight.
Yeah, same but different.
It was the variance. It wasn't anything about the play. But it's cool to see the top 8. There's a lot of new names in that top 8. Prismaticism is the only one that would have a chance to win another another regional qualifier here. No one else in the top 8 has been able to make it this far. So opportunity as well. It's Prismaticism kind of versus the field when you look at the beginning legacy players. It's crazy to think legacy. The game hasn't even been out for a full year, but Prismaticism already has been in so many top cuts. We put out a graphic on socials actually, and he even interacted with it. He averages 13 13th place.
That's
average
crazy.
in every. He's been to every
insane.
regional, and his average placement is 13th. That is nuts.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Notable also, very different than the top 8 we saw last weekend.
Yes.
Right. This is a very blurple heavy top 8. Right. We have half of the
is that
field.
the official term, the technical term?
That's the Grenton term.
Okay, cool.
Blurple. So we have 3 Dianas and an Ezreal. So that's 4 of the 8. As we can see the bracket here.
Half blurple.
A lot of chaos as well. We have the bracket in front of us now. So Bradykin is going to be going up against Miru, right? Our 1st and 8th seed fighting it out. We have Evan Shrim on the Diana against Factor, who we saw earlier today on that Master Yi. Linsanity up against Relivia on Lux. And I spoke to Relivia as well, naturally, as I instantly went to find the Lux player to congratulate them on their win. And the Diana is a very tricky matchup for them, especially if they're playing a more aggro version of the deck. And then we have B-Switz against Prismat. So both those players have their work cut out for them because B-Switz has been very, very impressive as we've seen him throughout the weekend.
Yeah, notable. No Dianas versus each other in the first round means that this, Relivia playing against a Diana and then either Prismaticism or another Diana. And then there's a chance that even more Dianas on the top half of the bracket. But that top half of the bracket, 4 individual unique legends. Pretty cool to see there. Notable, though, 6 out of 8 have the Chaos Domain. So purple definitely represented here in the top 8. No surprise, that is often the trend.
Yeah, and last weekend we saw a lot of order.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing a lot of chaos.
We see one order now, and it's the Lux.
Yeah.
That's great. They're not even running like the traditional order, like Cold of Weeks, Hidden Blades, things like that.
That's true. I do want to kind of highlight something. Maybe you and I are a bit clairvoyant.
Oh, yeah.
Because Josh and Charmer said Kha'Zix and Sivir were going to win it out.
Yep.
I'm sensing a little lack of Kha'Zix and Sivir in this topic.
I notably difficulty reading without my glasses, but I can't spot any. There's no Kha'Zix.
There's none
no
here.
Misfortune. Okay, good. I'm happy I'm right there. But there is a Lux, which was your prediction, and there is an Annie, which was my prediction. And I will say I predicted Annie because Prismaticism is here. And I just said I think Prismaticism is going to win. He won the last regional qualifier for the Spirit Forged format, and this is the last regional qualifier for the Unleashed format. In my opinion, if you give a player like Prismaticism an entire format to solve the meta game, he will solve it and he will come in hot.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were casting the one that he won.
I was back in Atlanta, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's jump into their tournament run so far.
Sure.
Obviously, the long 13 rounds, and as you can see, Bradykin here had to kind of go through some favorable matchups, some not so much, right? Actually beating a Lux in round 2. Not sure if that was a control or a Luke Lux.
Interesting, yeah.
But getting his first win there and then completely winning out until his feature match that he had earlier today in round 9, where unfortunately that did go to time and they drew out. And then 3 back-to-back wins, and then with him and Factor, last round, little handshake ID, take a little break, go get some food, and jump in there. But some notable 2 wins against these Dianas.
Yeah, and one of them was B-Schweitz, who's also in the top 8. So interesting to see there. Cool run. Speaking of B-Schweitz, the only loss that they had this entire 2 days so far was against Bradykin in that Ezreal versus Diana matchup. And a big spread of different legends that B-Schweitz played on the way here.
Also, B-Schweitz beat Relivia in round number 9.
Oh.
The only loss is in the top 8 with this Lux.
Interesting. So Relivia's matchup into Diana was already from the interview that we had with them. Was like, yeah, that one's hit or miss.
Yep.
And this is the miss that he had so far today. B-Schweitz was able to get that one. So already a lot of history from Swiss leading into the bracket between some of these players.
Yeah, and then if we take a look, right, there's such a wide spread. The Ezreal is always going to be a hard matchup, for these Diana decks because Ezreal just controls the board, and Diana wants to play on the board for tempo. So it's definitely a rough match. If we actually look at Linsanity also winning out until round 11 where they lost a mirror match. And again, the mirror match is also tricky because there's some control elements to your Diana, and if you fall behind on tempo, it's really hard to kind of get back up in there. And obviously, Linsanity and Relivia meeting in round 13. No, realistic reason to play it out.
Yeah, they
just draw and get into top 8.
Would have gone for the draw, so not much to glance from that one. Let's take a look at the next player, though. Evans Arhim was the one that beat Linsanity earlier on, as you see there. Victory, lost to Bradykin. So pretty much all the top 8, they really, so far, have only lost to each other on their way here. I think that definitely helps out with the tiebreakers and things like that on the way to top seeding.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how much of a pattern that is in the other RQs, but I feel like we have a lot of top 8s who have, had met each other in Swiss, have lost or won against each other.
Everybody, yeah.
We saw actually our the previous slide where they actually beat an Ezreal as well. So they actually beat an Ezreal. So a little bit of practice there. And again, Evan Sharim having to go through a gauntlet of Dianas.
Yeah, look at all these Dianas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was just laughing about that because I noticed it in the moment. 5 Dianas. That is like over a third of your total matchups for the weekend.
Yeah, we're going to jump into Factor here.
Yeah. Take a look.
Factor, our Master Yi, our solo Master Yi, making house is our big proud. Only dropping a match, to Sam D. Sherman. Drawing, obviously, in the last round with Bradykin. Seeing a lot of Yi as well.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a pattern where you're seeing a lot of your own legend, it seems like, in these Swiss brackets. But hasn't really seen many Luxes, right? We saw 1 Lux in round 6, 1 Annie in round 8, and besides that, it's been more of the same.
But Factor also notably one of the players that has not matched up against the other top 8 in the Swiss round. So
correct.
Lost to Sam D. Sherman, but I'm not seeing any other names. Again, Bradykin at the very end, we're assuming it was just a agreed draw. Let's take a look at the next one here. So far, it's feeling like I don't know who's had the hardest run, but Relivia, let's take a look at the Lux matchups here. The beginning of the tournament against those Misfortunes got to feel pretty nice, but then beating the Aurelias, pretty impressive. And then losing to that Diana, like you had mentioned, kind of hit or miss match.
Yeah, those rounds 6 through 9 has, especially late in the day 1, those are some of your worst matchups as the Lux combo deck, right? So the 3 Aurelias, and then obviously B. Schweitz able to take the only victory against Relivia. We saw Relivia in round 11 take down Alan ZQ, drawing into the top 8 with Linsanity. So again, the Diana is hit or miss. We have a 50% win rate into Diana if we look at this, right? Yep. So we're flipping a coin when we sit at the table.
Also, I got to say, maybe the villain of the tournament took out Alan ZQ from contention and then took out the remaining Darius. We almost had Darius back-to-back top 8s week over week here for regional qualifiers. But no, Relivia was the wall to hold the line and prevent Darius from breaking through. Let's take a look at the next player here, as it's going to be Prismat. And let's take a look at his run. Played Ornn in round 1. Okay, nice. Wow, a big spread of different legends. There's only, what, 1 repeat in Aurelia?
Yeah, it looks like it. I think so. Oh, no, 2 Azir. Well, we had to do our winning in round 13 for Azir. We had round 3 and round 13, so did play against 2 Azir.
Yeah. The Cactus team was a real round that he did.
Correct, yeah, it was a winning in for him.
Yep. Yeah. So 2 Azir and then 2 Aurelia, but a lot of different legends outside of that, and even 1 mirror match into Hoppy there in the Annie versus Annie. Yeah. That's a funny mirror. It's a great one. Take a look at the last representative in the top 8 and see how their Swiss stage looked coming into the top 8.
And again, losing to someone else who's in the top 8, losing to Insanity in round number 9.
Beating Colin and Diwali.
Yeah, back-to-back.
On the way here, back-to-back. 2 big names in the community so far. So very impressive that Miru was able to push through 2 of the kind of heavy hitters.
Yeah, this bracket here of what my 13 rounds looked like playing on Pyke is kind of crazy.
Wait, was that 2 XPEs?
Yeah.
Rampage and Blue Chew Vero? That's awesome.
Yeah. I believe Vero was undefeated at that point as well.
Oh.
I was talking to him earlier yesterday.
Well, unfortunately, couldn't keep up against Miru. So Miru taking him down, and that is all of our players' runs through the tournament so far. So now we just got top 8, and it is single elimination. If you lose a round, you are out. And at the end of this, we'll be crowning another regional qualifier champion.
Yeah, notably, everybody in this top 8 except for Bradykin has dropped a round at one point this weekend.
Yeah.
And most of them to each other.
So there was, I think, only 1 example that wasn't able to get a win or a loss against one of the others in the top 8. Yeah, interesting.
So where you landed in the bracket is very important. And I obviously was keeping a look on where Lux landed, and they're kind of in the the bracket of doom if you're a Lux player.
They're in the Blurple / Repple. But there's Annie in there, too. Furple.
Yeah, Fury Purple.
Fury Purple. Oh, that's better. I like that. All right, I'm going to let you come up with the names for these.
Cool.
I'm notoriously not great at that. But between Blurple and Furple, here's another look at the bracket here, because like you were highlighting, the Lux is on the bottom half of the bracket, has to go through Linsanity's Diana, and then either a Diana or an Annie if they want to go for that grand finals.
And there's a world where Relivia has to beat 3 Dianas to win this tournament.
There is a world.
Which is very, very rough. I think if you're Relivia, you hope the Master Yi doesn't move on, because cards like Sabotage, cards like Defy are very dangerous for your strategy. In a picture-perfect world, if I'm Relivia and we win against Linsanity, we probably want to play against Prismaticism if I had to guess.
Yep.
And then we want to see
than the Dianas,
And then we want to see Bradykin in the final.
Okay, yeah, the Ezreal. You were talking about this. Ezreal does not have an ideal matchup into the Lux because you're not able to play fast enough, and Lux won't really give you anything to interact with, which is what Ezreal's looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Ezreal's a full control list. It does have a lot of ways to make you discard cards, but as we saw, Lux has no problem drawing cards.
Nope. Not at all. And the Ezreal will have trouble drawing cards if you're not able to target things on the opponent's board, which they're probably not going to have any of. So it's anybody's game at this point. Let us know in chat who you think is likely to win. Again, I still have Prismaticism. I think he's going to make the run. If you give a player like him an entire format to figure it out and solve it, I have confidence that he will. But you're, again, betting on the new kid on the block, kind of a newer deck that, what was it during the interview? They were saying they had played like an unreasonable amount of games on their own of just practicing the combo.
12 hours of solitaire.
Yep.
Apparently, and then a bunch of testing with their team, right? Challenger, TCG, and testing optimally. Like, that's something I want to touch on as well, is they were testing where I'm like, hey, I'm giving you 2 Defy in hand, I have to find a way to win. So they were kind of doing your puzzles, but giving their opponents essentially the best case scenario that you can have in the situation, and Relivia was still trying to figure out ways to win, and we kind of see it, right? Relivia is able to play from behind and figure out, okay, well, I have 18 cards in my deck, like we saw in game number 1 against Allen's. We have to kind of try to play through that first hard bargain, try to get the loop going, and it's been paying off. So good practice.
But if you notice also in the top 8, this is something we haven't talked about too much yet, is again what decks did not make top 8. Still no Aurora and no LeBlanc. LeBlanc was not able to crack into the top 8, so LeBlanc has really been struggling a lot so far in the Unleashed format, much more so than Diana. But let's take a look here at some of the format and prizing for the event. Constructed, a reminder, it was Swiss with 8 rounds on day 1. If you had 6 wins, you advanced to day 2, where we saw 5 rounds of Swiss play into top 8. That's where we find ourselves right now. We're about to get into our top 8 as soon as the players are ready.
Yeah, and like we saw earlier, when we were looking through the player's journey, I always call day 1 the zoo. Right? You never know what you're going to sit across from. It could be your best or worst matchup, and all these players who have made the top 8 not only made it through the zoo, but as we saw some of those day 2 runs, you have to beat previous RQ winners. You know, you have to kind of go up against your worst matchup and someone who's very proficient on that deck. So hats off to our 8 players here who have made the top 8. And what are they playing for? Let's go find out to see exactly what is on the line for these players in terms of prizing. What I do like about Riftbound in general, especially these RQs, is that we've kind of extended our pricing, right? We've recently changed the pricing where we go all the way down to 128 with that Vex playmat. And then if you're top 64, that's the real big, you know, goalpost for a lot of these players. We want to get that regional championship invite.
And also the prize wall tickets. This is something that a lot of players have been asking for. Is like, hey, if you make it to day 2, it's exciting, but how about some prize wall tickets? Because if you don't make it to day 2, you can do a bunch of side events and kind of try and get as many of those as you can. Maybe get a metal plated card. So now, awesome that anybody in top 64 is able to get 40 prize wall tickets. They can get the pins, they can get the plated cards, a lot of options there.
And then the way you go up, you have some cash prizing that gets involved there. Top 8, you have that playmat with the Poppy promo, and then another Poppy promo for our champion. And then it'll be the last time we see her.
Yeah, let alone the best ofs. Yes. Also, typically, if you're able to make it into like that top 64, you're at least in best of contention, depending on how popular your legend is. But also then, of course, into the top 8, you know, you're almost guaranteed. The Dianas are still in contention.
3 of them.
3 Dianas. Yeah. Looking for that best of right now. Interesting.
We got our best of Yi, our best of Lux. Pike is all locked, and Annie is all locked as well. But we have a, 3-way fight for these Dianas.
So here's a question I'm going to frame, because again, we're waiting for the players to get ready for our next round feature match in top 8. I'm going to pose a question for you, Granton.
Yeah, I'll answer it.
We have 1 past RQ qualifier winner in Prismaticism. We have 7 new additions to top 8.
Yep.
Who you betting on? Is it Prismaticism or the field?
I think the field.
You think the field? Well, you also have Lux, but try and remove your bias for the Lux.
Let's forget Lux exists for a second. I do still think we saw Factor play, we saw Miru play, we saw Bradykin play. There's a lot of talent in this top 8. I'm gonna, stay true to my colors that if Lux didn't exist, I got my money on Bradykin.
Okay.
He has.
Well, that's your local homeboy, right?
Yeah. So I have an unfair understanding of this player's journey through Riftbound.
Yeah.
Notably, we all attend the same LGS.
Okay.
This LGS has been running skirmishes since Origins. I'll give you one guess as to who's won every skirmish, every single one at that LGS.
Every skirmish. How many?
He has won 2%.
2%.
He has 6 wins. He's undefeated at skirmishes to the point where the LGS owner.
Let me guess. You gave it away that it was him.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah, that's impressive. That is very impressive. 2%.
There is a bounty at him at our skirmishes now. If you eliminate him, you get extra prizes. No one's done it.
Eliminated him.
No one's done it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. I love it when the hometown heroes show up, and then I'm sure everybody at local game store is going to be watching as well, paying attention to his journey and cheering him on from home. But we have our match vote here for everybody that is watching at home. Hop into chat and spam A or B. If you want to watch A, that's Bradykin's Ezreal, the hometown hero from Montreal, versus Miru on Pike. If you want to watch match B, it's B. Schweitz's Diana versus Prismaticism's Annie. Type A for the top match, type B for the bottom match. Let us know what you want to see.
Yeah, a lot of people wanting to see Bradykin. I was actually watching the stream a little bit backstage as well. A lot of people very happy with how Bradykin communicates and plays. He's very clean and deliberate when he plays, and it's a compliment I've given him a lot. So very fun to see the rest of the Riftbound community noticing. But Prismat and Bishwitz, this is kind of an insane matchup too. Both these players are very exceptional and very practiced on their decks.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you see Diana experts play, it's just a treat, man. I'm sad we don't get to see Alan ZQ in the top 8, but you still have to be incredibly gifted at the deck and then at the Riftbound in general to pilot this deck. It's very complicated. Prismaticism an expert at Annie at this point, but it's looking like we're not going to watch that one. We're going to watch feature match A, Bradykin's Ezreal versus Miru's Pike. We're going to see a lot of Pack of Wonders, I'm going to imagine.
Yeah, we're going to be... I'm not going to say it.
I'm backpacking.
I was about to say it.
Yeah? Get your pack, everybody. Get your hiking boots on.
Yeah.
We're hitting the slopes.
We're bouncing back to hand.
That's skiing, I guess.
Yeah.
We're hitting the steps. That's not hiking.
We're exploring.
We're exploring. We're going exploring, everybody.
Yeah.
Backpack. All right. Was it also Miru that, or not Miru, Bradykin that did the Ezreal mirror match? That we saw on the feature match B?
The one that 40 minutes into the match,
1 point had been scored?
It was 2-0 in game 1.
2-0 in game 1, 40 minutes into the match. That was a hilarious one to watch because it was on the secondary feature match. I don't even know if Stream got to see that.
I don't think
we got to see it backstage. That was like yesterday, round 6 or something like that. But very, very funny that he was able to make that journey. There's a chance that the Pike matchup is similar because both of these decks are going to have a lot of things like the Starcross. I mean, Pike's going to be bouncing his own units back to hand, and that's usually what Ezreal's trying to do. But even like the Gus from Ezreal can interrupt Pike before he gets in. It's going to get goofy.
Notably, too, we are untimed.
Yes.
In this top cut. That being said, judges are at the table.
Yeah.
Players are expected to maintain a pace of play.
Reasonable pace of play.
But a control... I think this mirror list is also a control list, right? I don't know if it's like the hybrid Spellslinger aggro control weird version. Yeah. Weird in a good way, but weird version. But if it's a control mirror, even if these both players are playing quickly, it's gonna be a fun one.
The last Pike that we had seen on feature match was more of kind of like a ramp Pike. I hadn't seen one with like this as deep of like the Scryer's Blooms with the Treasure Hoard and the Pack of Wonders. Pack of Wonders makes a lot of sense, but then the Treasure Hoard on top, they were really trying to go wide with the Rune Pool, wide with their board as well. But you can also play a more aggro style of the Pike instead. We'll see which one we get here.
Oh.
As voted on by chat. And also, now we see the win rates. Pike with a 67% win rate over Ezreal.
Yeah.
In this matchup, Pike has a bit of an advantage, you could say. It's a 2-to-1 advantage, essentially.
Some might say.
Yeah, or two-thirds advantage for the Pike.
It's a very uphill battle here for this Ezreal player.
I will say that variance in builds can play a big part in that, though.
Yes, absolutely.
Very different builds of the Pike, as well as different builds of the Ezreal. But why do you think it might be that Pike would have an innate advantage?
Well, like you mentioned, right, Ezreal's game plan is to try to play on the board quickly, back to hand, right? And your hand's not safe against Pike.
Sure.
Right?
That's actually a really good point, yeah.
But the inverse is true as well, right? We know that Bradykin is running Spirits as well. We know that he has also the Pack of Wonders, so Pike's hand also isn't safe. So Pike bouncing stuff back to hand also makes it a little difficult for the Pike player to kind of develop. So I don't know that this matchup spread, obviously it's just Ezreal Legend versus Pike Legend, but I don't know how many of those Ezreals are the pack Ezreal.
It's also, I'm hearing from production that it's just from this regional and it's only a 7-game sample size. So I would argue that's not a big enough sample size to truly buy in, but so far at this event, Pike has been winning. Let's take a look at the deck list.
One thing I want to touch on specifically for this matchup is Deadly Flourish. So Pike is very good at playing to the base and kind of staying away from that battlefield.
And a lot of 3-might, 2-mights, yeah.
Yeah, like your Bewitching Spirit is a 2-might unit that can get absolutely obliterated by that Deadly Flourish. Giving Ezreal gold is obviously very, very good because it allows him to continue to have fun with those treasure troves and sprite fountains and stuff like that.
And also the fact that we're running Turn to Dust in the main deck will get some value in this matchup because you're able to take out the opponent's Tool of Wonders, the lists, things like that. So Turn to Dust, sometimes you just immediately side it out, but I think this is one of those matchups you're actually going to be really happy when you do see this card. Noticing, though, no 2 energy units are in the main deck here for Bradykin, so much more of a kind of mid-range control style here. Not going to be playing much in the way of the early game.
Yeah, very much. I just want to deal with the late game. Is that, and inversely, we actually have 9 2-drops on the side of Miru, right? We got the Tide Turner, Traveling Merchant, and Treasure Hunter to give you that early game to let you cycle cards in hand. Treasure Hunter is exceptional with Pike because you're a very power-hungry deck, as we can see. There is a pretty big top end, and this looks a little less like Control Pike and more like I don't know, I would call it like mid-range Pike.
I mean, the fact that we have the Blighted Battle Axe, let's pull that one up here. I have not seen this in a Pike list before. This is not going to be the Pack of Wonders shenanigans type of Pike. This is more of a get on the battlefield and use your Legend ability type of Pike, because this will help you do that. 4 energy, 4 might, has a pretty steep equip cost with an energy and a red power. But then you can, if you ever aren't going to conquer, like if you hold, you can always just use your Pike to return the unit to hand so you don't lose it. It's actually a really interesting card to see in Pike.
Yeah, and we're actually ready to jump into the match right now, and I'm excited to see how this one does. Control versus a mid-range Pike list, right? We have some early game, we have good top end with that Forerunner and that Mind Splitter, those Kaisa Survivors as well to allow us to maintain that card advantage, or try to, against an Ezreal, because if there's a deck that can draw almost as much as Lux, it's Ezreal.
almost as much. Top 8. Game number 1.
We have 2 piles of gold.
It's going to be the hometown hero from Montreal, Bradykin, on the Ezreal. The last remaining Ezreal in the tournament versus Miru, the last remaining Pike. Only one can go on to the semifinals. We got Sigil of the Storm versus Ripper's Bay for game number 1. And this Ezreal, again, a very late game build. No 2 energy units, no 2-drops. So your turn 1's probably going to be like Pack of Wonders Pass would be your ideal start. The Pike playing a lot of units that Ezreal's probably happy to see, and it looks like we did get that start essentially.
Yeah, we got the inverse of that start, it looks like. We have a Traveling Merchant in the trash and a Deadly Flourish in the trash, so kind of the beginning that I assumed happened. Bradykin, being the first seed, was able to choose to go first. We're a 0-0 game. We're in turn, looks like, if my math is correct, turn 3 for Miru.
I'm hearing that they've played 4 turns in under a minute. They were going super fast at the start there, so we're jumping in slightly behind, but it's all right. We're going to see the Kaisa Accelerated go in from Miru, conquer at the Ripper's Bay, and then draw a card.
Yeah, and this is, again, we're going to bring that Kaisa back. She is not safe when she's out in the battlefield against a Ezreal control player, but in the hand also kind of not safe as well, but maybe a bit safer than being in the... Oh, we're trying to trigger the Ripper's Bay here as well as the...
Yeah, so it paid 2 energy. I saw the double exhaust. One of that's going to be for the Pike Legend, and the others for the Ripper's Bay to channel a rune. So Miru's trying to get onto the board a little faster here. Bradykin has yet to establish a unit. Had 2 Deadly Flourishes, and now a Pack of Wonders. And it looked like we did see, I think we saw the Treasure Trove as well, return to hand at one point.
Yeah, we did bounce the Treasure Trove last turn.
Yeah. And it looks like currently they're communicating with the judges, so if we have an update, we'll let you know. Otherwise, hopefully we resume play soon. Currently, it's turning into more of like a mid-game ramp for both players. Only 1 point's been scored, and I think it's, we're entering like turn 7 here for Bradykin. Or it's Bradykin's 4th turn, I should say.
4th turn.
for Bradigan.
7th turn overall.
7th turn overall, yeah.
So this is what we paused.
And it looks like they are getting...
Oh, they didn't get the deck list
Oh.
at first. I see.
Yeah, it is open deck list. Okay, it might
They got their own deck list.
Hey, do you want to know what you're playing? Just in case.
Yeah. Okay.
So notably, let's see if we can hear the judge.
Okay.
And maybe frame it.
Not quite
Are we
catching
allowed
what
to take
they're...
notes about this, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like players were so ready to get going, just hopped right in, but now they're going to take a look at the deck lists, because this will inform a lot of your decisions. It actually is a very important part, especially when you make top 8. This is one of the benefits of having no time on the clock, is that you can really look at your opponent's list and say, okay, what are all of the answers they can have? What's the statistical probability that they have those? Because you can see the play rate of the cards. Like, are they a 1 of? Are they a 3 of? Very important part of the match. So a little tough to see it happen like right now, but it is important. So I'm happy that both players are taking the time now to review these.
Yeah, both players just kind of looking over the deck list, and
likely that may happen. There may be a case where we can continue game 1.
Exactly, because I don't think this information would have changed anything I did.
Probably not, but that is how that is how my
Okay.
So.
Okay, maybe some confusion of the fact that we're supposed to look at these lists before the game started, and not afterwards. So it looks like we're going to take a little pause to properly review these deck lists. Usually the rule of thumb here is we're going to review the list at the beginning before we start the match.
Yeah.
We give players about 2 minutes to look at the list.
Okay. Yeah, you've done this before as a head judge.
Yeah. So we'll usually put the list face down in front of the players. When the game is ready to kind of get started, we'll let the players take a look at those lists, give them a couple minutes to do so, take the list back, allow them to take their notes that they need to take before the game starts.
Sure.
And then it'll be good to go. So, okay, looks like we're getting rid of the notes. Notably, you're not allowed to take notes while you have the deck list.
Interesting.
It's a little bit of a miscommunication, it looked like, with the staff. So they took the paper. It looks like that he was taking the notes on with the deck list just to make sure.
So you can review, take your notes without reading the paper from memory, and then get to the match. Very interesting.
So
very interesting.
About to finish your turn, I believe.
Yes.
All right, looks like the players are ready to go.
Yes.
Untap.
Okay, and we're back into the game. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody. Happy that the players were able to get that information that is going to be very beneficial going into this.
Yeah, knowing like what tech pieces might be in that deck. Obviously, Miro knowing that there's a main deck turned to dust. That Blighted Battle Axe needs to kind of be protected a little bit as well. With the 1.3 rules update, notably, if we apply temporary to a gear that is attached, that is appended rules text that is active. Back in Spirit Forge, if you added temporary to a gear that was attached, nothing would really happen on my beginning phase. But now with the Unleashed rules updates, if it's attached and I add temporary to it, it will kill on the beginning step.
Very important update there, and also very important because you know now for Bradigan, like, oh, not Pack of Wonders. Not going to be doing all that stuff, but there is still a gear to target. Mirror's going to have the play now as the Spirit came down and got rid of a cleave from Mirror's hand.
Yeah, not very useful in this matchup.
Yeah.
Right?
Still has the Kai'Sa, we know that. Could just go for the same type of Ripper's Bay play, but this time has the gold gear to pay for the accelerate cost. So we know that's an option. And then you would still have 2 energy to play something else afterwards. If you did like the full line with the... this works too.
Yeah, Bradigan has 4 up. Gonna let it just go. Probably had some sort of answer maybe in hand. Obviously you can't Starcross here because you did kill their unit on the previous turn. So good sequencing by Miru to not deploy the Traveling Merchant, then Falling Star to potentially get blown out by a Starcross. So obviously one of the many reasons we're seeing him in the top 8.
And it's one of those moments that you usually want to take that opportunity. Just go and clear, so that way they can't keep Pack of Wandering and ripping more cards.
I almost forgot. Go ahead.
As Miru almost equipped the Blighted Axe and realized, wait a minute, I did not conquer. That would be a bad call.
Yeah, I was... I had question marks in my eyes when I saw that rune get exhausted.
Okay.
A lot of runes. That's a full ramp, isn't it?
Tap 2.
12 runes
Cycle
available.
2, repeat Bellows on the guy.
Okay.
Trigger as Legend.
Yep. I understand that's why Miru would probably want to equip, so that way the Traveling Merchant can't be sniped so easily, but you don't want to kill your own unit. And the Witching Spirit after this is pretty good for Bradigan.
Tap 2.
So we had 5 cards in hand, I think, at the beginning.
Gold. Play Sprite Fountain.
Yep.
And this is where we're going to try to get some early points, early in air
sprite.
quotes for a control deck, but
Yep.
I go to 1.
Notably, still return to the Bewitching Spirit instead of the Sprite Found. This is something you can do. Play the Sprite Found, then return it back to hand with the Pack of Wonders in case you want to just keep looping that Sprite Found itself. But Sprite Found will trigger the temporary, most likely at the start of Bradykin's turn.
yeah, Bradykin trying to decide. Yeah, the Vex is a really good play here. We know there's obviously the Pike in the champion zone. We know there's Kaisa that we bounced back to hand earlier. This essentially says, hey, your Accelerate doesn't mean anything.
Nope.
You can still do it. You can still pay for it, but you can't move.
Yeah. And still 1 up for something like a Gust.
Yep.
Something like a Stupefy if you just want to get an extra draw. But good, efficient turn from Bradykin. Let's see what Mirror is able to do here. Can always just develop a board if you just want to play the Kaisa play. You really want to play the Pike, I guess, because then it's just a 2 might going in on the next turn.
We do have it looks like a Forerunner and a Kaisa in hand.
Oh, that's pretty good.
The issue here is if you develop a Forerunner and you get it Starcross next turn, it's really rough.
Yeah, they can only hit 1, so I understand it hurts, but I still don't hate the idea of it. Yeah, you got to get something on the board here, so I'm imagining the Kaisa as well. There it is. 2 bodies, hit the board. Miru is going to pass.
On the temporary trigger.
Yep.
So Awaken.
Looks like a Starcross
K3.
probably. Yep.
Cycle 1 to Starcross the Sprite and the Forerunner.
Nice.
Very nice.
Pay 1 for the Ripper's Bay.
Very nice.
So this is here. This is gone.
So
I
even though you
channel
don't
for that.
return the Sprite
Now
to
I do
hand
channel step
technically or mechanically.
and draw.
So this was
And yes, I hold
fascinating.
the 2. I
Brady
apologize.
purposely used a rune to recycle for the Starcrossed because he knew he was going to trigger Ripper's Bay and he knew he was going to awaken for turn.
Yep.
So he wanted to get maximum value of still having that gold in
Yes.
play.
Interesting.
You're correct. I'm sorry. Pay 3, recycle 1, playing Ez.
Okay, we're going
I
to
will discard Trove.
develop slightly, draw
Draw
more
1,
cards.
draw
Trove
2.
gone. Doesn't really need it at this point. Full ramp, essentially.
How many cards in hand?
2.
2.
Only 2 in hand is actually pretty low. Bradykin's definitely
I'm
winning the
going
resource game.
to stack deck.
It's looking for maybe another Starcrossed or something to deal with that Kaisa. I did see a list get picked up in that stack deck. That could be a list
Take
into
that
a
one.
Bellows or something along those lines if there is a Bellows in hand. I'm not sure what
Going
Brady
to
took,
move here.
but we're going to go into that
Go
sigil.
to 3.
And again, rune economy, the rune management has been stellar by Bradykin. Recycling again, 1 for that Ezreal.
Yes.
This sigil is going to cause him to
I'm sorry,
recycle another one, which means next turn he's going to channel those 2 runes again. So he's not kind of missing out on resources, and he still has that gold ready to go.
Very efficient plays from Bradykin. Still 4 runes up as well, so Miru's not going to have a free conquer here. Going to have to be aware of what could Bradykin have as a response. Miru's still, though, almost full ramp here.
Yep.
Still has that Forerunner in hand because it was returned back from the Starcrossed, but this Kaisa with the Blighted Axe can punch really hard.
Notably, though, when you try to equip the axe to a unit, it does create a trigger.
Okay.
So a Starcross potentially could be held up to try to make you deramp a little bit, commit to some sort of play, and then put that Kaisa back in your hand. A lot of cards in Brady's hands, as we can see there in the player cam. Looks like probably 7 or 6 cards in their hand.
No worries.
Already 1 Starcrossed used, so let's see. It wouldn't be like super likely for him to have another one, but not outside of question.
Moving into that sigil. Not trying to fight the Vex.
Yeah, very interesting. I would have expected.
Pay 2, use the gold.
Said pay 2, but he flipped 3.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that the exhaust
I'm not
3 and the
gonna do
gold
that.
will be Starcrossed. Oh no, taking it back.
I am
Looks like a Stupefy, perhaps?
An opting for
Stack
1.
deck?
Stack deck.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you might as well. You still
Better
get another
Stupefy.
action window
Take
here
that
if you
one.
wanted a Starcross still.
And your
Quick
conquer.
stack deck, actually.
Oh, just lets it go.
I did see a Fizz and a Watcher in that stack deck. I'm assuming probably we're taking the Fizz here. It allows us to Starcrossed again and bring that Fizz back to hand if we really want to.
I float the power.
But conquering at Sigil the Storm means that Miru has to recycle a rune, now floating the energy here, so Miru does still have 1 energy to spend there. It should also be floating a power as well. Oh, actually, no, because...
No, he used it too. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Sure, I will
Bewitching Spirit.
discard Gust.
Nice.
Yep.
Now
Bouncing
using
it back
the
to hand.
Pike Legend, I assume that this is just going to come straight back to the field.
Of course, yeah, naturally. Probably the base.
Yeah, then you can equip.
Oh, no,
an extra-
Forerunner. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
So
Untap.
Bradykin had 3 runes that were not
I
used
hold
on the
4.
turn.
Yeah.
Was not able to fully maximize the energy
Channel
usage
2
over the 2 turns,
and
but
draw.
still full ramp and still ahead in points. This Vex Apathetic is still at the battlefield, slowing down Miru's plays. I think I saw a Stupefy in the hand. Didn't know.
Stupefy and Bellows I saw.
Okay. Pretty good combo.
We do have access to our entire... If we did take that Fizz, I'm not sure if we did take the Fizz, but, I mean, Brady's looking through his trash, so I'm assuming we did take the Fizz. Star Crossing, that Forerunner, again, would be kind of crazy.
1. That is
Looks like we're playing 4.
Accelerate 1,000 tail.
Oh, yeah, Watcher is good.
That gets goes down to 5. Swing here, 7 to 5.
Nice.
It's one way to deal with
Conquer
the...
and recycle
And notably,
rune.
4 runes available. We can Star Crossed. We
True.
can even bring that Watcher back to our hand if we want to.
That's kind of filthy.
Tap 3.
Yep.
Cycle 1. To play Fizz.
Yep,
Okay.
there he
Going
is.
to Starcross himself.
This time
and
spend the gold, yep.
Ferris.
So not going to be at full 12 rune ramp at Bradykin's next turn. There are 3 that have been recycled
that
this
is
turn,
the
but
Starcross,
still
right? Yeah.
very good sequence of plays. There are no units on field for Miru, and with that Vex Apathetic, very low chance of Miru actually getting onto the board and doing anything
And I'll
else.
pass to
And packing Ezreal, putting him in the backpack. Ezreal, notably, is a, you know, looting card, right? Drop him, discard a card, draw 2. Very good. He also makes your optional additional cost cheaper, so stuff like Bellows Breath do get
Yeah, this
reduced
game
by
kinda
that.
snowballed.
Hard bargain.
It definitely did.
Yes.
5 to 2, and you're the control list.
6.
Yeah. Very, very well played from Bradykin. Very impressed with the decisions he's made so far.
Let me see your discard. You have another Star Cross.
Yeah, that was the Starcross used once from hand and then once from graveyard. Or from
Shouldn't have another
trash with
Starcross
the
in
Fizz.
trash. Yeah.
Does he?
He played 1 from hand and 1 from trash, which was the one he played from hand. I don't think there's another one.
I
in
don't
trash,
think there's another one. Yeah.
Yeah. We just develop again. This is the brutal part about playing against this Ezreal list, is that we've now played this Forerunner 3 times, and we've yet to awaken it.
Yep. It used to be the League of Forerunner.
Yep.
Not as much anymore into these control lists, these Chaos control lists.
And Miru actually talked about that in his winner's interview that Barrett was doing with him, that it's brutal against Starcross, and I'm seeing it here.
Flourish Kaisa.
Wow.
Ooh. Stupefy into Deadly Flourish will
Trigger as
do
legend.
4 total mites worth of damage, and that will kill the Kaisa. Now, just 1 more Starcrossed on this Forerunner again.
Witching Spirit.
That would probably just be game.
That looks like a Starcross.
And then Starcross Spirit Ferris.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going game 2. Wow.
Mira's going to scoop it up there. GG. Game 1 goes to Bradykin. Expert control gameplay from the Ezreal pilot. With all these Starcrossed on the Ferris Forerunner, you never actually get that Death Knell value, and Miru is going to have to find a different avenue to approach here as we head to sideboarding for game number 2.
It's a little less frustrating watching Bradykin do this to someone and not having him do it to me.
Yeah, you've been on the receiving end of this one before?
Yeah, once or twice.
Okay.
Yeah, I've also watched him do this quite a few times, and the general consensus is it's a very frustrating deck to play against, as most control lists are.
Yeah, some decks will have natural strengths against it, but you can see that Pike kind of plays into the range. It's something that gets punished by the Vex Apathetic because you do have some of these accelerate units like the Chosen Pike Champion and the Kaisas, and then also your Death Knell triggers are just not going to go off with these Starcrossed. So it is an ideal matchup for the Ezreal, I'd say, which is interesting to think that the Pike had the positive win rate in the 1v1s so far in Hartford. Again, it was only 7 game sample size, pretty small.
I love watching Miru shuffle through his deck and take out all the Forerunners.
Yep.
Yeah, they are a dead card in this matchup.
Great into certain color combinations, not great into the Chaos color combinations. If you're against an Order matchup, yep, those probably stay in.
Yep,
I would
that is for
imagine.
sure.
Yeah.
Anything that wants to kill your unit is great,
I just
but
noticed.
anything that puts it back to your hand.
That happened, but there's like a marking on the back of this card.
Okay.
I don't know if it can be rubbed off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just use a sideboard sleeve, maybe.
It's just a sleeve. I can't see it anymore.
It's good, though. Like you said, anytime a player sees something like this, point it out to the judges, let them fix it.
I think you're good, but I just want to double check.
Yeah, put 2 cards side by side, see if you can tell the difference.
Yep.
If you can't, then you're probably good.
Oh,
we
nice
get to tell the
little
difference
shot there.
Yeah, no, I think it's good.
I'm also not going to inform myself what card that was, just to be safe.
Yeah.
Attaboy Brady.
I mean, like you said, he's been playing pretty clean so far.
You stomped me that one.
Yeah, I mean, I started with the Pack Trove combo in hand and the double flurry. It was an unreasonable opening hand.
And again, you know, the Pike plays into that range. Flurry of Feather, or sorry, Deadly Flourish, I should say. Very, very good into these kind of 2-drop heavy lists because they commit a body for 1 turn. You just play a spell, clear that body, get a gold gear, really efficient.
I was like, please, to get rid of this Vex.
Yeah.
Notably, I was watching Miru shuffle and I saw a Thermal Beam get added in naturally. It was also a hard bargain. So we had some hard bargains in the sideboard to try to deal with the spell slingy aspect of this control list. So Miru, I mean, now getting to go first, which is obviously better with 9 2-drops in your deck, but also Frozen Fortress and Forbidding Waste on a deck that plays the list. That Frozen Fortress could be tricky.
Very, very good for the Ezreal. And this Pike was not on the similar list. It's not like a Pack of Wonders list Pike build. So
I'll also put back 2.
Mirror theoretically will not get the same value, but players have put back 2 cards each, drawn their cards to replace, and now Miru's starting his turn. Let's get a look at that top-down view so we can see what's happening here in game number 2.
Trove pass.
Oh, and we have the Trove open again.
Pretty good.
Do we have the pack? Oh, we have a Gust up as well.
Whoa. Yeah, that is
going second,
quite
never
strong.
punished.
Quite strong. Again, this Pike list plays into the range of what a control Ezreal will want to do.
Move trigger, yeah.
Move trigger will happen. Attempt to conquer. Will Brady can.
Oh, letting it conquer. Okay.
Argument that you hold it so that way you can trigger your Ezreal ability, the legend, on a future turn.
Discard a Gust.
We discard the Gust.
Oh. Very interesting.
Tap. 2.
I always love it
Draw.
when you see really good players do something and you're like, I don't think I would have done that.
Yeah, why are they doing that? Yeah.
Clearly they know more.
That's why they're doing that.
That would
And
make
I'll
sense.
pass to you.
Okay. But the Bewitching Spirit was looped, so Miru has the access to that again. Probably won't get it to a battlefield unless you commit your Pike to the play. Ooh, good hand. That's a Rengar. That's a Void Seeker. We saw, and a Fizz.
Yeah.
And I think a second Bewitching Spirit with a stacked deck. Very solid hand.
Much better hand than what we saw previously. We were looking at another Fizz, Treasure Hunter, and a Rengar. We took, I think, the Rengar.
Actually.
No?
Curious what he was digging for you. It looks like Fizz was not picked, or whatever it was. Could have just gone for a double Bewitching Spirit. Had the energy up for it. That's what I also expected, but just one Bewitching Spirit pass, Bella's Breath is gone.
2.
Yeah, and this is kind of where it's going to get a little tricky for Bradykin, is that we have 2 spirits, and we
Ready
can
to see
potentially
something
be playing, you know, at 1.3. Oh, hold on.
I'm
Ready
gonna
to see something
play
wild, he said.
Is
Pause.
Oh, okay.
Draw 1. Draw 2. Pay 2. Recycle 1. Repeat Bellows.
That's 3 Bellows that we saw.
Third Bellows. And that's also a reason why you wouldn't want to play the second Bewitching Spirit, is if you read Bella's Breath, they would both die. All Bella's Breaths have now been accounted for. They're all out of there. Fizz could copy one.
Fizz could copy one.
Yeah.
Notably why we had that cost reduced as well by Ezreal for the repeat. So a cheaper Bellows Breath. So for Twitch chat who's saying he didn't pay his costs,
no,
he definitely paid his costs.
That was wild, though. I'm happy he gave us a warning for that one.
Yeah, he's like, hey, tune in.
Check this out.
Check this out. Stack deck from the Fizz getting played. And there's... Hey, that looks familiar.
We're both on Ezreal. Look at there's some dapper gentlemen on the field right now.
This is a sideboard Ezreal. I don't remember seeing one in the main deck.
Understandable if you're siding into very impactful counters to the opponent. Ezreal will also help you find those. Some of those ones. As a player,
you're playing it real dangerous. I'm gonna float 1 energy. So we've been told to use like these before. I know how a die works. Recycle this to sack a trophy.
Yep.
Channel draw.
Not having the Pack of Wonders yet, it would appear.
I can use the floating stoop Ezreal.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go for a draw here.
Oh, no, Ezreal, there's a one of Ezreal in the main deck.
There was a one of Ezreal in the main, okay.
Play pack.
Oh,
Pack
does
the
have the
Trove.
Pack of Wonders. Probably got that
Channel.
off of the Stupefy, I would
Draw.
imagine.
Fizz here.
Pay 3, recycle 1. Play Fizz. Play
Okay.
Bellows,
Here comes the
That's
Bellows.
which is
quite
gonna be
funny.
Repeated 2 damage to each of them.
Okay.
Oh, and if we have another Stupefy, that can get rid of the Fizz as well. Or a list.
Yeah.
Gonna
What are
trigger
Fizz's
as Legends.
tags? I wonder.
Yeah. Do I have like a -2?
I would guess...
Fizz,
Playing
Bilgewater,
the list
and
name
Yordle.
I was going to say
Trick
Bilgewater,
Fizz.
I was going to say Yordle,
Nice.
and then you got it out
That's the
before I
edge.
got it. There's the list,
Good,
calls
pretty
one of
good.
them. It wipes all 3 units. What a play from Bradykin.
Do you ever see a deck and you're like, this is really cool, and then you try to play it in your head and you're like, yeah, this is too much.
Yeah, so this is cool for people with a large enough brain.
Yeah, not us.
Falling Star is a great answer, though. Mirror's able to also clear. There are no units on either board right now, and 1 point has been scored in Game 2 of our top 8 feature match.
Bradykin, though, does have those 2 gears in play.
Yep.
Notably, Miru did
yours.
sideboard in those thermal beams, and that can completely wipe the back line of
Can you confirm
Bradykin.
there's 2 in there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Want to make sure that we recycled for that Fizz earlier. And now Miru having some options here. Considerably more cards in hand than the last game.
Yes, last time it was already by this point, like down to 2 in hand.
Hoping
And
you
just
would whiff one turn. That was
He's always got it.
hoping you would whiff 1 turn. The one time.
yeah, I'll accelerate this guy here.
Okay. Will be exhausted as it moves, but will get the point.
Should be aggressive.
Did I miss a point? Did I miss the 2 conquer?
Oh, sorry. I did on the wrong one. I'm at 2.
All good.
I'm at 2.
A good reason as to why both players should track the score.
Yep.
Judges had it right on the overlay as well, so I'm sure it would have been rectified if there was a disagreement. Bouncing the pike back to hand. Maybe
Confirmation, is the pike unit a Bilgewater unit?
Probably.
It feels
I believe
like
it would be.
We can keep playing. I'm just curious to know.
I'm going to say yes.
They'll check.
It is a Bilgewater unit. It's in the Bilgewater lore in League of Legends.
Starcross.
And here's the Bewitching
Untap.
Spirit. That will discard a Starcross for
2.
Bradykin. Pretty high value spell there to get rid of, but not into this board. You don't really want to return that Bewitching Spirit back to hand.
Flourish?
Did we?
Yeah, Bilgewater and Pike. That's what he is.
He is in fact Pike.
Shrove.
I do
and then
believe
pack
we
Yep.
packed our Fizz,
Channel.
if I'm not mistaken, a couple turns ago.
Oh,
So
okay.
putting stuff into
to
our
get
trash
the-
is like a second hand.
Play
Yeah.
the Trove back and pass.
It's my favorite way to play it with the second hand. But more of a development of draw and energy ramp for Bradykin on this turn. No units played.
Sure.
Over into here.
Sure.
Draw.
Accelerate Kaisa will get a draw from Miru and another point. So Bradykin's falling behind significantly in points currently, but is still playing very patient because it's a control list. You're just trying to out-resource your opponent, and so far Bradykin is doing that.
Yeah, and a really good, again, this Kaisa not staying on the board is best case scenario for Miru, right? We know that list is, I believe, why Brady asked about Bilgewaters, because he named Bilgewater and was trying to get rid of that Fizz earlier.
And funnily enough, I believe Tide Turner is also Bilgewater. Actually, no, I think he's Ionia. No, he's yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not Bilgewater. No, he is.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Bilgewater.deck.
Bilgewater.
I am floating 1 energy, 1 power. And packing the Trove.
Sure.
Packing the Trove.
Draw.
Surprised that a treasure trove would fit in a backpack. Doesn't seem,
What if you like open the
logistical.
contents of it and put it in the backpack then?
Maybe the backpack's like bigger on the inside, one of those like magic backpacks.
I
Bag of
returned
Wonders.
it with the Pack of Wonders. Yeah.
That is
Well, it's called Pack of Wonders.
That's actually a
Yeah,
good
hold
point.
on.
Wow.
Dude.
Playing
Why
it,
they pay you the big bucks.
floating. I am then going to sack it.
Oh, now we're
I'm
sacking.
embarrassed with that one. All right, yep, gonna go for the sack. Channel Ruin, draw card. It's quite obvious in hindsight.
Yep.
Playing Vex.
There she
And the
is.
crowd goes wild. Vex Apathetic has hit the board.
Spirit. Discard a card.
My turn, says Bradykin. Still 3 runes available.
Ooh, discarding one of the outs to the Vex Apathetic.
Pack the Spirit.
Another pack. Double pack. This is going to get goofy.
If we can find a Thermal Beam, though, on Miru's side, this would be the window we need to get back into it.
Very true. No runes up, or not enough up for a hard bargain on Bradykin's side. So this would be the turn to do it.
Can accelerate that Kaisa to try to get more draw. Dig a little bit deeper for that Thermal Beam, but getting rid of a list and 2 Pack of Wonders is
that would feel real cheap.
A-okay.
You would only have enough to do the accelerated Kaisa and then draw, and that would be 5 more energy available. You're deramping 2 because you have the gold gear you can spend on the Kaisa accelerate. Might be worth it either way just to play the Kaisa.
Looks like that's what we're mathing out probably on the side of Miru. We're splitting our runes up, making sure we have enough if we do find that Thermal Beam, or maybe calculating a line that I don't even know.
Yeah. I just love how calm Bradykin is. If I'm staring down somebody who's like 3 points up, probably gonna go to 5, and I haven't scored one yet, I start to panic. You know, I'm like, I gotta get in this game. I gotta start playing. But Bradykin, cool as a cucumber over here.
Yep.
0 points, 0 problems. Kaisa goes in, conquers on Forbidden Waste, will draw a card and get a point for Miru.
Wondering what was drawn. Bouncing back to hand. Oh, yeah, well, now we can't play a Thermal Beam. Well, obviously, we didn't draw it, or else we wouldn't have done this.
Yep. But now we're... Oh, okay. Now you play the Kaisa because it's no longer as safe in the hand. I think that was 5 cards in hand for Miru.
I believe so, yeah.
Bradykin could get rid of 3 of them this turn.
Is that enough? We do need to put that Kaisa back in the hand somehow. Because it does just currently trade with the Vex.
Yeah. Or you just don't commit the Vex to the board.
Or you pack the list and name Kaisa or whatever. The Void? Is that her tag?
I would, yeah, it should be the Void.
Oh, I'm so good.
I'm going to move here. Pass token. Go to 1.
All right, first point for Bradykin.
Did you know the Bag of Wonders is a reference to a limitless bag?
Paying 2.
I'm a Lux enjoyer, so I did know that.
Or Sprite Fountain.
And there's the Fountain. Now we're going to try to get some point tempo here. Obviously putting that one on the Forbidding Waste because we don't really care if it dies.
Yeah.
Vex taking 1 damage every turn. Not at the end of the world, especially when our opponent plays Void Seeker. And we're going to see the Spirit come down, discarding a Traveling Merchant on the side of Miru. Still 7 runes available, looks like, for Bradykin. So a lot of room to work with if he wants to pack that Spirit and replay it.
Yeah. You can do it
or
twice.
if he's going to try to deal with that Kaisa.
You can also return the
double
Sprite
pack.
Fountain. Yeah. So you get the Sprite Fountain back to hand. This is something we highlighted before. You don't have to play it right now. You can just hold it in hand and then use it again next turn. And then still play the Unyielding Spirit, but not going to play the Spirit, actually. It looks like we're just passing turn. So how many runes is that up for Brad?
7, I believe.
That's a double hard bargain and a Star-Crossed.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his list.
Thinking of the likely tools, I feel like those would be the 2 that you have to watch out for right now for Miru. Because like the Void Seeker would be an obvious out to this. Brynir Thundersong.
I am going to
Star-Crossed the
recycle 1.
Kaisa, most likely.
Star-Crossed Sprite Kaisa.
Yep, makes sense. So Brynir Thundersong, once it hits the field, will activate its triggered ability. Your opponent can no longer play cards for the rest of this turn. You do have reactions.
Pretty good.
Star-Crossed, a great reaction. And now the Void Seeker can come down. No ability for Bradykin to interact with that card. Brynir Thundersong, incredible card for Fury decks to play, especially into these control matchups. Miru, that was such an efficient turn to do it. 7 runes up on Bradykin's side.
Right, you have 4?
You get a non-ideal Star-Crossed and then 4 wasted runes. Like, Bradykin will not be able to use these runes on this turn. Really big for Miru.
And here comes Pike.
Yep.
Now that Vex is no longer in play, we can move that Pike in the same turn. We're going to do a little shortcut here, go to 6. So threatening lethal on our next turn. Obviously, Bradykin is probably more than capable of clearing this board. But without that Vex, that Kaisa is going to come in from hand and start working.
You would imagine, but still Miru is putting the pressure on Bradykin to stop Miru's advance.
In the tank.
A lot of cards, a lot of choices. Resolving the stack deck has made the selection. Let's see what Bradykin can do here. You need to clear at least 2 units.
I'll go again.
Sure. Mind Splitter, Stupefy. I couldn't see the 3rd one. Thank you for the attempt there, yeah.
He's too quick.
Too fast. I mean, these guys finished, what, 2 turns apiece in a minute in game 1?
Oh, yeah, they were flying.
Yeah.
We were almost at the end of game 2.
Third stack deck.
We'll find it eventually.
We're looking for something.
We have a fizz as well, so we could do a 4th stack deck.
Oh, let's do it. Come on.
Deadly
Give the
Flourish is
people
actually
what they
a good
want.
choice as well.
True.
On that one.
Yeah, not a no-brainer here. Definitely want to think. We know there's a Kaisa in hand.
You could also fizz in. I believe there's a Deadly Flourish in the trash.
That one.
It's too expensive.
Well, if you fizz into the Deadly Flourish, then you can Pack of Wonders to fizz
shrink
back,
that,
fizz
it dies to
again.
damage.
Oh, yes, it is a 4 energy. You're right. Yeah, too
balance the
expensive
list
for the
to
fizz.
hand.
Too
copy,
expensive.
Yeah,
Replay it, naming. That is Freljord, right?
it is Freljord.
Who knows?
Can confirm.
I'm pretty sure. I'm naming whatever it is, which is
Yeah, he's good.
probably
He's got
Freljord.
it. Freljord. Is that how you pronounce
All
it?
right.
Freljord. Yep.
Shrinking
Huh.
it and then
How'd you think it was?
flourishing
I don't know. I never tried pronouncing it.
Freljord.
Nope.
I am tabbing to
Definitely not that.
recycling for Sprite Fountain.
Yeah.
We go again. Kill that. Oh, we're pretty much clearing the board.
Yeah.
Get into here.
Hey, you can clear the Tide Turner. You can Pack of
the
Wonders.
Sprite
Yep,
Fountain,
yep. Here we go.
Replay it again. So I
Oh,
conquered a
beautiful here, showing the versatility of Pack of Wonders. It's
Again,
not just for
getting
the
the
list. It's not
Sprite.
just for your
join him here.
your spirits,
Yes.
but it's also for the Sprite Fountain, and actually going to look to hold.
And I will pass to you.
Yeah, you have to be careful. I'll show you double Kaisa and a cleave.
You
Yep.
got it. I was trying to play around double Kaisa. Cleave, I couldn't play around.
There it is.
GG's. Well done. Miro was able to get it at the end, showed that he had enough to go in with the Kaiser and the cleave. Bradykin.
Only all my bellows hadn't ended up in the trash. They might have been helpful at various points there.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
He did discard one of them himself.
He did discard one to the Ezreal, correct, yeah.
And I believe he discarded another one from the
Bewitching Spirit.
Bewitching Spirit, I think, yeah.
I mean, when you have a hand that's full of gas,
time is it?
at
Like
one point
actual
you have to discard one of those.
Yeah, true. Going to game 3. Bradykin on the
human
Ezreal.
time.
640. Okay.
Thank you.
Human time, yeah.
Human time, not round time.
Yeah, I think we've been pretty quick. We've been pretty...
Yeah.
Oh, they've been very
I mean,
fast.
yeah, they've done 2 games in 30 minutes.
No, especially not with this kind of version of Pike.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that matchup was... I can't relive it right now. I can't go through that.
Talking about the Ezreal Miro that he
You're
played
definitely the
yesterday.
control. I have to kind of be the beatdown in this one. So.
Yeah.
Makes
Yeah.
it more fun, at least.
Yeah. Whereas that other matchup managed to find the answer of what is there is no beatdown.
Yeah.
No one is ever incentivized ever to do it.
I like Mira's assessment there. He is the beatdown. He's playing the deck with more units in it. Kind of the one pressure to make things happen, or at least start the action. What if he just didn't, though? What if Mira just never went in? Think about it.
It'll be a big problem for Miro.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a game end with just Bewitching Spirits conquering?
Reveal battlefields.
Could be deja vu for Brady.
Yeah,
Aspirant's Climb and Aspirant's Climb.
Whoa! Both
Look at the
saved
smile.
for game 3 in your top 8 feature match. We're going at 10 points in the Control Ezreal versus the Pike.
The smile on Bradykin's face when he saw both those aspirants get flipped.
Incredible. Well, strap in, everybody. Get ready. Could be a long one.
Yeah, we got a pack on turn 1. Pack of what, by the way?
Oh, Wonders.
Thank you.
Yes.
And pass.
Sure. We got a little 2-drop there, but dies to a Bellows, dies to a Deadly Flourish.
Kind of dies to a cool breeze.
Perhaps.
Treasure Hunter known for not being the most sturdy of 2-drops, but that's a pass.
Yeah, we saw the Deadly Flourish off the stack deck, unfortunately, so
Too late to
only
play it.
3 runes, yep.
Maybe a gust, but you would still get the movement of the Treasure Hunter, which will generate a gold for you. So Mirror's in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, you won't get a point, but, I mean, you probably want the Treasure Hunter back in your hand anyway.
Yeah, right. I imagine it was going to go there off of the Pike anyway.
I will wage.
That's a
wages
little
is
better.
good.
Yep, a little better.
I've gotten richer.
Another one. Oh, deja vu.
Okay. Let's see if this one survives longer. Pass. So 3 energy up for Miro.
2.
Bradykin's looking for things to get value from this pack of wonders. The treasure trove would be great. There it is.
Here we go.
Very big combo here.
Flourish?
I'm sorry. Play pack trove.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Draw. Pass to you.
Hit him with the I'm sorry.
Going to be at 10 runes on the next turn. What a ramp for Bradykin. Miru will get a point here. I mean, there's no energy up for Bradykin, so you're on the board.
This is rough.
I'll splitter.
There's the Mind Splitter. Going to maybe get rid of one.
Okay. That's actually pretty nice. Oh, double star-crossed and a fizz.
Yeah, getting rid of the Trove is natural here.
Yeah, but still, with double list, double star-crossed and fizz, this is an incredible hand for Bradykin. Now, bouncing back the Mind Splitter, not always ideal because then they get use of it, but in a pinch.
No, 2 star-cross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
Can also copy the Wages of Pain and then clear out the Treasure Hunter and then just get another gold. That's not bad use of the fizz either.
It replaces the gold, right? You can use the gold to play the fizz.
Yep, exactly.
And then replace it with that Wages of Pain. Get rid of the Treasure Hunter. Mind Splitter's a little bit trickier to deal with because you do need to either use 2 lists on it to kind of get it down, and that's exactly what Bradykin's going to do. Replace the gold, probably pack the fizz back, and live to fight another day. You're tapped out, right, is never something I want my opponent to. And there's the double. He knows what's going to happen. Yeah, he knows.
I will be listing them all, but I'm just going to do that first.
Yeah. I mean, he saw the double list.
I am going to.
Did you know that a Mind Splitter's a dragon?
Shrink,
yeah, it's also from Mount Targon.
List naming dragon. Shrink.
Shrink.
And now I get a
You
gold
just made the
from
list.
Flourish. I will bounce that list back to hand.
Oh, okay.
Just set something more nicely neutral, like Bilgewater.
Nice, sure. Just efficient. Use your runes. There's nothing else that you're going to be saving them for, and there's a lot of Bilgewater in Miru's deck.
Good one.
Yeah, that is a good one. I'm curious. We didn't obviously bounce our fizz, but we've kind of noticed that units, contrarily to Bradykin's deck, when you're playing against Miru, your units are actually safer on the back line. We have Void Seekers and we have Bewitching Spirits, but we don't really have much ways to deal with the back line except for the Falling Star.
But a Falling Star on 1 fizz doesn't feel great.
Right.
So I think it's going to be relatively safe back there. And also, I think Bradykin's realizing I'm so far ahead in card advantage at this point, just from the Pack of Wonders and the list looping. Maybe you can actually start to be the beatdown. Eventually, the control deck has to actually commit units to the board and win the game.
What I am a little worried about if I'm Bradykin, you've seen the deck list. You know there's a Thermo Beam. It's a 10-point game. The longer we wait, the more cards we're letting Miru draw, especially when we're fizz stack decking.
Yeah.
And potentially finding a Thermo Beam.
He is digging for that Thermo. Was it 1 or 2 Thermo Beams sided? Do you have the list on you
pull it
now?
up.
Yeah, I'm very curious because he didn't see it in game 2.
Oh, sorry.
We have 2 Thermo Beams.
2 Thermo Beams.
Go for it.
Thank you.
If he brought both in, which I assume he would have.
To the side and I don't remember.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Go here.
Good sportsmanship from Bradykin.
Pass to you.
All
2
right.
energy up, 2 units on the field.
12 runes, it looks like.
Channel 2.
12 runes for Bradykin, yeah.
Draw.
This is where I think it's 10 or 12 runes where it gets very scary to play against an Ezreal.
And keep in mind that list already called Bilgewater, so it can hit the Fizz and hit the Traveling Merchant. That's pretty good.
Please discard a card.
Bounce replay.
Please discard a card.
I don't think you have to say please. I think you can just kind of demand it.
He's from Canada.
Yeah.
Bounce replay.
It's a polite lad.
Please discard one more.
That is a 3rd Bewitching Spirit. And welcome to playing against Pack of Wonders, Ezreal, everybody.
1 card in hand, it looks like.
It to the
oh! Can't play it again. Can't play it a 4th time.
Now we're in top deck mode.
I feel like that was psychological damage more than anything.
Yep. 2 or 3 cards in hand, it looks like, actually. We know 1's a merchant.
Man, if Miru had just found that Thermo Beam off of either of the stack decks, this game would be completely different. Imagine if Miru can actually get his hands on that.
Yep.
Bounce it back. What do we have to play for our Fizz here in the trash, I wonder? Another Mind Splitter is great.
Yeah. I assume the Spirit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, get that out of there.
New card?
Oh, sorry. There you
Turn to dust.
Ooh,
Turn to dust.
Okay.
Not super useful until we see that Blighted Battle Axe come down,
Yeah.
but
Nice that Bradican actually kept it in the list, though, because I feel like Bladed Battle Axe is maybe one that comes out. If you're not like needing to punch very hard,
perhaps.
I feel like Miru probably doesn't need that.
We don't have any other gears in the deck, it looks like.
Channel. Draw.
2 units for Miru again. Let's see if they survive this time. Mind Splitter's harder for Ezreal to deal with, but with 2 lists, not impossible.
Starting turn to dust.
Yep.
Yeah. Discard fodder for Ezreal, at the very least.
And I love this type of sequencing. Bradican waited very long to play the Ezreal because he had good plays before. You don't need to dig for cards if you already have plays you're happy with. Now going to start digging for cards.
And then replay the Ez.
We get to go again.
Dig some more.
Discarding.
I am an Ezreal,
Trove?
and I'm digging into my deck.
1, 2.
Trove, an interesting discard here, especially with 2 packs in play.
Yeah, I mean, you're already kind of ramped. So this Ezreal's probably a better draw engine at this point than the Treasure Trove.
There's Vex.
Okay, not even going to play the Ezreal next. It's just the Vex.
Play the list naming Dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, we have 2 lists. Oh, no, we have 1 naming Bilgewater and 1 naming Dragon.
Yep, and pass. So one of those lists can hit the Mind Splitter. I imagine that's just setting up for a double list, or a triple list, rather, Dragon play on the next turn. Could be quadruple. Yeah, wow. You can make that thing -1 before Bellows Breathing.
Triple's enough.
Yeah, it should be.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry. Sure. How about I put them all the way over here?
All right, judges looking to confirm just the board state currently, as Miru will move the Merchant in, discarding. The Blighted Battle Axe did stay in the main deck, or sorry, stayed in the deck after siding, and then drawing a card with the Merchant.
Notably, Brady's units that he uses to close out the game are stuff like Watcher, and if he does get established on a battlefield, that Blighted Battle Axe can definitely help to get over top of it. Same thing with Cleaves. We needed the Cleave last game, right? We saw it, right? You needed double Kaisen Cleave to win because he double stacked the sprites on the battlefield. So don't hate it. And there is the Thermo Beam.
Massive.
You got me.
What a valuable spell. 6 gears gone. 2 of them gold gears. 2 lists. 2 pack of wonders. Bradican's going to have to find a different way to deal with that Mind Splitter.
Thinking.
And that's the downside of playing those lists preemptively. Yes, it saves you some runes on the next turn, but it makes them fodder for the Thermo Beam.
All right, so the Merchant's going to go back to hand, play it safely in our base.
Pass. I thought about maybe you go Mind Splitter in and then return the Mind Splitter back to hand to try and loop that a few times, but the Mind Splitter on field currently checks the Vex. So I think that's the bigger threat for Miru currently.
And the issue here is if you Mind Splitter back to hand, you leave 1 battlefield open for that Vex.
Yes, exactly.
So you turns off another Kaisa if you were to draw her. It turns off your Chosen Champion as well. So developing in the base is definitely pretty safe here for Miru. 3-0 right now, but it is a 10-point game, let me remind you. And here comes Ezreal again that we did bounce back to hand. Sprite Fountain's going to get pitched for 2 brand new cards. 2 cards in hand for Miru.
And that Pack of Wonders is a 3-of. There's a chance that Bradican just draws into another one. And then you just start looping your Ezreals and your Fizzes as opposed to the list. But trying to deal with this Mind Splitter without 2 lists is going to be much, much harder. I'm trying to think, like, because this type of Ezreal list isn't really on the singularities. It's not on, like, the bigger snipes. It'd be like Deadly Flourish, Bellows Breath at that point, you know, like combos like that. Or if it goes to a battlefield, then, like, Fizz can just swing in with some extra damage. But we'll see what they do here.
Mind Splitter, looks like.
You know what? This is also a good check for the Mind Splitter. You just play your own.
I think we deck. Interesting.
Well, it kind of feels like checking the same thing. Can I look at your trash?
Yeah, you take the Falling Star, he just plays the Fizz and plays the Falling Star. You take the Fizz, he has a Falling Star.
I'll take the Fizz.
Fizz makes sense, because then you at least deny the body on the board. Otherwise, it would be a unit and the spell as opposed to just the spell. Bradican's a funny guy. I like listening to his thoughts while he plays.
Deciding what we're trying to do with that Fizz here.
I'm gonna stack deck.
Yeah. Bradican has scored his first point, by the way, in Game 3. It's Aspirant's Climb times 2. We're going to 10 points, and Bradican's at 10% of the way there.
We're 4 turns away, even if Miru scores 2 points a turn. So we need 8 more.
That's a normal game.
4 turn cycles.
That's a normal game of Riftbound.
Yeah. That's if he's able to score twice a turn.
Yes, yes. Okay, let's see what Mir's able to do here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It was a falling star in hand, something drawn for turn. The merchant can loop cards, especially if you have no cards in hand. It can just be a +1, which feels really good. And then the pike chosen champion. So falling star is going to be the first one. Really clean clears there.
Yep.
Very high efficiency.
So we know there is a... Oh, there's another merchant. So now we have no cards in hand.
Yep.
We're going to discard 0, draw 1.
Yeah. Now the tough thing is this Mind Splitter can go in and crash with the Mind Splitter, or it can go in and crash with the Vex, but then the Mind Splitter's alive and nothing else checks the Mind Splitter. So
You do have to be careful, though. There is 1 rune up for Bradykin, and a card like Stupefy does exist.
True.
So if you're trying to get rid of that Mind Splitter, it is dangerous. If you're trying to get rid of the Vex, yeah, you can run that Mind Splitter in, right? I don't really think there's any one rune ability that Bradykin can do to bring that below 4 might.
Yeah. Oh. Counting energy. Might have been a big draw there. Looks like 7 up, 7 energy up. So not enough to send the Mind Splitter in, return it to hand with the Pike Legend, and then replay the Mind Splitter.
So I think we drew another merchant. Is what I saw.
Okay.
Which isn't great in this spot. But, I mean, if you develop it, you can start cycling a lot of cards.
It actually is a lot of draw power, because then you draw 1 for turn, play that card, move a merchant. Play the card you drew with the merchant, move the next merchant. Like, it's actually kind of draw engine at this point, which will give you more card advantage over Bradykin, who currently controls more board advantage with the Vex and the Mind Splitter.
You do have to be a bit careful, though, about developing this Traveling Merchant, because Bellows Breath does exist.
Yeah.
So if you kind of just leave them all, you know, in your base, then 1 repeated Bellows Breath gets rid of your 3 merchants.
Did opt to return and just not going to play either. Okay. Respecting the Bellows Breath.
Hold 2.
But that means less units to play the ball game.
Draw.
Looking through our trash. Trying to figure out exactly what the best line is here.
3.
Looks like a Fizz, maybe?
1. Fizz.
There he is.
Yep.
Into stack deck.
Okay, Bradykin's going to dig a little deeper.
Why shouldn't I draw more cards?
How many cards now?
2.
We know one of them. Well, Brady knows one of them. We know both of them. They're both Traveling Merchants.
Yeah.
Bottom.
How many cards does Bradykin have in hand at this point? I feel like he's run pretty low on the resources. 3? Oh, that's much more than 3. That's
there is a Bellows Breath,
I believe.
Stoop the merchant.
Nice. More draws, and then Bellows Breath will just clear it with a single cast, and then you get the Legend ability to draw a card.
Yep.
Trigger as Legend.
Yep. Does the damage?
Bradykin's back to, I believe, 5 cards in hand, because the Stupefy replaced itself, and the Bellows Breath plus the Legend replaced the Bellows Breath. Pack of Wonders is big. That's the 3rd Pack of Wonders.
Past you.
Found it eventually. Not going to trigger it yet. Could have returned the Fizz and then played the Fizz.
So we do have enough for a Star-Crossed. Now, Star-Crossing the Mind Splitter isn't ideal. However, if it keeps your Vex alive, then you're just trading a card in your hand to make sure they can't accelerate into the game. And this is kind of where you want to be. You're down by 2 points. Both players are on even points, but Bradykin's only getting 1 point a turn so far because they are just hanging out there. And we're going to have Miru tries to go somewhere else. And I think this might be a Star-Cross, or that's what we're debating.
Ooh, no, he says sure.
Again, being on odd points is not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Your Vex is still safe.
We're on the world's slowest clock. Because if Miru can just hold for 5 turns, or you know what, just bounce that back, get another use of it, get information on Bradykin's hand. He's drawn a lot of cards since the last time Miru saw that, so going to get some information and then reestablish
debating
the body.
Response to the trigger.
Okay, trigger on the chain. Trying to figure out what the best course here is for Brady. Did have a Star-Cross, has a Watcher in hand as well. Gust, another Fizz, and
Stupefy?
That is Stupefy hiding in the back?
I believe so. Very solid hand from Bradykin. I mean, I guess it's Thousand Tail that you hit.
If you take the Starcross, Fizz plays the Starcross. If you take the Fizz, Starcross is live. So I think it's definitely a watcher.
Thousand Tail or Fizz would be the two, I think. But the problem is, like, there's already a Fizz out there, so Starcross is going to get that. Like, I think you're just kind of accepting there's going to be a lot of Fizz Starcross shenanigans happening.
We have a pack out as well, so that Fizz is back in your hand for free. So I don't know that Fizz is probably your best play. I think it's Stupefy, opting to try to keep him from drawing.
Also, Stupefy is a really clean check into the Mind Splitter crash. So you had highlighted that before. That is always an option. If you just make the enemy 7 might a 6 might, then it will not crash with your own Mind Splitter. Not the call I would have expected, though. That Thousand Tail is looking like a big threat. But I guess when you have your own Starcrossed and such, it's maybe not as scary.
Yeah, but at this point, I feel like if I'm Bradykin, I can accelerate that Watcher, take control of the other Aspirant's Climb, and still have enough to hold up a Starcrossed. But I don't even need to do that. I have the Fizz, And
then you can pack a Wonders to Fizz back. You can Fizz for the Stupefy, get a draw.
You can play something. If you draw another unit that isn't the Watcher, you can play that to the Aspirants. And then bounce the Fizz back to your hand as well. Retain control of those battlefields, because you're on even points. Scoring 2 a turn here would be 3 more turns for Bradykin to close out here if he's able to maintain that. Here's the other Fizz.
And repeat.
Bellows Breath.
Bellows, dealing 2 damage to each.
Looks like he's going to try to get rid of the Mind Splitter here.
5 damage more on the Mind Splitter and it's gone.
Or just looking for another draw, I'm not sure.
Can still pack of Wonders the Fizz into... I guess the Bellows Breath again to do 2 more damage. Oh, that works.
Okay, yeah, just put it back to your hand.
Sure. Yeah, I was just doing the damage to clear the Merchant. I was wondering if maybe there was some line in there.
Oh,
the second of X Apathetic.
This is wonderful for Bradykin. Do we bring the Mind Splitter home?
Oh, boy. Good luck, Miru. For all the Pike enthusiasts out there, he's going to need a miracle here. Bradykin has established or reestablished control of the board after the Thermo Beam. Very impressive.
2 Fizzes, so it doesn't matter if you take 1. Oh, this is such a good hand for Bradykin. It's so well protected.
Yeah.
Again, you can play the Fizz, bounce the Mind Splitter, leave the Fizz in play, so it dodges the next Mind Splitter being played, and then you can bounce it back to your hand
later. Wow.
I fizzed. Oh no, I fizzed the Bellows. Never mind. Okay, no, we're good. I thought through 4 different lines at the same time, and I got confused in my head.
We're able to get, if we Falling Star here, we're able to get rid of 1 Vex. Sure. But this is expensive. Double deflect. We have gold,
expensive.
So we're only deramping 2.
Sure. The honest cost of the Falling Star. And again, we are back to the same field of Merchant plus Mind Splitter.
So holding to 5. 1 card in hand. Ideally, we want to get rid of this Merchant because that thing will let you draw cards, and we are pushing Miru up against the ropes right now. 1 card in hand, which I think is another Merchant. I'm not entirely sure, but Bradykin in the tank here as we approach the 1 hour mark on this match.
I was just noting that. I mean, it is no time limit on quarterfinals and beyond, but approaching an hour, the fatigue sets in, decision-making fatigue. It's been a long weekend, already a long day, 5 rounds of Swiss into this top 8, and this is not an easy head-to-head matchup. Very complex decision-making trees here for both players.
Looking at that Starcross, putting it to the top.
Recycled 1 there.
There comes Fizz.
I guess you Bellows Breath or...
Starcross itself in the Mind Splitter.
Oh. Okay, interesting.
Trigger as Legend from in the Stoop.
So Mind Splitter will get another activation now. I wonder if Bradykin now plays the Fizz again.
There's the Bellows.
Bellows the Merchant.
Or just play the Bellows, okay.
So clean.
This is really not how I expected to play the game. So Mind Splitter here.
Going up to 6 now.
6.
I can
Stack deck.
Okay, nice.
So even with that Thermo Beam, just finding that 1 last pack and
it's
able to continue get value from it.
Very, very good card in this deck. Imagine if he had 3. Like if that Thermo Beam was never seen, then this game would have been over by this point.
Yeah.
Miru's done a great job of fighting back into it, but it just feels like who's the guy pushing the boulder? Is that Sisyphus? No, that's not it. That doesn't sound right. Whoever was pushing the boulder. Up the hill. And then it keeps falling down to Greek myth. Okay, well, that's what this feels like when I watch this. Thank you, production, confirming it was Sisyphus. Mind Splitter's going to see the hand again. Now, is it the fizz? Yeah, I mean, finally the fizzes are gone. Yeah. Miru has gotten through. There. Is that all 3?
Oh, my turn for a fizz, says Miru.
An ungodly amount of runes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I guess, yeah, if you fizz for the Star Cross, or Falling Star, then Falling Star the Vex.
Okay.
Yep, that's painful. But finally, the Vex apathetics have been dealt with, and a much more simplified board state. Still, I would favor Bradikin.
So untap, I hold
untap
7.
the Aspirant's Climb.
I did channel already.
That battlefield is awake.
Yeah.
But we're into the late game now. I mean, Bradikin, if you can get another point.
Good.
Keep in mind, though, we have a Watcher. We still have a Watcher.
True.
We have not touched this Watcher with 4 different Mind Splitter coming into play. Or the same Mind Splitter 4 times, I should say.
Yeah.
But a very expensive turn for Miru. Now able to use that Dockside Butcher from the Champion Zone to kind of speed in there, but...
1.
Bewitching Spirit?
Spirit?
Oh, yeah. The last card's gone, and it was a good one. That's a Rengar.
The smile from Miru.
Still has the Chosen Champion Pike in a pinch, so has at least that on the next turn.
Starcross.
1. Starcross, Spirit, Mind Splitter.
Mind Splitter cannot come out the next turn.
So this is nice because if you do choose to use that Pike, you're just trading with the Mind Splitter.
Yeah.
Unless we top deck a Cleave or a Blighted Battle Axe. Actually,
Blighted Battle Axe
need a
would
Cleave.
be really good. Yeah, because
trash.
Otherwise you don't have enough energy for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Brady's turn to take a peek in the trash.
I'm going to read Gust in Brady's hand. If you're saying, let me look at your trash, you're trying to conquer with a fizz, maybe Gust it, but then if there's good spells for you to copy.
It's going to bounce back to hand anyways, right, if you let it conquer?
True, yeah.
So you want to keep your opponent on odd points on a 10-point game. So I think Brady is debating Gusting, and he's going to opt not to.
Yeah, it's a good point. So now Miru back on the even number of points, and Bradykin was not able to score a second point on their turn, so there'll be 2 turns for Brady to win.
That's probably why I didn't mind. That's probably why I didn't mind. We do have a Deadly Flourish in the hand, but let's say we're going to Starcross the Fizz, which means a Mind Splitter is going to come down for Brady next turn and take a peek at the 1 remaining card in hand for Miru, if I had to guess.
And it also de-ramped
a ton.
I believe. Did Miru recycle the Starcross? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
2. Draw.
We do have the Watcher.
What an interesting matchup, man. This is something.
Oh, we could just Spirit, pack Spirit.
Spirit?
Yeah. There are 3 cards in hand. Yeah, and I don't think that Mind Splitter's coming out anytime soon. Hard bargain.
Pass.
Again, this Dockside Butcher can get us a point.
Yeah. It's not going to do much. Getting 1 point's not great. I think, like I know it's expensive, but even like a Falling Star here would feel good.
I
Just
can't win from here.
Oh, and he calls it. Bradykin taking it 2-1.
Good job, man. Good luck in the rest of it.
Thank you very much.
Great play from both players. Victory to Bradykin. And yeah, I mean, Miru said it. Good luck in the rest of the games.
Beat down as this deck on double aspirants before. That was a truly unique play pattern that I was coming up with in real time. And I think I'm going to be very disappointed with myself when I watch this match back. I don't think I've played it very well.
I was just hoping to draw something.
Yeah,
I had such a rough hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think realistically there was significant draw luck throughout the entire match.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you got the Thermo Beam a little earlier from Miru, maybe that would have been the difference maker. But Bradykin did get like 2 big turns with like the double packs into the into the list and stuff like that. So I mean, we saw Miru was digging for that Thermo Beam the entire time. Finally saw one, then saw the second one when it wasn't really going to be useful anymore. But he hung in there for quite a while.
Yeah, that last game felt like it took a long time to get going.
Yeah.
And then we had a crazy middle game. And even after that Thermo Beam came out, like Bradykin was saying, he was trying to figure out a strategy in real time.
How do I be the beatdown in double aspirants as control Ezreal? I don't think many players would be in that position, but that's why I love decks like Ezreal, and I love watching people play it at the top level, because it kind of feels like jazz. You know, you never know what the board state's going to be, and you got to figure out the puzzle in real time, like he said, and find the way in for the victory, and he was able to do it, so well done.
I'm curious to see how Bradykin would do on one of your puzzles.
Oh, he would probably smash it. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Again, did you see Prismat, how quickly he solved my puzzles?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That, speedrunning it.
I mean, again, it took me quite a while to come up with some of those ones. My roommate can attest. He saw me in the kitchen just like staring at a table for about an hour, and then Prismat shows up. He's like, oh, it's just this. I'm like, yeah, okay. But yeah, solving puzzles is part of a card game. So I think that was a very intricate puzzle into the Pike matchup. Very funny interactions. All these things bouncing back to the hand from the Starcross on both sides, and a lot of hand ripping as well. But at the end of the day, Ezreal control, really strong deck. And your boy from Montreal, how many skirmishes was it that he's won?
6.
6 skirmishes.
2 per set at the same store.
Very, very impressive. Good track record. Now top 8, now top 4 here in Hartford.
Actually 5. I don't think we've done the last one for... Oh, no, we must have done the last 6. Yeah, we just did the last one for Unleashed, yeah.
All right. Well, there we go. He's racking
and now he's
up
in top 4.
The titles, yeah. Do you think he could do it? Think he can go all the way?
I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. We have another... Oh, this is cool. This is one of our top 8 games that are currently in progress here. Looks like it's Factor versus... who's Factor playing against?
I'm not recognizing it right now.
It's a Diana.
It was the Master Yi versus the Diana.
It's Evans or him.
Evans or him. Okay, cool.
Currently 1-1, and we have, you know... It looks like we're deep in the tank, both players.
I can't quite
I'm going to try to cast this from here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this would be a challenge, but it is cool to see them.
Yeah.
Right now, body language-wise, I would say Factor. Okay, no, he made a sigh. Oh, I was gonna say he looked better body language-wise, but now, not so sure. Hearing ole-oles from the crowd.
It started
right
already.
Yeah.
The Montreal chant.
Oh, okay.
We also have Prismat
on our feature match backup stream. We have Prismat, and we're gonna be hopping in and taking a look at that in a moment here, but. For now, we're just checking out the venue. All the top 8 matches, very, very close. And again, it's kind of Prismat versus a lot of players that are hungry to prove themselves, hungry to add their names to the history books here as a regional qualifier winner.
Yeah, and B. Schweitz, that Diana, it's going to be a fun match. That is probably a very fun match to not only watch, play, but probably also judge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? You missing out there? You want to hop out?
No, I'm having a blast here.
Okay. Yeah. I'm having fun with you.
You're a good guy.
We might have had our differences earlier in the weekend, you know, but once I beat you in a best of 3, I felt a lot better. So,
speaking of people beating each other,
let's
take a look at the bracket.
The people that actually matter here. Bradykin advancing on to the semifinals, and looks like we do have a Linsanity advancing to the semifinals as well.
Ending in top 8.
Lux not quite getting it, and it was a 2-0, so Diana proving that it can take down the limitless Lux, proving that sometimes there are, in fact, limits.
There are limits to everything. And Relivia, really good showing, obviously securing themselves the best of luck, securing themselves a top 8 finish here at Hartford. But this top 8 is very rough for a Lux. I think the only one you want to see is Ezreal.
And I think a big part of it, we did see Linsanity on feature match at the end of day 1, playing the Baron. It's one of those ways where if you can find ways to cheat points against the Lux, it really helps you out. So I'm curious, I don't know, but I would imagine that did come up at some point. It was like, oh yeah, you just score an extra point or 2 if you're able to hold as well. But I'm hearing that we have an interview ready with Bradykin, so let's throw it over to that to hear from the winner of our top 8 feature match.
Not just our winner, but our Swiss champ coming out of all those rounds. Bradykin, how do you feel right now, not just being in top 8 as the only Ezreal, but being the only now top 4 Ezreal moving forward after that rigorous matchup there?
I feel like I'm supposed to say something else, but the answer is overwhelmed. I did not come into this tournament with anywhere near the expectation of getting here. The goal was day 2. This has been amazing and exhausting and gratifying and many other adjectives I can't form right now.
I want you to know that we started the day with a graphic. And maybe while I vamp for this, maybe they'll pull it up for us. Do you happen to maybe know the win percentage of Ezreal into Diana right now across this weekend?
I'd guess in the 70% range.
84% win rate when we touched on it this morning. And I've got to ask you, that must be why you're having so much success on this deck right now, because Diana to me is everywhere. A heavy favorite. Look at the top 8 bracket right now. There's 3 of them across this entire time. But you're playing out of your mind. I've watched you now across 3 matches, one of which being, your draw that you had in Swiss, of course. We saw you. We even had you actually picked for a feature match earlier during the weekend, remember, but we didn't show that footage. But you've been playing so well with this like control-oriented playstyle, and when you saw double Aspirant's Climb come out, that's got to feel good, right? You already have the deck list info. Here's that graphic if you want to see it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you've been playing this deck for a long time now, from what I've been told.
Yeah, so I started playing it right after the end of the spoiler season for Spirit Forge. I did a big period of like doing online testing there, and I've played Ezreal basically nonstop since.
And it's showing. It very much is. Again, Swiss champ, your first seed coming into all of this. There's potentially a world where you have to go against more Dianas on your way there. I would imagine that's what you're looking to go
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I was hoping to see in the pairings here. It is definitely my best matchup of the remaining decks.
Yeah, and you've now also got a best of, so congratulations on that as well.
Thank you very much.
So, I mean, as my last question for you, as you must prepare for your top 4 game that you must get ready for. You've got a lot of fans here cheering for you. Gritton has been luckily telling us all about you back at home. This is even your Swiss run as well. Of course, that draw against Mom Sky, and then at the end, of course, against Factor, you were able to. But I've noticed, you didn't finally run into those Dianas until the end, 2 of which are the 2 that are in top cuts.
Yeah.
Do you think you have what it takes to take down the whole thing?
I think it's possible. It depends on the matchups. I'm not familiar with what's been going on in the other 3 matchups. There is a terrifying matchup in this bracket, and I think everyone knows what it is. In case, for the record, it is the Lux. Not to sugarcoat it, if I face it, I lose. So there's a little bit of lottery there. I have no idea how the bracket is structured. I don't know who's won or lost or what games are still going. Against all the other decks in the bracket, I think it's possible. I mean, facing someone like Prismat's Annie is terrifying. Facing Master Yi is a daunting matchup with this deck. The Dianas, they're all great players, but the matchup just doesn't work very well for them. So my hope certainly is that I can play against them, and then I think I have a shot.
And the hope is what we want right now because, again, you're playing so well. Bradykin, congratulations on that top 8 win. You've got a little bit of a break before you get into your top 4. And speaking of, we want to see some more action in this top 8, so we're going to send it back.
What a character. I love that interview. He was fun on the table during the match. He was fun talking. He's like, there's a lot of adjectives that come to mind, but I can't say all of them. But he got a few out. That was good.
Yeah, he got a few out. I mean, that's just how he is. His personality is the same on the desk as it is on the in the match as it is when you're just talking to him in the hall, right? So super happy for Bradykin. Hopefully he can continue that run into the finals perhaps. And he doesn't know, but we know the Lux is gone.
It's not there. But he did also mention Prismaticism would be terrifying. I mean, I feel like a lot of these players would probably agree. Like, Prismat is kind of the boss of the top 8 right now. He's the only one that's won a regional qualifier in the top 8 so far and would be looking for another title. But if anybody else is able to take it, we'd have a new first-timer.
Yeah, and luckily Bradykin is at the top of that bracket, right? Being in the top seed. So he's going to play the winner of Factor and Eventstream, I believe. So if Factor does lose to the Diana, that's a really good matchup for Bradykin, right? And if B. Schweitz, who is our other top 8, our backup feature match that we had playing against Prismat, if he manages to win out against Prismat, the only big bad that's left really for Bradykin is that Master Yi if he manages to win in his top 8.
Yeah, otherwise it's a lot of Dianas still swimming in the pond.
And that's very favorable for Ezreal.
Very favorable. 86% win rate we saw on the
That's a lot of percent.
That's a lot of percent. Yeah. It's a lot of percent. But I hope that we're able to hop in because I know that we're going to be taking a look at Prismat's match and what's going on there here shortly. So we can actually get a look at that. But here's the
much
matchup.
Closer.
Very close. Almost a coin flip. 54-46 for the Diana into the Annie, or rather Annie into the Diana.
And this is interesting because in Riftbound, obviously, almost every single deck wants to go first, right? So I wonder of this matrix, how much of it is, did I win because I went first?
Sure. Yeah, and even more so than things like the Ezreal list, which wasn't even having like a 2-drop unit. Annie and Diana definitely utilize those more often. So yeah, we'll have to see. A lot of that can come down to skill expression as well. Here's B. Schweitz's list for Diana. Pretty standard overall, is running the 1 Eclipse and no smokescreen, actually. That's kind of like the one thing that I've noticed in Diana lists is how many Eclipses or smokescreen ratios are you running?
Also, notably, this is the list that does run the one of Rebuke. Excuse me, I should mention.
Yes, we did notice that as well. One of Rebuke can really mess with a lot of people. It cannot be defied, so it's good into Master Yi's in the list. So B-Schweitz matches up against that Master Yi at any point can come up, but also just a lot of people just don't expect it anymore. One of Kazakh's as well. Always like to highlight that, and only 2 of the Hui's, but is running the Sprite Fountains. So we've seen some Diana lists that don't run the gears with Hui, and they're just looking to discard spells and units, but B-Schweitz does have all of the options available.
A very diverse and sort of adaptable deck here with the Diana, and again, the Sprite Fountain, like we saw Bradykin doing, can be used to get you some points,
cool, yeah.
or you can just pitch it to get those runes ready with that Hui. Moving on to Prismat, though. Prismat running that one main deck Abandoned, which if he does face our Control Ezreal, that's going to come into play. That one main deck Hard Bargain as well. So before I said, I'm not sure how much counter spells that Prismaticism is running. At least 2.
At least 2, and this is a very different list than what we would typically see from an Annie. There's no Ride the Winds in the main deck. There's 3 flashes. So typically you think of like the Annie Legend, you ready 2 runes at the end of your turn. You think, the 2 energy spells are going to be really valuable. Well, this build, there's actually a lot of 3 energies. There's the Grim Apothecary, there's the Rengar, there's the Starcross. So that's actually what a lot of times Prismaticism is going to look for. So you always need to make sure you leave 1 up so that when you ready the 2, you have 3 to activate on your opponent's turn, as opposed to traditional Annies, which would only looking for the 2.
And let's find out who's going to be advancing from this second feature match as we jump into the game here between B-Schweitz and Prismaticism as they fight for their top 4 spot.
All right, winner continues on to the semifinals. Loser will be heading home. And a reminder, Diana Best Of is still on the line here. We're into Game 3. It looks like it was a Game 1 win for Prismat, Game 2 win for B-Schweitz, and now Game 3 going first for Prismaticism, just based on what the arena's greatest are. Typically, you can kind of decipher from that, but here we go, Game 3. Let's see what happens.
All right, do we have that early 2-drop here for Prismat on the arena's game? No, we do not.
That's, only 8 in the deck. It can happen that you aren't able to see it. I typically like the 9. I know most pros say, nah, 8's enough, but then this can happen sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see what else Prismaticism is able to do, though.
It all depends how you play from here now. Obviously, being able to develop that Diana on our first turn if we're B-Schweitz here, 3 runes, and then passing it back over to Prismat could be a good way to get point tempo stolen away from the player who goes first. But Prismat having 1 more rune, are we going to use another stack deck perhaps? No, we're just going to ready our rune that we used. 3 runes being channeled here for B-Schweitz as he draws his first card of the game, and Diana's going to hit the board like most Dianas do.
It's such a strong deck going second because of Diana, Lunari. Always have just an ideal setup here. Prismaticism now draws the 2-drop with the Merchant into the Noxus Hopeful, readying 2 runes.
Yeah, with the 2 runes up, right? This is now a little bit dangerous for Diana. Obviously, moving to the Abandoned Hall is probably your best course of action if I'm B-Schweitz here, because that Noxus Hopeful is just 4 currently. You're able to kind of fight over that Abandoned Hall, but Prismat also has some spells in his deck that will allow him to push the Might up on that battlefield as well.
Or even gears, like the long swords, we saw 3 of them there. I know Prismat recently tweeted out that, Longsword's just kind of worse Spinning Axe and Annie, but it's still basically Spinning Axe and Annie.
Correct, yeah.
So it's still a really good card. 3 of feels great. Diana's not going to move into the battlefield. Instead, B-Schweitz will just develop more of the board with the Ravenbloom Student and the Traveling Merchant on his side.
Again, an arenas game where we're just, taking time to develop. A little unique, so to speak.
What's the rush?
Yeah, we're here to have a good time.
I imagine Prismaticism could send the Merchant in just to cycle a card, get that even number of points, and then save the Noxus Hopeful.
Ooh, an early Annie.
Yeah, very early Annie. So digging for something, you have to imagine.
Hopeful.
All right.
2 and pass.
That's a lot of might.
All right. Saving resources, playing the game of chicken. Prismat loves this type of game. Anytime I cast a Prismat game, when I predict what he's going to do, I'm right about 10% of the time. Just because of how patient he is and how controlled he likes to play Riftbound.
Yeah. Just, Prismat's very notorious for just creating a bunch of, might in the back line and then saying, I have all this stuff that you have to deal with, and then I will engage on my terms.
It's, again, I've referenced this a few times now, but it's the difference of do you try and complicate the board state or simplify the board state? Yep. I'm almost always a fan of simplify, but Prismaticism loves complex board states. I think that's why his hair is as curly as it is. He's just always twirling it, thinking about all these different lines. Now some action coming through here from B-Schweitz.
Diana trigger on the stack. Yeah, that resolves.
We're resolving the Diana trigger.
Looks like a Raven Bloom on the top, so that's going to go to the bottom. Let's see if there's a spell, and it's a Gust.
Yes. Conquer to 2.
We go to 2.
Conquer's good.
See if B-Schweitz wants to develop more.
Vex.
Vex Apathetic, that's a pretty good development.
Go.
And 3 still up.
We know there's a Gust in hand. We just saw it from the Diana Lunari trigger. Still 13 might. I forgot Annie's in play. 13 might available for some combat on the side of Prismaticism.
And notably, the Noxus Hopefuls cannot be gusted, so it'd have to be like a Stupefy plus a Gust combination.
And there it is, Prismat's signature, hands through the hair as he starts to think.
Yeah, here we go. He's got to watch it or he's going to end up like us.
Yeah.
We got to do a, we got to have a talk with him.
Yeah, I'll talk to him after this.
Okay, cool.
We do have a Rengar in hand as well, notably.
Because we're still hearing the Olays back in the background there. Now the Noxus Hopeful is going in, B-Schweitz.
Okay.
Not doing the Diana trigger, excuse me.
Attack and defend triggers would happen before an action window, so Prismaticism passes. B-Schweitz has the action window. 1 energy spent. I'm guessing a Stupefy. Yep, there it is. Stupefy, and then Gust can now return this Noxus Hopeful back to hand.
The Rengar can come off the top as well, though.
Yes.
I'll pump my Vex.
Vex at 5.
Vex will go to 6 if this Gust goes out, and then Rengar would not be enough to clear the Vex, and also would be stunned anyway.
Oh, very true, yeah.
I'll kill that.
I always forget about the...
Right? It's kind of funny. All right, just trades with the Diana. No Gust from B-Schweitz. Okay.
Send Hopeful. Play stack deck with my action.
Now we're going to go 5 to 5.
Stack deck resolves.
Do we have anything that we can play? We obviously can't Gust. There's no legal targets for it.
Yep. This is a very efficient clear for Prismaticism. Noxus Hopeful, I think part of the reason it's one of the top 5 most represented cards in the entire tournament is because of Vex Apathetic and how cleanly this answers Vex.
Another Origin staple.
Yeah.
+1 on Hopeful. I'll pass focus.
Looks like we're trading. Unless Prismat has something else up his sleeve.
Focus.
Could play the Rengar. It's stunned, but you could still conquer. And then get the point, but not really necessary. Prismat really likes that Rengar defensively.
5 cards in hand for B-Schweitz.
Prismat thinking through the lines. I believe 6 cards in hand, if I see that correct.
Yes. I like counting their cards when they're hand shuffling.
That is actually how I do it as well.
I audibly count their cards.
Yep. It's a very tactile way to do it.
Yep.
We're trading? We are currently trading. Yeah. Okay, we'll trade.
All right.
All right, bet. Trade complete. Prismaticism did, in fact, take that trade deal. Again, could move the Merchant in to go to even points, but if I know Prismat, I'm actually going to guess he's not going to do it.
All right, so you're usually right 10% of the time here. Let's see if that checks out.
So this was, again, where I would want to move it in, but because I would want to, I'm going to assume he's not going to. So I'm betting on the 90% right now.
Okay.
Send
See?
Annie to arena.
It was Annie that went in.
Yeah.
Go to 2. Go to 2. Pay 3 Grim Apothecary, put her back in my hand.
Nice.
That makes a lot of sense. Very effective play. Saving the Annie, getting to the even number of points, and I imagine it's just a pass at this moment, unless you want to try and redevelop another unit.
Inferna.
Inferna makes sense.
Yep, that's fine.
Ready 2 runes and pass.
3 up for a Starcrossed, 3 up for the Rengar, 3 up for another Grim Apothecary. Not that you'd be able to play the Grim Apothecary from hand at reaction speed. You don't have a battlefield, but still a lot of options for Prismaticism, yeah.
And playing the Rengar, we've seen Prismat do it in many top cuts, where he'll play that Rengar in response to a trigger just into the base, right? Which kind of throws off your math of what you were trying to do. He'll wait until your last action of the turn and then go, oh, by the way, I had this extra card that you now forgot to account, or not forgot, but couldn't account for the entire turn, and now you have to deal with it on the following.
It's one of the things Annie can do very uniquely.
Uh-oh.
And Hui has now hit the board, one of the strongest units in the Diana list.
Development turn here as well for B. Schweitz, it looks like.
Not going to commit any units. Could have gone for 4 points, but B. Schweitz is playing the long con here. Going to try and look to trade with Prismaticism, and again, the game of chicken continues. Two very patient players.
The sigh from Prismat.
Four in hand. Yep.
So we know there is an Annie. And Annie can get the stack deck, so we can play the same stack deck for the 3rd time if you really want to.
Not,
there's a Rengar.
Notably not Fizz, so it doesn't recycle. It just adds a spell back to hand, and you can replay it. Yeah, the Rengar in hand is, again, he didn't do it on the last turn. It wasn't given a reaction window, so I'm not sure if he would have wanted to, but it's still hidden information in hand. Now Prismaticism thinks, will I send a unit in? Because, again, somebody's got to be the beatdown eventually.
Yeah, and gusting the Merchant isn't terrible. Here, it's probably, out of the 3 here, it's the one you want to gust.
Sure, yeah, it doesn't have ambush.
Yeah, it doesn't have ambush, and it doesn't, you know, it's not that scary on attack, right?
Trigger. Discard a Rengar.
Rengar hits the
Rengar, okay. I think that might have answered my conundrum.
Conquer's good.
Conquer is good, going to 3.
Now, if you're going to send one of these units for another point and sack it, it's probably the Inferno.
Yep.
Unless, if you send the Apothecary, you kind of force B. Schweitz to use a card, use something, but again, the Inferno is just a lower value card overall. And proactively flashing.
When he moves.
Trigger the motion again. This is nice.
Deciding on a discard.
Yeah, have you gotten a look at the hand for Prismaticism here?
Not really. I know there's a Forerunner in hand. Oh, Annie getting discarded. Interesting. I did see a Forerunner previously. Obviously, the Inferno and Grim... There it is.
Okay.
And the Inferno and Grim Apothecary got played as well, which were the cards that I knew in hand. So now Prismat's hand is a mystery to me as well.
Well, pass turn and ready to runes. That's back to 3, which could be a Rengar, could be a Star-Crossed. Speaking of Star-Crossed, that's probably what B. Schweitz is going to be looking for. It's kind of the classic out to the Ferris Forerunner. Really, really good answer.
Ten runes, it looks like, for B. Schweitz.
With 4 cards in hand, I believe, and 4 units on the board. Merchant and Hui can represent even more draws.
Yeah, B. Schweitz not on Baron in his list, notably.
Move trigger is good.
Move into Abandoned Hall. Hui will draw and then discard. Probably looking for a spell, a low-value spell here, just to draw an additional card.
Draw a card. Okay.
This one makes sense.
Conquer is good. Conquer to 3.
Very back and forth here. Both players timid to move into the battlefield, right? Prismat, as Prismat does, wants to get in there and get back out.
It's so funny how you really conserve resources until about the mid game, and then they're like, okay, now I'll send my stuff in.
Yeah. This is, oh my, this is terrifying.
Yeah, look,
it's 10.
Okay.
So 2 Ravenbloom students and the Hui is at the Abandoned Hall. So anytime a spell is played by B. Schweitz, all of these units are going to get pumped. All runes up as well, so B. Schweitz is saying, bet, come in, try and clear me off of one of these.
I'm looking at the list for B. Schweitz, and I don't know that I see any sort of interaction in terms of counters. It's mainly just stuff like Stupefy, Eclipse, the Rebuke, the Moonfalls. Oh, there is 2 hard bargains, excuse me.
Okay, there we go. It would have surprised me.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised.
All right, there's 10 runes available for Prismaticism.
6. Okay.
6 cards in hand, 10 runes available, and we got Prismat in the tank, as is known when he puts his hands in his hair.
That's his mind palace.
Yes,
When he
it's
starts
a mind
touching the air,
palace.
he's like Sherlock Holmes going in there. Never know what he's thinking about. Now we know that just on board, the Ferris Forerunner is the biggest threat for Prismaticism. Sending that in, trying to clear something, even if it dies, it'll make more mech tokens. You can overload a bunch of things onto one battlefield and just try and force your way through. And then you're still winning the clock. You'll go to 5, and the Beach Whites would hold for 5. Clearing both of these is going to be a much harder issue. With all these runes up, I mean, Annie can do it, but you have to have the right sequence of cards. There's a flash in hand. I'm trying to see.
Hard bargain.
Rengar, hard bargain. So actually, I mean, if there is a Rengar, that is a better tool to punch with for Annie. One of the premier ones. And hard bargain can come up clutch here, although there's just so many runes available for Beach Whites that even if you hard bargain like a Starcross, they will have enough runes to pay the energy costs.
A really long decision here for Prismat, trying to figure out the optimal line. A lot of these pro players, right, they'll take a lot of time at the beginning, and then they'll chain actions back to back because they've kind of mapped out their line.
Yeah.
As long as, you know, some new information doesn't get introduced along the way.
Counting up the runes again, taking a sip of water. Oh, Prismat's really in the tank right now.
Yeah. The judge nudging Prismat along to take a game action.
Yep. There is no time limit, but again, a reasonable pace of play is expected for both of these players. And Prismat has not made a decision in over a minute.
Yeah.
He's counted his runes 3 times now. It's okay, I do that too, consistently. How many do you want? Okay, yeah. But is it really?
Looks like we're getting ready to move the Forerunner. Maybe time to go duel this Hui.
This is what I call let the fireworks go off. Both players have full runes up, and one controls the battlefield, the other's got a big army. Someone's got to go down. Let's see the fireworks fly.
And there it is, going to fight the Ravenbloom students.
Arguably the scarier one to go into because every spell will pump twice as opposed to once, but not going to low.
Trigger Merchant.
8 might will attack in, Merchant will trigger, discarding another Merchant to draw, and now it's 8 might onto 4 might.
Pass my action.
2 spells from Beschwitz would make this a trade.
If one of them's a Stupefy, then it's a really good trade up.
A Starcross to bounce the Merchant back to hand, or sorry, to bounce the Forerunner back to hand would just completely lock it in here. Prismat can repeat a hard bargain, but even if we do that, we have 7 runes available after we use that Starcross for Beach White, so Eclipse coming out.
That's pretty good too.
Using the Diana Legend as well, so still 8 runes ready for Beach Whites.
Minus 4 might means it's now 4 might attacking 6 might. The spell will resolve. So those Ravenbloom students both get 1 might apiece. 6 defending, 4 attacking.
I'll pass.
Oh.
Make it to predict.
Predict trigger, yeah.
Top that.
He's going to leave it on top.
I pass.
Focus getting passed back to B. Schweitz now. It is currently 6-4. We will get 2 mechs if this combat finishes. Going to stack deck as well.
Okay, that'll give...
Stack deck's good.
Maybe trying to get both students out of lethal range.
Yeah. If you play 1 more spell, then neither will go down.
Thank you for updating the dice.
Prismat helping his opponent with his triggers there. Good sportsmanship.
B. Schweitz also saying thank you for helping with them. So sportsmanship on both sides. Yeah, 1 more spell from B. Schweitz. He is just going to look to hold here.
I'll gust your Forerunner.
Oh! I like
I'm gonna
this.
respond with against the odds.
Oh, very nice.
Fancy. That'll turn the Forerunner back up to 6 might.
Yes.
This is on the chain. It's on the
Plus
chain.
2 per unit at that enemy unit at that battlefield. So plus 4 currently on the chain, targeting that Forerunner.
This would move it out of the Gust range again, so Gust will not work. And then it's back to 8 might attacking, but it will still be 10 might defending now because these students just keep getting pumped more and more.
And notably, the Gust doesn't get countered. It just resolves to no effect.
Yes.
So we will be pumping up our students. We will be pumping up the Abandoned Hall with Hui. So it is still a trade where we're only able to really kill 1 of these students.
Okay.
6 runes ready for B. Schweitz. I think Prismaticism is doing the math here of like, you know, Star-Crossed could be double hard bargained, but Prismaticism is also running out of power right now, or rather energy. Again, 8 attacking 10. Longsword would make this a honest crash, but then B-Schweitz just needs to play one more spell, and suddenly these Raven Blooms get pumped again. This is why I was thinking it's scary to attack these two.
Yeah.
You get double the value off of each spell.
Because there's the Rengar. So now we're above, right? With that, Rengar has the Assault as well.
So 5 more, that's 13 attacking, 10 defending. So a spell would not be enough. B-Schweitz would need to play 2 spells now.
Unless one of those is a Star Cross. Prismat does have a Flash as well.
Good point.
So just in case things turn south for Prismaticism here, he's able to flash back those units.
Stupefy your Rengar.
Stupefy will swing this back to being even now.
That's nice, yeah. So Stupefy is a delta of 3 on the overall map.
This is crazy. You were right. This is where the fireworks are going to pop off.
We are going to see some fireworks, and this is, again, why it's scary to attack the double Raven Bloom as opposed to the Hui.
Focus getting past the B-Schwitz now. Prismaticism says, hey, I'm okay with this trade because I'm going to make 2 mechs.
Yeah, it's worth it. Raven Bloom is such a high-value unit in these types of lists. My goodness. A 2 energy that's now a 6 might.
And we're trading.
I'll get 2 mechs.
That Hui, meanwhile, is now 9 might on the other battlefield, so...
Which still, there's 6 might attacking. If there's another Rengar, maybe there's a world Prismaticism can clear that one too.
And that's maybe what B-Schweitz is thinking about.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, I don't want to invest too much to save these students because that Hui is really going to let me claw back into this game.
The Hui is more valuable, I would argue.
Yeah, 3 cards used, if I'm not mistaken, for B-Schwitz. He had 6 cards in hand, one of those being a Stupefy, drawing back up to 4 cards. So I think I see a Grim Apothecary, a Flash, maybe a Merchant in hand.
I feel like if I know Prismaticism, he maybe just passes here.
Yeah, there's not really a big point on throwing away a unit to go to 5.
Yeah.
Especially one that has Assault in Inferno.
Well, you do have the Flash to save it, so okay, he will go
That's
for the
correct,
5.
yeah.
But then you have to commit that Flash to save it.
Letting the Conquer go.
Conquer to 5. Go.
Yep, pass is ready. 7 runes up. I don't know how valuable they're going to be for Prismaticism. B-Schweitz in a really good spot right now. Will hold for a 5th point, can look to go take that Grim Apothecary for a 6th, is on the even numbers, 1 turn away from winning if he can conquer the arena's greatest. And Hui will help you get there. Gets the extra draws, can make himself quite large. You're looking for something like a Ride the Wind at that point, because currently the Merchant is not enough, so there's a stack deck.
No, we have a Moonfall. That works too. That works too.
Yeah.
And it brings him into the Abandoned Hall. But again, we know Prismaticism has that Flash. So if we do have a Ride the Wind, we can actually go over with Ride the Wind, try to bait out that Flash, and then pull it back in afterwards.
Sure. You could also move the Merchant into the Arena's Greatest and then Moonfall in the Inferno. And then trade, because I believe then with the -2 to all units there, it'd be 2 1-might units on your 2-might unit. So if you're just trying to like clear the board, that's another option for B-Schweitz. You got a lot of angles here. The Hui will move though, get the draw, discard acceptable losses to draw an extra card.
So it looks like 11 runes available now for B-Schweitz. Prismaticism, like we mentioned earlier, 7 runes up. We know there's a Flash in hand. I'm 87% sure there's a Grim Apothecary in hand. And then there's a 3rd mystery card, which, if I had to guess, I think is a Merchant. Here comes the Merchant on the side of B-Schweitz, though. Gonna go fight this Grim Apothecary, perhaps.
Feeling the pressure to score this point. Gonna try and go in. Move trigger, will discard and draw. See what B-Schweitz wants to discard. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, currently B-Schweitz not winning this combat.
Ooh, Vex getting discarded is interesting.
Pretty good card.
Moonfall.
Inferno.
Like you mentioned.
Yep. So you're going to pull in the Inferno. Moonfall is going to attempt to just have a clean trade.
5. Resolves.
This is going to be a Flash here from Prismaticism. Most likely.
Yep.
Oh, 3 though. This looks like a Grim Apothecary.
Back to my hand.
Yep. Saving the Inferno.
Yeah. This now makes it 4-2.
Sure.
That resolves.
It's resolved.
So now B. Schweitz is more.
And the Ride the Wind, but again, the Flash hasn't been baited out yet, so going to be able to keep these Grim Apothecary safe. Though Hui will be ready, so if we see that Flash come out, we can kind of bring Hui home.
Flash on both of my Grims.
Okay. And now a repeated hard bargain would go absolutely crazy here.
Yeah, doing it preemptively. I guess Prismaticism is saying if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it now and prevent B. Schweitz from drawing into a hard bargain. We'll give more opportunity.
He has it.
Got it. He's got it. Double hard bargain. Flash is canceled.
Okay.
Prismaticism has one Inferna in hand, and I don't know what the other one is, but I don't think it's going to be enough with 2 runes up. This is a huge swing for B. Schweitz.
Yeah, this might be the turning point of the game here for B. Schweitz as he's able to maintain that point tempo. And again, more importantly, if this showdown resolves in his favor, keep himself on even points, which means you just need 1 more to win.
Yeah.
Yep.
So 4, not enough to kill the Hui either. He's debating if he wanted to pitch a unit, right? So he can actually go look for another card instead because...
Discard Sprite Fountain and ready 2 runes.
There it is. We see it happen.
And Hui is 5.
Hui is 5, Merchant's 2. A longsword would be big here.
Play Inferna.
Or the Inferna.
So we did, I believe, miss our trigger earlier where we stack decked when the Hui was at the Abandoned Hall. Hui should be 6. But it looks like we might have missed that trigger.
Sorry, I should have held till 5, right? Yeah, you're at 5.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was before he moved. Well, or did he move first? I'm trying to think now the order.
I thought he stack decked and then moved, but I could be wrong. But it doesn't matter, we have another Hui.
Oh, look at that.
How many in hand now?
There's no Hui.
Trade, he scores the point. No Hui.
No Hui, he's got another one.
There is a Hui there.
There is one Hui.
Yahweh.
Yahweh, baby.
All right, Prismaticism, can you make magic happen? Still has the mech tokens, will score 2 points, goes to 7, has to hold 1 to win.
Yeah.
All runes up, 2 cards in hand. We've seen Prismaticism come back and hold in positions just like this in top 8s before.
We have a Tide Turner, though, notably. If there's any other way for us to move around... I don't know if we ever ride the window. Trigger on the chain.
Draws.
Look.
Discard Tide Turner. Okay.
Tide Turner getting this card, making this way big. So we must have another way to do something, or else I think we're digging for more. We're trying to pitch a spell here. Fizz is going to get us to ride the wind. Is there anything for Prismaticism to stop this monstrous way? It will get +1 because it's landing on Abandoned Hall as well. So that's going to be a 9 might way.
Let alone his movement, he could make it even bigger.
Yeah, I wish I had Abandon.
Oh, the hard bargain!
Can't find a Starcross.
And that's the game.
Yeah, I was afraid of that one. Just like, I don't know.
Prismaticism eliminated.
Game, I don't know.
In the quarterfinals, B. Schweitz is going on to the semis.
So much.
And if you're Bradykin, I think you're breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah. Do not have to go up against the Annie. Diana continues on.
Yeah, what a great series from both. We just jumped into game 3.
Yeah.
And that was
what happened in the other ones.
Super, super entertaining. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, seeing this top 8 just makes me realize why I'm on the desk and judging.
I know, right? It's so many, especially when you watch Prismaticism, there's so many times I'm like, I would have played that turn differently. And I have never been in top 8 of a regional qualifier, so there's probably a reason for that.
Hey, but you beat me.
I did beat you in the best
so
of 3.
You could take that home.
But Prismaticism was not able to pick up the win, so the juggernaut of the top 8 has been eliminated. It is guaranteed we will have a new winner, a new champion at this regional qualifier in Hartford. Very exciting time to be watching competitive Riftbound right now, and very exciting time for your buddy Bradykin, who again is going to have a lot of Dianas presumably in this top 4 now, at least one that he knows on the other side of the bracket.
Well, we've pretty much guaranteed, I believe, that we're going to have one Diana in the finals, right? Because Linsanity beat out Relivia in the lower end of that bracket.
So it's going to be a Diana Mirror on the semis side.
Diana Mirror on the bottom side of the bracket, and then Brady's going to be playing whoever wins the Diana Yi matchup. Obviously, if you're Brady, you're really hoping that Yi doesn't make it through, because then all you got to do is beat 2 Dianas, and you're going to lift the trophy.
What a great showing from Diana. We've been kind of waiting for when Diana would really step up and make a push for a championship run here, and 2 in the semifinals on the same side guarantees a Diana in the finals.
Yep.
The crazy thing is the 86% win rate Ezreal is on the other half of that bracket. So if you're the Dianas, if you're like Linsanity here, you're probably like please win Master Yi and then take out the Ezreal so that you get the Diana into Master Yi in the finals. But hey, we'll know all of that soon enough because we're going to send to a short break before we are back for our top 4 feature match. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this.
Hi, I'm Olivia with Challenger TCG. I just made it into the top 8, and I'm playing Lux.
I'm Evan Rim with Aspirant's Climb. I'm playing Diana, and I just made top 8.
My name is Bradykin, and I just made top 8 with Ezreal.
Hello, my name is Factor, and I just made top 8 playing Master Yi Wuju Bladesman.
Hi, I'm Linsanity. I just made top 8 at Hartford with Diana.
I'm Prismaticism. I just won the 6th best of Annie, my 6th best of Annie. I'm the best Annie in the world. I'll see you in top 8.
Hey, I'm Miru with Team PPG, and I just top 8'd the Hartford Regional with Pike.
Hi, I'm BS Whites. I tested with a group of my friends in Aspirant's Climb, and I just made top 8 with Diana.
All right, here we are. Look at this bracket, Charmer. Top 4 here in Hartford. We've got Ezreal versus Master Yi up at the top side of the bracket, and Diana mirror match there at the bottom side. Linsanity, BS Whites, and then we've got the Bradykin versus Factor. What a top 4 here. And Mind and Chaos really showing up here in Hartford.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Mind and Chaos as domains, then you're a big fan of this top 4. But also, if you're a fan of fresh faces becoming regional champions, you are very excited. With Prismaticism dropping to BS Whites, we have guaranteed a first ever regional champion here in Hartford. The other thing that is still on the table is perhaps the first ever regional champion, Master Yi, Factor being the lone player on a legend that has yet to win one of these events.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Master Yi has been so close so many times. Could this be the tournament that Master Yi finally climbs the top of the mountain of a regional qualifier? But Diana has been super consistent showing up here in Hartford, and it's going to be tough to stop. But Ezreal, very good win percentage into Diana. So if Ezreal gets through, could be trouble for Diana.
Yeah, as just legend matchups across this event, we know it's in the 80%, right? We've seen the graphic, we've had the discussion. We know that Ezreal is incredibly favored into Diana. It's probably exacerbated by the fact that Bradykin has played phenomenally every time we've seen them on the broadcast. Came in as the #1 seed for a reason. So naturally, I think that's our game to watch, because we're going to be seeing whether it's Bradykin moving on against a Diana, or again, Factor potentially carrying on the hopes of Master Yi winning the first regional. I am excited to see the outcome one way or the other.
Absolutely. Here we go. We've got Master Yi versus Ezreal. You can see the percentages slightly favoring Master Yi. And we know that Ruin Runner is going to be a major part of this particular match, Charmer.
Absolutely. Ruin Runner is a vital card, typically from the sideboard. I haven't even seen some Yi lists running it in the main just to deal with the Dianas, or in this case with the Ezreal. That is the one thing working in Factor's favor. A lot of the sideboard tech, or a lot of the options you're including because you expect Dianas, are just as potent into Ezreal. On the other side though, again, these percentages represent all of these Legends matchups throughout the event. we still have Bradykin, right? That counts for a couple of percentage points in my mind, and I think that this is going to be as close to 50-50 as possible. So with that in mind, let's take a look at this Bradykin list.
Now, again, this is a control Ezreal deck. We've seen the Bewitching Spirits absolutely wreak havoc on opponents all weekend long. You've got the list, which you and I have highlighted several times. The list really coming into play with the 3 copies of Pack of Wonders, and you're able to really double dip on the list, being able to rename the different tags if you need to, and potentially give up to -4 might with 1 list and 1 Pack of Wonders.
Yeah, obviously with that Pack of Wonders, you've got cards like Treasure Trove, Fizz, Bewitching Spirit as well. So many options. Even Sprite Fountain being able to be played and replayed if you want to kind of generate accelerated units onto the board. Meanwhile, on the other side with Factor, this is a lot of might early and often. Of course, here we do see the main deck copies of Ruin Runner, and that might be the story of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Factor be able to get those Ruin Runners online earlier in the day versus Pike, a more control-oriented Pike, and this is definitely going to be the story here. Can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities, and a lot of the removal for Ezreal will be targeting or choosing, and you cannot do that with Ruin Runner. So going to be interesting to see how this Ruin Runner is navigated here in this match. Now, we are ready to get down to the feature area for the semifinals here in Hartford.
I am so excited for this matchup because, one, we're in the top 4. We are so close to crowning our new regional champion for Hartford. Again, all fresh faces. But I'm also excited because there is an ebb and flow to this matchup. That's why I think it's so close to being even in the matchup percentages, because you've got cards like Defy that you have to play around on the Master Yi side, cards like Punch First that you have to play around. But Master Yi is not known for drawing a ton of cards. Yes, there are some new options that were made available in Unleashed. Bradykin with the spirits and potentially being able to loop them with Pack of Wonders could use that to an advantage, play an attrition game. It's really going to come down to what is available to players early on, and as we jump into this game, it looks like there's already been a flurry of units played and then killed. We see the Deadly Flourish in the trash there, and a Master Yi coming from the Champion Zone.
All right, so moving right along here in game number 1 of the semifinals. And both chosen champs finding their way onto the board rather quickly. As the Prodigy going to get some cards for Bradykin. And there is that early Bewitching Spirit here, targeting Factor's hand. There goes the single copy of Primal Strength in the main deck.
Yes, if you are Bradykin, you're very happy to see this early Bewitching Spirit. You don't have the Pack of Wonders yet, but you want to strip cards from Factor's hand as soon as possible. What you don't want to see is something like a Conquer followed by a Charm to get rid of, one of these key units that are in the base right now. The Spirit, typically, you want to protect it if at all possible. It's not really representing might. It's more about the on-play ability. Ezreal, with the cost reduction, is sometimes kind of coveted, kind of protected as well. And first, Factor wants to get some information.
Take a look here at this hand for Bradykin.
All right, so there's a lot of choices here. Only 2 cards that cannot be chosen are Thousand Tail Watcher and Vex. We have another Deadly Flourish, the Stupefy, the List, and a Bellows Breath. As I look at this, I might consider something like the Bellows Breath because that combos so well with the Thousand Tail Watcher, or I might consider something like the List just because it's so reusable in this matchup, especially post Pack of Wonders. We'll wait and see what Factor does.
2 very valid targets.
Yeah, this is not an easy decision if you're Factor, and I think that's why so much thought is going into it. Also kind of comparing the hand of Factor. I see some options that are available to maybe play around some of these. And actually going to choose the Stupefy, maybe more scared of whatever it's going to draw than anything else. It is also a cheap activator to get that Ezreal Legend online, so Stupefy plus something like Flourish represents really drawing 2 cards. And Factor says, okay, I want to make sure that you don't have 3 damage plus the might reduction for my Yi.
So now we move forward here in the turn.
Crab.
Do we have that little scuttle crab? There it is.
Oh,
placing itself.
What a pickup
there.
He found a Ruin Runner. That's what the crab drew.
Exactly so what we want to find.
For.
Sigil of the Storm and Seat of Power, the 2 battlefields for game number 1.
Sure, you go to
As Master Yi going into that southern battlefield, Factor getting on the board.
I'll pass.
Your experience.
Oh, yes, do it.
And look at that. Bradykin here
Use
being a great player, saying you gained experience from that hunt keyword. Do not forget it. There's not a lot of players that will remind you of your own triggers. So shout out to Brady for being a great guy.
Absolutely. Now here comes that Bellows Breath. This would be dealing 1 damage, not being repeated.
I believe it was... Oh, I guess not. It's just the 1 energy. I was going to say, I believe it was potentially repeated because of the cost reduction on the Ezreal. I thought he said 1 and 1.
Crab.
Sure.
Draw.
Can I check something about crab?
Yes, yeah.
So the discipline in response here is going to buff up the Scuttle Crab.
So this resolves. Trigger as legend.
Okay, so he did repeat.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he pointed and said 1 and 1, and it was just from the cost reduction of the Ezreal. So it was 1 rune that was recycled, and then 1 that was just paid as energy, and then cost reduced.
Use the list to finish off the crab here, giving it -2 might. Had the 1 damage on.
I will attempt to Flourish Yi.
And Flourish looking to clear out the board for Factor. That is going to resolve, and Master Yi being taken down as well.
Swing here.
Yeah, good one.
Yep, I recycle a rune.
All right, Bewitching Spirit getting on a battlefield.
Okay.
Getting Brady some points, and then we're going to see Ezreal go to the seat. Not only is this a double conquer, but it also does trigger Seat of Power, so more cards drawn, and it looks like Brady is already working well into this attrition game plan, spending cards but getting them immediately back.
Very solid start for Bradykin so far here in game number 1. And for Factor, we do know that he found that Ruin Runner. We'll see if those end up getting developed in the near future. Try and put some real pressure on Bradykin with the very difficult to get through 5 might unit.
So the downside to developing Ruin Runner is you are also essentially taking that turn off. I like this play of going with the orange Rengar. You get to get on a location and try to keep point tempo while also potentially removing something. There is a known gust in hand, and that's going to go on the Ezreal to try to save it.
Yeah, that's good.
And it does resolve, so Ezreal back to Bradykin's hand, and Factor going up to 2 points, evening things up in game 1. Still has 3 runes ready.
Yeah, and so the question here, if your Factor, is do you just develop more might?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. My phone keeps buzzing. Can I hand it to you to turn off? Now I can't look at my phone. All right, my leg will be shaking.
Oh, Brady with a buzzing phone. Probably everybody who's been watching the stream and trying to well wish and say good luck, etc. But unfortunately, also interrupting things.
All right, it's that guy.
And
Fiora coming out there. Fiora, Peerless. Interesting unit here.
Channel 2.
Yeah, this is... I was just going to say, this is a staple in Master Yi because of the when I attack or defend alone, you double my might this combat, and obviously Master Yi wants units to be alone when defending anyway. So it's been a natural inclusion for as long as the Fiora has been around.
Yeah, when defending a one-on-one combat, Fiora would become an 8 might unit in this Master Yi build. Bradykin holding up to 3 with the Bewitching Spirit.
The one thing working against Brady thus far is we've seen no copies of Pack of Wonders. So while the Bewitching Spirit has landed, while the list has landed, there's not the easy way to reuse them yet. The Gust had to be used on saving the Ezreal. It would not surprise me if that's the way to start this, just to dig a little bit deeper.
Play Ezreal.
And there it is.
I'm going to discard.
Well, gotta find these pieces. What better way to do it than the Prodigy himself?
Starcross.
Okay.
1, 2.
Getting rid of the Starcross there.
Yeah, I think current board state and known information for Brady, that makes sense. The biggest unit on the board is not one you typically want to Starcross unless you have to, because it can be ambushed again anyway.
Vex, and I will pass.
And now developing the Vex, hoping to get that on a battlefield in the future to prevent any other ambushes or accelerates.
Yep.
And now Factor will also hold to 3. Strong backline there for Bradykin. You've got the 2 units that you want to continue recycling. If we can get that Pack of Wonders in play, start trying to shred Factor's hand.
Yeah, on the side of Factor, your game plan now is to try to put your gas, or excuse me, your foot on the gas as fast as possible. Sorry, I'm really excited. So my brain is going faster than my mouth. The reason for doing so, obviously, is the more points you can score before that loop comes online, the better position you will be. You also would like to develop something in the back line here because you expect Vex to try to get on a battlefield the following turn, and you'll want to be able to go over the top. This could be the turn where Ruin Runner is considered as a development, but now we have to respond to the Gust.
Yeah, the Gust would certainly set Factor back here.
There is options in the hand. We see the On Guard. That is a reaction speed way to pump the might, which would make the Gust essentially fizzle. It would not resolve. Hesitancy on Factor side is likely caused by the fact that if you do that and develop something like a Ruin Runner, then you have no other interactive options on Bradykin's turn. Whereas if you leave it and you let that go back, you could still develop the Ruin Runner and save something like the Punch first in hand for whatever's coming at the Rengar.
Does decide to play the On Guard.
Yeah, I think Factor is correct here. I think getting the points, and more specifically getting on even points at 4, is the way to go. I also don't hate bringing this Rengar back, if I'm being honest. I saw the consideration. The reason I think Rengar coming back is fine is it allows you to reconquer Seat of Power the next turn. The only downside to doing so is you give a free battlefield for that Vex to land on, but you have to trust in your ability to generate enough might to go over the top. So I would strongly consider moving this Rengar back just to get the draw on a reconquer.
I mean, you would be putting 11 might back in the base. Plenty of pump spells in this deck.
Go ahead.
And
you absolutely should get over the top, yeah.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Tap, 2, draw.
And again, keep in mind that Fiora will be an 8 might when defending if it's one-on-one combat. So Bradykin will have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, we did see earlier the Gust attempted. We did also see a Star-Crossed that was discarded to the Ezreal.
3, correct?
So if we were looking for ways to bounce or remove the Fiora in that regard, you're low on options. Also, I'm looking at the runes on the side, and perhaps I just miscounted earlier, but it's looking like Factor actually does have 1 rune still available for the Punch first.
May I look?
Yep. Pay 2, Recycle 1. Repeat Bellows on Fiora.
Ooh, Bellows Breath. Going to be repeated once again. 2 damage going on to Fiora.
Pack.
And the pack is found.
Replaying it.
Pack plus list. We've seen this multiple times this weekend. Demacia is the tag named. And that's -2 might for Fiora. And Fiora will fall. Battlefield's back open here.
Pack of Wonders is such a big pickup here for Bradykin, because now that Bewitching Spirit is even more devastating if it can start the loop. But it is going to be going to a battlefield, so that tells me there's likely some other bounce coming, and it is the Starcrossed.
Starcross going to attempt to put the Bewitching Spirit and the Rengar back in their owner's hands. Let's see if we possibly have a Defy from Factor. He's got that 1 rune.
Yeah, I did not see a Defy earlier. Should be a Punched First, a Challenge, and I believe the last one was another unit. And now, of course, the Rengar that just went back to hand, plus the draw for the turn.
So now just left with the Ruin Runner.
Now, if you're Factor, one of the things that you kind of get as a piece of information is that Bradykin is kind of out of defensive options at the moment. If Bradykin felt strong in their ability to hold, you have to assume Vex Apathetic would have moved to one of these battlefields, especially since the Rengar was returned to hand. And that's also signaling that next turn Vex is likely to end up on a battlefield, because you want to make it so that the person has to either play Rengar now or lose value in the future. It also means that Factor is not able to conquer both battlefields, so no draw, which is what they were trying to get when they retreated the Rengar earlier. On the side of Factor, I might consider just developing that second Ruin Runner here and then saving the rest of your energy for responses.
And another thing about Vex not going on the battlefield, you love for Bradykin not leaving it available for Ruin Runner to potentially go into. As we do see that second Ruin Runner come down. It's exactly what Factor needs in this matchup. We've found 2 of them.
Now, the other option here, because you could just leave the 1 rune up for a Punch First, you could develop the Pit Rookie and place a buff. Going to buff the one in the base. Again, they can't be chosen, so the only way that Bradykin can go over the top of one of these is with Might. I love buffing the one in the base here, because you're kind of inviting Bradykin to try to go over the top of Ruin Runner on the Seat of Power with Might, and then we know that that Punch First is in hand. So baiting Bradykin maybe into a misplay. We'll have to see if he falls for it.
Bradykin has been playing so well this entire weekend. Very likely has a read on a possible Punch First. We'll see if he tries to act on this.
And seeing 7 tells me this is going to be a Watcher accelerated. Watcher does not target, so the minus might does impact all of the units, including the Ruin Runners.
All right, so that's -3 might across Factor's board. And it's Ezreal and the Watcher moving into that southern battlefield.
And this is very important, because even with the Punch First, it would not be enough. I know it says -1, but that should be -3. Oh, it's going to be -1 because they're already factoring in the Master Yi then re-triggering. And the -1 on the Pit Rookie is because it's to a minimum of 1, specifically on Thousand-Tailed Watcher. So It is now currently 10-4, but if Bradykin was doing the math to play around punch first, that is still good enough.
Yeah, it just doesn't get there. The seat of power should be going to Bradykin here. And the Ruin Runner not quite large enough to deal with that very big threat, the Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Also, the unfortunate piece here is if that buff that was placed on the one in the base was actually on the one on Seat of Power, it would at least be a trade here. But you would lose the Ruin Runner either way.
Oh, it's 8 and 2 blue, but he used the...
I discounted the energy with that.
Ezreal, yeah.
Oh, Judge must have been asking
yeah, I
about
looked at that too, and I was like, Ezreal, yep.
why.
Yeah, so I should have said that more explicitly.
No, of course.
Yeah, that
of course.
Additional cost being reduced by Ezreal. Additional cost on the Accelerate.
Yeah, so I'm at 4. I'll just kill the Ezreal.
So here we go. Ruin Runner does fall, Ezreal as well, but Bradykin going up to 5. We're tied up in game 1. And now Vex can get on a battlefield if Bradykin wishes to do so. 3 runes up.
There is a consideration for, I was going to say, just double stacking on the seat. The question now is this Bewitching Spirit again just to strip a card, or do you leave the energy open whether you have it or not, just to fake reactions? The answer appears to be no, so it's going to be the Spirit into the base.
Yeah,
Factor.
right now only, what, a few cards in hand?
Yeah, I was going to say, going to go down to 2 cards in hand after this. One is still known to Bradykin because it was the Rengar that went back to hand with the Starcrossed.
Sure.
So the first mate being discarded here.
I will pack the list, and I will pass to you.
Okay, so the list going back to Bradykin's turn, and we go back over to Factor. Has the back line here. A total of 8 might. We see 11 might sitting on the Seat of Power for Bradykin.
Yes, and that's why the first mate was the chosen discard, because we know in hand is a punch first and a Rengar. A punch first would allow the Ruin Runner to get over the top very easily. And then with Vex gone, Rengar becomes active again, but Factor wants all the information before moving forward, plays the Scuttle Crab. I like it. This is what good players do. You want to have more information before you commit to a play.
That Scuttle Crab has been just so good in this Master Yi deck. Big piece to the puzzle here for Master Yi, getting the extra cards. It becomes so much better in the early game for Master Yi as well, as it does get might when defending.
I do think that Factor was hoping to find something else to go over top so that the punch first didn't have to be committed here. It is an important card in this matchup, and using it to save a Ruin Runner in case there is another Thousand-Tail Watcher coming at you is important. We have to remember that though it's not often what we think of with Pack of Wonders, we think of the cheaper things, you theoretically in this matchup get a lot of benefit from using Pack of Wonders on the Thousand-Tail Watcher and replaying it, because the might reduction still works on Ruin Runners, and that is critical.
Yeah, that's such an excellent point. One of the few ways that Bradykin can deal with the Ruin Runner. Factor tanking here a little bit. Important turn.
Oh, and now we know what the card was that was picked up. It's a challenge. Challenge, of course, allows you to potentially deal with a unit, but the problem is the damage from the challenge would stay on whatever's doing the challenging until a combat resolves.
So if you use a challenge on the Ruin Runner to take out the Vex, for example, you're not in a better spot. You'd still die in combat to the Thousand Tail Watcher. Also, you'd have to pay through the deflect. Maybe you consider challenging the Bewitching Spirit, but the problem there is with 2 damage on with your punch first, it would only take 9 damage to kill you.
Yeah, the challenge certainly changes things here. And it makes that decision point even more difficult for Factor.
I think ultimately Factor was really just looking for one more might somewhere so that the Ruin Runner didn't have to die in this trade. There are several ways to get on this seat of power, but the issue is almost all of them involve this Ruin Runner
on the Vex.
Also dying.
Yeah, deflect. Sure.
All right, so we do see the challenge here. And Vex will be killed.
So
Vex and Ruin Runner dealing damage to one another.
The option now is you can send the Pit Rookie in with the Rengar. And now that will leave the Ruin Runner available to still go to the Sigil or even just stay in the backline, but you don't have to sacrifice it.
So Ruin Runner moving up to Sigil, up to 6 points goes Factor. Does have to recycle a rune.
I do think...
Yes, yeah, I put one back, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do think that no matter what happens, there has to be a trade into this Watcher somehow. Oh, interesting. This might be a consideration of just playing Rengar and then punch firsting. Although I would rather see the punch first be saved. And Factor, I think, is going to agree with me.
I'm going to go Rengar
Nope.
for 5, a second 1.
Oh.
Going to turn around and make me a liar.
He's going to punch first anyways. Rengar onto the seat of power. Punch first, giving Rengar +5 might. Thousand-tailed Watcher down up to 7 points goes Factor. He just needs to hold one battlefield to take the opening game here in the semis.
Game 2.
That's such a tough decision to make, but ultimately Factor does get the win off of it. You could argue for Pit Rookie so that you save the punch first. Factor instead wants to use the punch first, and I think the decision was made because that represents not just the Ruin Runner on one side, but a 6 might unit on the other, and that's going to be hard to overcome. Being at 7 points, Bradykin had to have an answer for both, ultimately did not.
Can you catch him? The Ruin Runner says, catch me if you can, and that's what Factor has been saying to his opponents. Each of these control-oriented decks falling to the wayside with that Ruin Runner. Once again, the MVP in that game number 1.
And we talked about it before this series began. That Ruin Runner is likely going to be the story. Whether it shows up or not, whether there are answers. Brady did have an answer for the first one. Unfortunately, did not have an answer for the second one. And once it got on a battlefield, it was going to be too little too late. Players going into the sideboard now, potentially looking for options. It is open deck list at this stage of the event as well, so players will know what is open to come in as we look at the options that are available. I'm not sure that Bradykin has many things specifically in the sideboard to deal with the Ruin Runner. Typically, these purple mind lists might have something like Kha'Zix. So if it's not a buffed Ruin Runner, or they don't have the punch first, or they don't have the discipline, and again, that's a lot of ifs, but if they don't have those and it's left alone, something like the Kha'Zix Mutating Horror would come in and then be 6 might attacking into that 5. So perhaps those will be the choice for Bradykin.
As far as Factor is concerned here, does have in the sideboard another Ruin Runner, so it looks like it was 2 in the main board and 1 in the side, so I'm sure that will be coming in quite a hurry.
Yeah, I believe when we saw Bradykin Playing earlier, we saw multiple sprite fountains available. There was one in the main, so one more in the sideboard. And those could be a consideration if you're just looking for ways to loop a Might and throw it at units. Again, you can kind of loop it again with Pack of Wonders, bouncing the sprite fountain, allowing you to replay it. It represents 3 Might every time you do it. The problem is unless you're also still pairing that with another unit, it still doesn't deal with a Ruin Runner on its own.
Now I've got a question for you here, Charmer. So we know how good the Pack of Wonders has been for this Ezreal deck. And obviously Factor doesn't want to really change his game plan and reduce some of that aggression. He is the aggressor in this matchup. But I'm just looking at the sideboard and I'm seeing this disarming rake. Do you think there's any room for that moving forward in this match to potentially hit a Pack of Wonders in the right spot?
I think that's actually a fair question. My answer to that would be only if you think that it is better than the card that you're pulling out. And I know that seems super obvious to say, but what I mean when I say that is Disarming Rake just for the Pack of Wonders isn't necessarily a ton of value. You just won game 1 without rakes, and there was a Pack of Wonders out. So the question is, instead to me, are there cards in the main deck that I just naturally want out because they're bad in this matchup? And it could be something like the challenge that we saw. It could be the Primal Strength that was discarded if you don't think you'll need the Might. It could be the Fiora Peerless that we saw, because that's susceptible to Gust and it's only good for decks that want to get into combat. And if you think, but based on your testing, that any of those are just not great here, changing those for a Disarming Rake would be fine, but I don't think that you bring them in just for the pack.
So here we go. Game number 2 is underway. The early Scuttle Crab for Factor. It is a 9-point game here with Aspirant's Climb. Emperor's Dais, the battlefield of choice for Factor, which is very good with Master Yi. As you see the Bellows Breath coming down.
But it's also really good for Bradykin.
Yeah, that was
This might be a situation where Bradykin, with the Bewitching Spirits, even if they don't have a pack, will be able to cycle them. And hey, I was just talking about Kha'Zix potentially coming in from the sideboard, and we see the Mutating Horror in the hand.
There is Kha'Zix, certainly an option.
Trigger Ezreal Legend?
Could be extra might and help Bradykin in these showdowns. Treasure Trove comes down.
And
pass back over to Factor.
Speaking of utilizing Emperor's Dais or Pack of Wonders, Kha'Zix is another good one because, again, it has ambush. So if you're worried about it being stuck on a battlefield and potentially perishing to a counterattack, using a Pack of Wonders, or if you're attacking into the dais and just returning it to your hand, can also prolong the longevity.
Master Yi Tempered being played for Factor. Really like that early Bellows Breath to get the crab out of there, because it would have set up a possible turn where that Scuttle Crab goes in, use the Emperor's Dais, bounce it back, get the token. So that early Bellows Breath really stops the tempo for Factor early, as Bradykin is able to develop Vex in the back line.
Yeah, meanwhile on the other side, Factor is likely going to score the first points of the game, but probably wants to find something like a Charm or a Charm plus a buff, whether that's a Discipline or an On Guard, to deal with this Vex. The fact that it came down so early this game is an issue of sorts. We saw how good Rengar was for Factor during the last game. You kind of want to turn that off if you can help it.
Go to 1. Yep. I'll trigger Emperor's Dais. Spend 1. Back to my hand, make a Sand Soldier.
Sure.
All right, so up to a point for Factor, and Master Yi being bounced back to hand. Off of that Dais trigger, Sand Soldier created an up to 3 XP for Factor. Got 1 off the crab earlier, and now 2 from Master Yi's Hunt trigger.
Oh, he's back.
And there it is, the Camel, the Ruin Runner is here for Factor in game number 2.
Draw. Stack deck?
Yeah.
The Ruin Runner comes down early. Both players kind of finding key cards. Bradykin with the Vex Apathetic, Factor with the Ruin Runner. Bradykin does have enough runes and is at that critical point where once the Ruin Runner ends up on a battlefield, something like a Watcher could still get the job done. Just have to find it. The good news is Ezreal is perhaps the best deck in the game outside of the Limitless Lux at drawing cards.
Stupid the Sand Soldier?
Yeah, that was
Oh, and look at the hand. There was another Ruin Runner already in the hand of Factor. This might just be a repeat of game 1.
Trigger as Legend?
Yep.
Now we do see the Gust getting rid of the token on Emperor's Dais. Stupefy was able to draw another card for Bradykin as well. But yeah, these Ruin Runners, this is the key to the matchup. Factor has...
3, recycling 1.
Man, he has drawn so well. He has drawn these Ruin Runners when he needs them.
I will discard...
And as I was saying, if you don't have the Watcher, you've got ways to find it. We're seeing that on display. The Stupefy drew a card. The Ezreal Legend drew a card. The Ezreal Chosen Champion comes in, draws 2 cards. That turns into a stacked deck that will net a card. And then if all else fails, I was going to say there is also the Treasure Trove in a pinch if you really want to go that deep, but I assume Bradykin wants to save that for when Pack eventually shows up.
You get a card, and you get a card. You get a card. Cards for everyone. Bradykin stacking up that hand, looking for the answers. This Factor has the Ruin Runner ready to go.
And Factor also has a lot of other options in the hand. I think that's a pair of Alpha Strikes that may have come in from the sideboard as well that I'm seeing at the bottom side. I do also see the Punch First, the Discipline.
Conquer the 2.
But I think that might be 2 Alpha Strikes.
Could be a very interesting way to deal with a Vex Apathetic if it lands at a battlefield.
I think, incorrect. Those look like 2 Zonia's Hours glasses. Okay. The glare from the Hourglass kind of looks like the blade from Alpha Strike when you're just looking at the side.
Totally fair point. Factor up to 2 points, and here is the second Ruin Runner. Bradykin says, not again. But unfortunately, it has happened again. And Factor will further develop with the Lonely Poro as well.
Sure.
I was going to say, there's going to be a hidden Zonia's here for sure.
Untap.
I am not sure what Brady is going to be able to pull out of his bag of tricks, out of his trove of treasures, to answer 2 Ruin Runners backed up by 2 Zonia's Hourglasses.
Pack the Trove.
But Pack of Wonders is going to be the start of whatever the answer is.
We are digging, Charmer. Pack of Wonders plus the Treasure Trove combo. So the Treasure Trove going back to Bradykin's hand. He draws 1 and gets to channel 1. Exhausted.
Pay 2, recycle 1.
You have to be careful with all this digging, though. The dwarves notoriously dug too deep, and they found a demon under the mountain. Right now, Bradykin is finding demons in the form of Ruin Runners on the other side of the board, and the Bellows cleaning up the other options, but still, so far, not finding any answer for the Ruin Runners.
The repeated Bellows does allow Bradykin to draw yet another card with that Ezreal Legend. As now the Spirit is going to force Factor to discard 1. It is going to be the Chosen Champion.
Pass to you.
Now we know Bradykin does have that Kha'Zix in hand. If you're at home and you're wondering why that was not attempted to ambush on the location where the Ruin Runner sits, even 1 energy available to Factor is enough to be very scary. It represents Punch First, it represents On Guard, so you're going to need to make sure that you either have your own bonus might or reduction effects in the form of something like Watcher before you attempt to send that Kha'Zix in.
Yeah, that's a great point. Be careful to not get blown out in that type of showdown. As Factor holds up to 3-0 here early in game number 2.
This might be, I was going to say, just a played on Factor's turn Hourglass, because that frees up the ability to hide the second one. There was, I was going to say, there was also the option if you were going to go to the dais to just play the other one there and say pick your poison.
The Sand Soldier.
Sure.
Up to 4 and bouncing the Ruin Runner back to get that Sand Soldier token. And the Ruin Runner at Aspirant's Climb will be retreated back to base. So both Ruin Runners going to end up in the back line for Factor now as the one gets replayed. 3 runes left open to interact with as we go back over to Bradykin.
All right. I love what Factor just did for a couple of reasons. The first, retreating saves you from any sort of watcher play because they won't be able to go over the top. The other thing that's happening, it might seem weird to bounce the Ruin Runner with the dais and simply replay it, but what's actually happening is Factor is spending no additional cards to generate additional might on the board. And since you know Bradykin has Pack of Wonders and has Bewitching Spirit online, your cards in hand are now at a premium. So using something like Dais, even if it's expensive, even if it's replaying the Ruin Runner, just means that Bradykin still has to deal with the Sand Soldier somehow, or else you'll give up a hold point while keeping the number of cards in hand the same.
Bradykin attempting to Bellows Breath repeated here to take out that Sand Soldier, but Discipline will buff the Soldier up. That's a 4 might Sand Soldier.
So this resolved to confirm after that? Or?
It was in response. It had to be in response to the Bellows, so that's still on the stack.
Yeah.
Now just deciding if the Bellows Breath will resolve.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And it will, so that's 2 damage on the Soldier.
And the reason that had to be resolved, and the reason Brady was asking, is specifically for the Ezreal Legend. Brady clearly wanted to draw the card, but there was still theoretically a window for something like a Defy. Yes, when your opponent plays Discipline in response, it's almost assumed that that's the only thing they're going to do. But again, Brady being a very kind competitor throughout this entire tournament, just double-checking.
Yeah, Bradykin has been a joy to watch.
Yep.
Channel. Draw.
Pack Trove once again getting an extra card and an extra rune.
That is one heavy Pack of Wonders to be carrying around a literal treasure trove and all of these cards in hand. So I do see a Watcher now. I see a number of things that target, which is unfortunate for Brady.
Yeah, that is the key. Ruin Runner just shutting all of it down. And it's very hard when you can't target the Ruin Runners. It's hard to fight them in the might game.
Now, it is worth noting that with many of the Dianas that we've seen in this tournament, one of the cards that's often included in the list somewhere, whether it's in the main or in the sideboard, is Baron Nashor. Just a giant thing that's hard to get rid of. Bradykin does not run that in the list. The largest unit is the Watchers, and then there's a one of Mind Splitter that we know sometimes comes in from the board. And that is also potentially problematic because that means anytime you end up on a battlefield, Factor is threatening more might to reconquer. You don't have that big sticky option to just come in and try to bail you out.
So we do see that Zonia's Hourglass popped here as Ezreal goes in for the trade.
Play Pack.
A second Pack of Wonders now for Bradykin.
Move here.
Yep.
And Bradykin is going to get on the board here.
Replay the Spirit.
Got on guard.
And the discarding continues as the Bewitching Spirit is replayed after being bounced by the Pack of Wonders. Unguard is discarded, and we go back over to Factor.
Now, there was a lot done by Brady that turn. There was cards that were discarded on Factor's side. You popped the Zonia's Hourglass on a Sand Soldier, which is typically not the unit you want to save with that. You scored your first point, and yet Factor is still threatening to conquer to 6, still has 2 Ruin Runners. 6 is not within threatening range because of Aspirant's Climb, but still, Brady has to be worried about the number of points that Factor has accumulated and continues to do so at this stage of the game.
Definitely the position that Factor wants to be in. Inching ever closer to
Time to go to 5.
Yep.
a spot in the finals. Going up to 5 here with the Sand Soldier at Aspirant's Climb.
And again, knowing that the Spirit combo is online, I was about to say, I expect this to still be returned and then still be replayed because you just want to have them safely in the base. You want to force Brady to spend resources to get rid of the Sand Soldiers.
Untap.
You want to protect your cards in hand for as long as possible. If Brady wants, they can easily make Factor discard 3 here. But again, all of this discarding doesn't answer the Ruin Runners on the board. That is the biggest issue for Bradykin at the moment.
And now 2 Sand Soldier tokens in play for Factor, 1 holding at each battlefield. That Emperor's Dais just has been so good in these Master Yi builds. I love what Factor is doing with it here in the semifinals.
These 2. Mind Splitter.
Ooh, Mind Splitter coming down for Bradykin. Now let's see if Factor has any reactions, anything he wants to play out of his hand before Bradykin takes a look.
Yeah, there's not a ton of options here that you want to play just for the sake of playing outside of maybe the Rengar. You could play the Rengar for 5 just to get it on the board. But then you're also just giving an open window, and it does look like this is going to be the case. So Factor going to be playing the Rengar.
Sure.
Yeah, so adding 6 more might to the southern battlefield.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yeah, the rest of the hand, defy, punch first, hourglass, all things that you are not happy to see.
Not at all. Double counter spell, punch first, so you can't go over the Ruin Runner. And if you do, we have Azonia's Hourglass for good measure.
We'll take the punch first.
Punch first will be discarded.
Discard, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Splitter.
Yeah, and that is, I think, the correct call, because you know that your best chance at getting rid of cards like Ruin Runner is, again, typically through Watcher interactions. And so if you're minusing might, you don't want to give Factor the ability to increase that might. The counter spells aren't super relevant in terms of the Ruin Runner because they're already untargetable.
Yep.
And the Zonias, while annoying, is still something that you can forcefully burn through. So I do like Bradykin's selection there, but again, all of these resources, all of these cards played impressive turns each time, but still falling so far behind in the points game. Factor holding to 8, now within striking distance, and still has 2 Ruin Runners. This is going to be a tough one for Bradykin to pull out.
And now a second copy of Vex was developed for Bradykin, but those Vex, they've been unable to get to the battlefield here in Game 2 and create any disruption.
This just shows you how polarizing Ruin Runner is in certain matchups, because if these are almost any other units that Factor's been developing these games, Bradykin has a wealth of answers, a wealth of options to deal with them. But because it's specifically Ruin Runner, and because Factor has very wisely kept them in base as much as possible to avoid the Watcher play that Brady sprung on him in Game 1, it's been near impossible for Brady to have any sort of answer to the Camels.
Both of the Sand Soldiers being retreated back to base. Eight to 1 the score here. It has been a dominant game number 2 and a dominant match up to this point for Factor. And it's really all been on the back of the Ruin Runner. Creating a massive problem for Bradykin. Hiding at the southern battlefield. We know there was another Zonia's Hourglass in hand.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the Sand Soldiers were retreated, because you want to make Bradykin have to burn through this Rengar and then have the Zonias pop in response to the Rengar. You don't want to have the Zonias trigger on a Sand Soldier. So by leaving them in the base but keeping the Rengar on the battlefield, even if Bradykin has an answer for the Sand Soldier, something like a Bellows Breath, you don't have to pop your Zonias in response there.
Shrink Rengar.
All right, here comes the list. Cat's the name. The cat is Rengar, and he is going to be shrunk by a couple might.
The big knife kitty has become a small kitty.
The double pack of wonders can certainly reduce this might further. So there it is, the list being bounced and replayed. Down to 2 might goes Rengar.
I will attack my 7 tier 4.
And properly identifying that there would still be the +2 from the Yi, so saying 7 to 4 when Brady sends it in.
And here is the punch first from Factor.
Yeah.
+5 might, up to 9 might goes Rengar.
9.
2 might up here.
Yes, 9, yep. +3.
And Brady cannot be happy to see that punch first. You played the Mind Splitter, you got rid of 1, thought it might be safe to go in and have a simple math problem be solved by might over might, and instead, punch first comes in. Kha'Zix ambushing in does get the +2 because Rengar is alone.
In response, Hourglass.
Yeah.
With my focus.
There is the Zonia's Hourglass.
I pass focus back.
So much on the line for these players. We're in the top 4. Both of them trying to secure their first ever berth to a regional qualifier finals.
Rengar back to base, saved by Zonia's Hourglass. Kha'Zix remains at Emperor's Dais. Bradykin up to 2 points. It's 8-2, but what a backline that Factor has here. A double conquer on this next turn, and he heads to the finals. Ten might still available in the backline for Bradykin. And he's going to have to hold one of these battlefields.
Yeah, the big predicament for Brady here is even if you just go all in on one of these battlefields, you say, hey, I've got you off of them, you're not holding to 9 currently, I will turbo stack 1 to prevent your double conquer. The issue then becomes all of the other units for Factor will end up on the opposing battlefield, right, on Aspirant's Climb. And they don't even have to send them all. You could send everything but still leave 1 Ruin Runner. And then that's going to make it incredibly difficult to deal with everything.
Everyone here.
On top of having the Ruin Runner in the back. But that is going to be the play. So we're going to see the turbo stack on Emperor's Dais.
And a card hidden as well. Let's see what Factor has for us. We have a total of 20 might in the back line. And it is 14 might total showing right now at Emperor's Dais for Bradykin.
It's also worth noting that Bradykin does have 4 energy available, but is playing with known information into 2 more defies.
Sand Soldier conquering the Aspirant's Climb. Factor drawing a card off that conquer.
And the current math problem, if you're counting the might, is 14 on that Emperor's Dais. So just in base alone,
Draw.
Factor has enough. But again, you're playing around the unknown. What can Brady? Yeah, what can Bradykin play from hand?
That lone Sand Soldier in the base now 4 might. Factor able to pick up another card. Yeah, very curious to see what kind of reaction Bradykin has when Factor moves in. Here's a pit rookie that's going to buff one of the Ruin Runners up to 6 might. The might continues to grow in base.
I think the real question is going to be whether Factor sends everything all at once or just tries to daisy chain these in one at a time and get these favorable trades. It's looking like there's a consideration to go one at a time just to deal with the Vexes. That might be why the discipline was on the Sand Soldier, because that trades cleanly with a Vex 4 might to 4 might. And for now, it might be a bit of a combo look where you're going to send 10 and try to get rid of maybe both Vexes and the Spirit.
Sand Soldier plus Rengar. 10 might for Factor into 14 for Bradykin. Bradykin has focus here.
Has focus, but is knowingly playing into 2 defies.
You got it. I have no line here.
Oh, he doesn't have a line. There's the fist bump. Factor to the finals here in Hartford.
So the 4 energy that was saved is shown to have been saved for another Kha'Zix, but because Factor attacked with 2 units, instead of going with the daisy chain one at a time, 2 units means that the Kha'Zixes will not trigger get the bonus might.
Yeah, the Kha'Zix was so scary. Wow, incredible. Factor heading to the finals. Master Yi in the finals. Can Master Yi potentially get there here in Hartford? We're going to be finding out shortly, but let's take a look at the bracket now, as we have just one more match to play in Hartford. Master Yi, Factor advancing on, and it's BS Whites with Diana. BS Whites taking down the mirror match over Linsanity, and it'll be Master Yi versus Diana for the trophy here in Hartford.
Yes, this guarantees that we're going to crown a new regional champion here in Hartford. Both of these players, it's their first time advancing to the finals. We have the opportunity to potentially crown our first ever Master Yi winner of a regional qualifier. And in my mind, these players are already winners, but of course, we have to crown one big winner at the end.
Absolutely. Just one more match remains. One player will lift the trophy. We're going to step away for a short break, and then we will be back for the finals here in Hartford.
Baron Bryant here, and I have the absolute pleasure to be joined by one of our special best of winners across this weekend here in Hartford, Zam Berserker. Congratulations on winning this coveted trophy here for your wall. And I've got to ask you, because people at home are going to ask, how old are you again?
15.
15, playing Riftbound, and this is your first ever regional. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, I hear you have a lot of support at home where you get to play a bunch of games, but I also have heard that you might have been getting a little bit of support from some other Volibear players out there. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So I think I've got a guess for you right here that Billionaire, our 4-time Volibear winner, tell me, because I've heard you two have already met.
Yeah, we met in RQ Vancouver. His dad had come up to me, told me he was a big fan, and he loves playing volley, and I had kind of inspired him to play. We sat down and played a game, and he smoked me, and I was like, man, you should be doing what I'm doing. And yeah, then he told me he was going to be at Hartford, and he was updating me all day yesterday. I unfortunately got knocked out, but he ended up taking it all away with my Utrecht list, and that's so sick. I'm so happy for him.
No, that's incredible. So, Zam Berserker, I've got to ask you the question then. Do you feel like, you know, with the extra help in the communication, do you think that you could maybe become the new best of Volibear 4-time player to take the crown from Billionaire himself?
Definitely.
I mean, now, of course, this being the last Origins claim, I'm excited to see what you might shift to, and maybe there's some tag team working together, seeing if we can take some best ofs in the Vendetta format. Yeah?
Could be.
Hoping.
Awesome. First of many best ofs. Zam Berserker, congratulations, Billionaire. Great teaching opportunity, but always still showing that if you put in the hard work with a legend since the beginning, you can take home a coveted prize such as this best of. But we're going to go ahead and send it back.
And we're ready. Gretton, it is time for the grand finals of the Riftbound Regional Qualifier in Hartford. We're going to have a new champion crowned today, and it's going to be Master Yi taking on Diana in the finals, as Beachwhites will take on Factor.
Yeah, so a lot of players kind of discounting the Yi, right? Saying, you know, it's a popular deck.
Yep.
You can't put results up, can't find the top 8. I've seen posts on social media, all kinds, Factor saying, watch me.
Watch me. Watch me make it to the finals and actually go through, one of the favorites in the tournament. I mean, taking out your buddy, unfortunately, there. I don't think a lot of people expected Master Yi to make this deep of a run. Diana, if you said eventually towards the end of Unleashed, will make a run for the finals, I'd be like, yeah, people will figure out the deck. It'll make sense by that point. Maybe it struggled a little bit at the beginning, but once you kind of solve the format, it makes sense. It's there, but Master Yi is a bit more of a surprise for me, but Ruin Runner is putting in a lot of work in these matches, as you can see in that semifinals.
We saw Factor kind of use that Ruin Runner, both Ruin Runners. Remember, we saw him play a Pike earlier where he had 2 Ruin Runners in game 1, 2 Ruin Runners in game 2, and like we saw in this Ezreal matchup, 2 Ruin Runners as well in game 2, and having, the Punch First, the Rengar, these Sand Soldiers or the Emperor's Dais. Very hard for any purple deck, let alone a blue-purple deck to deal with.
It's almost reminiscent of like all the Vex apathetics that we were seeing. It's like, the first one you can deal with, but then the second one's really tough. Yeah. Well, Vex apathetic doesn't do much when the second Ruin Runner hits the board, so that is definitely the bigger threat going into this finals. And I gotta say, I'm liking Factor's chances against the Diana list. This is Yi's bread and butter, is taking on these Chaos lists that have the Star Cross, that don't have as much might to beat over your units, especially when you factor the Punch First. And there is a slight win rate for Master Yi versus Diana so far this weekend.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because there's a lot of different Diana lists that we've seen, right? We saw some Diana lists that were running Sprite Fountain, some that weren't, some that were running Baron in the sideboard, some that weren't. Obviously, if you drop a Baron down, it's kind of difficult for the Master Yi to deal with it. Yeah. But looking at this list, we're not really seeing a Baron for Beachwhites, right? So he's just playing good old Blurple Diana.
Good old Blurple Diana. We look at the records of both of these players. 11-1-1 for both of them. As you can look at recent achievements, nothing on either of their resumes. New hero is a great tag, and a new champion will be added to that list based on whoever wins this match today. It's awesome to see new legacies being born. It's still within the first year of competitive Riftbound, so we have so many players that are, putting their stamp on that first year, saying, I'm in the conversation as one of the early best players in the card game.
Yeah, and it's more so very impressive when we saw 2-time in Utrecht, right? We saw a 2-time previously with Alan ZQ lifting that trophy as well for the second time. So maybe this is a, breath of inspiration for people at home and other players to be like, hey, these top guys are at the tournament, they're playing, I'm going to have to play into them. But we see Beachwhites, we see Factor, they're in the finals now, and one of these players will lift the trophy.
One of them will lift the trophy. You see again how Beachwhites got into the top 8, only dropping a single game, tying with the Vex. And then Factor on their way lost earlier to Sam D. Sherman, but has been on a tear ever since. The only draw was an intentional draw, as they both knew that they were going to be making it into the top 8. And so essentially just a win streak since that loss to Sam D. Sherman.
And notably, the Beachwhites didn't see a Yi from what I saw in the entire Swiss bracket.
Oh, yeah.
So this is the list that we're looking at, right? We were mentioning it earlier. No Baron in the sideboard. We got some, interaction with the hard bargain in the main as well. But once those camels hit the board, a lot of these spells get turned off.
And one of the best tools Diana has to deal with the Ruin Runner plus the Punch First and these giant camels is the Hui, which only 2 of in Beachwhites' list, not a 3 of, and there's not an extra one in the sideboard that we're seeing. So it's going to be a kind of dig to find the Hui, because that is your biggest unit that you have to actually deal with the threat of the Master Yi. He doesn't even have things like the Mind Splitter, which would be that big 7-might unit. It's kind of Kha'Zix and Hui is the high end of this Diana list.
Yeah, and looking at the entire list, there is no spell in this list that can affect a Ruin Runner. However, Yi wants to isolate their battlefields, right? They want to have one unit there and one unit somewhere else. a creative thing that B. Schweitz can maybe leverage is using something like a Moonfall to attack into that Ruin Runner's battlefield, bring another one of Factor's units there to not only turn off the E passive, but swing to a delta of 4 technically, as we're going to do a -2 on both those units, because that given enemy units there -2 is not choosing, it is just blanket applying to that battlefield.
Exactly. I'm happy you highlight that interaction because it is one of the best tools Diana has. We're looking for the Hueys. We're looking for the Moonfalls. It's only a 2-up for Moonfall as well, though. There is a third in the sideboard. I would fully expect that third to come in for B. Schweitz going into a Game 2 and a Game 3. But we've seen this list before. We've also highlighted things like the Rebuke as well. Cannot be defied. That's like the only spell in the entire deck that cannot be defied by the Master Yi. You have to be ready for defies in this matchup.
And I was talking to some friends of B. Schweitz earlier while the top 4 was going on. Their testing group really focused on having an Arena's Greatest in this list at Battlefield. It's kind of unique for some of these Dianas, right?
Sure,
Usually we'll see the Rockfall Path or something along those lines, but that Arena's Greatest really allows you to go quicker when you're going first, especially into the mirror. And we just see that B. Schweitz did manage to win 2-1 in the top 4, where he did end up winning his Arena Greatest game. So this is something that is going to be something to look forward to see how it kind of interacts with this Master Yi, excuse me.
Yes, and speaking of Factor's list here, very clean, very streamlined, running the 1 Primal Strength, the 1 Challenge, everything else, pretty much play sets. And again, on the Fioras, which is something that I wasn't sure if we would see as many of in the Unleashed format as the deck continued to evolve, but it's proven its worth. But the big heavy hitter is that Ruin Runner. Let's pull it up here, because this is why we saw Factor have such a good matchup in the semifinals. It's such a clean unit. 6 energy, 5 might can't be chosen by spells and abilities. A lot of the Chaos spells, Chaos Domain spells, do end up targeting. Same with Calm as well,
Exactly, yeah. Ruin Runner is going to be very safe on that in play, but also notably, we see 2 battlefield crossovers between both of them. Seat of Power and Arena Greatest run in both the Diana and the Master Yi list, with the only difference being obviously Abandoned Hall for Diana, which is their bread and butter, and the Emperor's Dais for Master Yi, as we saw in Game 2 of that match on against Ezreal, put in a lot of work with those Sand Soldiers and creating problems for Bradykin to deal with.
There's a chance, depending on what they choose for their first battlefield, there's a chance that we get like the same battlefields 2 games in a row if we end up going for 3. But I'm hearing that the players are ready, so let's not waste any more time. It is time to begin our grand finals of the Riftbound Regional Qualifier here in Hartford. 1 player will leave as a brand new champion, beginning their own resume as a pro player here in Riftbound.
You can't be more excited if you're a Riftbound fan at home, in the hall, all over the world. It shows you that, you can pick up the game whenever. You know, we have a fun set coming out next set with the enemy color pairings out in Vendetta. We have some great Riftbound, a best of 3 here that we're going to play out between B. Schweitz and Factor. So a good day for Riftbound fans.
And oftentimes I feel that the last regional qualifier in a given format is usually the mark of the true masters of the game, because the format has had so much time for you to practice, so much time to invent new techs for different matchups. So to make it to the finals already at the last regional qualifier for the Unleashed format is impressive. To take it is quite a notch in your belt there as a pro player. Both players on the table, communing with each other here, getting ready for the match, taking a look at each other's deck lists and making sure that they're comfortable going into the matchup. It's just so exciting to think that we're going to add another name to the champions wall for Riftbound regional qualifiers.
Yeah, and it's nothing to shake your nose at, because this is a grueling weekend that these players have to go through. We had players that 13 rounds of Swiss into a top 8, which is a single elimination. A grueling weekend, and as someone who usually experiences this on the judge side, I can see the toll it takes on players, but both these guys look fired up and ready to go.
Yep, both of them look determined is how I would phrase that one. You can tell focus and determination are going to be what gets you across the finish line here. You need to make sure that you keep a clear mind, don't panic.
What happens?
Players like
Fiora Peerless.
I'm actually curious.
Into a single unit, and then I play a Kha'Zix.
Okay, so asking a ruling question here about Fiora Peerless. It's one of those differentiators between the win effects and the while effects. If Fiora Peerless says while I'm one-on-one in combat, then that would be removed. But if it says when I enter combat one-on-one, then I believe that would be a trigger that enters onto the chain and would then still resolve even if a Kha'Zix comes out. Do you happen to remember what the wording is, Grenton?
Yeah, so Fiora Fearless is a trigger.
Okay.
So it'll check that it's attacking or defending one-on-one, and that's all it cares about.
Okay, sure.
So if you bring in a Kha'Zix afterwards, it will still double the might.
Yes, because it adds to the chain, and that means that it's fulfilled its necessity to activate. But it's a good thing to confirm because it's not one of the most common cards in Master Yi. I've seen a lot of Yi lists move on from it, thinking it kind of deramps you for your Rengar plays because Rengar's on the 5 ramp and Fiora's on the 3 ramp, but it depowers you a power cost, so then you're not able to play that Rengar right away. And some folks were like, nope, the Rengar is now the more important one to focus on. And because of that, I think that Fiora might be taking some players by surprise, but Beachwhite's definitely making sure he's doing his due diligence, asking exactly how that interaction works, because Kha'Zix is one of those ways for him to swing in and get that extra damage.
Yeah, it's definitely a tech piece for this Master Yi list. It's something different that we saw get iterated upon. We were talking, we had some interviews with Houses Are Big, who kind of popularized that Master Yi list, and it was. I like that inclusion. It's something that I played in Spirit Forge in my Master Yi mid-range deck in the sideboard was that Fiora Peerless, because it can catch you off guard.
Yeah, it was one of those ones that the first couple of events I went to for Spirit Forge never saw it, and then once Master Yi's figured out the interaction, it was like, oh yeah, this is how you're supposed to play Yi. And I'm happy to see it find its way back into deck list. But again, the big one is still going to be that Ruin Runner. Every time you're a Chaos Domain deck and you're playing against the Ruin Runner, you need to have a plan for how to deal with that. The Moonfall is going to be one, the Hui is going to be another. So then, when I think of that, when there's only going into it in the main deck, 2 Moonfalls, 2 Huis, expecting a lot of digging and a lot of searching for Beachwhites to try and find those cards to make sure he has the answer.
Yeah, both these players in good spirits, ready to go. We've reviewed the deck lists. We've taken a look at what our strategy is going to be going into it. Obviously, Beachwhite's got his question answered by the judges, figured out kind of how that Fiora Peerless interaction works. And it's something that is very interesting. And I think he was asking what happens if I, bring in a Kha'Zix, right? Because Kha'Zix now cares about if the other unit's alone. So both those cards, funnily enough, they only check on, finalization. To trigger it, the condition needs to be met. And then once it's met, doesn't matter what happens afterwards, we're going to resolve that trigger, we're going to get it. And you were right, we're seeing a double seed of power game 1.
Incredible. Double seed of power here from Factor and Beachwhites. I wasn't sure, because sometimes the Master Yis go for that the Emperor's Deus first, but instead it's going to be double seed of power, so that means whoever can establish control of the battlefields can theoretically then get more card economy. But we're into turn number 1, or at least into opening hands. Factor is going to be putting a few back, at least one. And it's just the Pit Rookie saving the Scuttle Crab Sabotage, and there was a Ruin Runner in the opening grip for Factor. Already found a very powerful tool.
All right, so we're going to start things off here. Beachwhite's first to go, as he is the first, he was second seed technically, if I'm not mistaken, in our bracket. So he gets to decide who starts in this first game, which can be pretty impactful, but we do know that Factor does have that Ruin Runner. Scuttle Crab, our friend, we love him, going to replace itself, little cantrip, getting another card back in hand, and I'm not sure if that was another Scuttle Crab that we drew or if it was a Charm.
Well, Charm or Scuttle Crab, either one was drawn for turn, the other off the Scuttle Crab. And now the Ruin Runner won't be able to come out immediately. I think that's a Discipline as the 4th card in Factor's hand right there. So a couple of different tools.
I see 2 Crabs, a Sabotage, a Charm, and then I'm not sure, was that the Ruin Runner at the end? Might be the Ruin Runner at the end, yeah. We developed the Diana back in our base, and we're just going to pass. Again, we've seen these players at this high level now being very patient, right? Yeah. They're not going to overextend. It is an 8-point game, yes, but these single odd numbers are not really important.
And also has just the Yi to develop here for Factor. Ruin Runner we expect on the following turn, and not going to send out that Scuttle Crab for an early point, instead going to save it. Sometimes I think that you can just send it out for that point, because even if it dies, you get the Death Knell, you get to look at your opponent's hand and get some information, but being on the odd number of points doesn't really accelerate you that much, so Factor just going to save the unit for now.
Yeah, we're going to move that Diana into one of the 2 Seed of Powers, use that Legend ability score to the moon there to create that energy to resolve our Diana Lunari trigger, revealing a Fizz that we're going to leave on top, obviously, as the trigger doesn't make us recycle it, just makes that known information now, so Factor can take his next turn with the knowledge that there is a Fizz coming, but nothing in the trash yet to target with that Fizz Trickster.
Yeah, I have not gotten a good look at Beachwhite's hand yet in terms of what else they're working with. Fizz is not a bad one to have in your hand, though, as it will eventually come more online. Beachwhite's just going to pass with all runes up, and now it's on Factor for the play.
Yeah, and this could be even a sabotage into the Rune Runner, and it looks like that's what we're going to see here from Factor. So now we're going to get to look at what Beachwhite's hands is. Thank you, Factor.
I'll stupefy your Master Yi in response.
Okay.
Interesting. So opting to stupefy. That means the Factor will get the additional information of what was drawn with the Stupefy, but now it gets one less option. It looks like, I would imagine that Moonfall was probably the one drawn, and that's probably the one that's getting hit here.
Yeah, I'm curious. We did have the hard bargain. We could have, if we think they're on Rune Runner in hand, we could maybe hard bargain them. So if they want to see my hand, then they can't play Rune Runner this turn.
Sure.
Or if they just don't care about the Sabotage resolving, they just let it, and my hard bargain did its job, and then we have to deal with the Rune Runner.
A lot of targets available here. Sprite Fountain, hard bargain, stack deck, Moonfall. So a pretty big choice for Factor. I feel like the Moonfall is just so valuable. Take that out of the equation, but I suppose there are arguments for things like the hard bargain of the Sprite Fountain as well. Sprite Fountain is really the only way he could get back out quickly because the 2 units are there. If you can clear these, it's nice, but the Moonfall is too big of a threat, and that is removed. Especially with the Fizz in rotation too. Like that, you can get 2 activations of the Moonfall, and then it gets crazy.
Yeah, and Fizz notably has to interact with the Trash Sabotage, a very, very lovely card that gets to put at the bottom of your deck. So you don't get to see it unless you draw your deck, which this Diana list, maybe with the Hui. We saw the Hui ready to go in the hand, so maybe we can get some draws going there, but Factor trying to decide what he's doing. The Stupefy is a really heads-up play because it does make it so that Yi is only trading if it goes in. It's trading with the Diana, and it's trading with the Ravenbloom student because of that Stupefy trigger on the Ravenbloom student getting that extra might.
True.
We have to be careful, though, because we did see the entire hand. We know there's some more that we can be doing.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, that the Stupefy was reactive. Yes, it allowed Factor to get something else out of the hand, but it did mean that you can't remove the Stupefy. So I think Rune Runner into pass could work here. We know that there's a stacked deck in hand for Beachwhite, so that Ravenbloom's always safe. The Diana, relatively safe, will hold for 4 points now for Beachwhites and can now retreat those units.
Yeah, and I think your win con here is to protect that Hui as much as possible.
Yep.
Because that's what's going to be allow you to go over top of the Rune Runner. Otherwise, the rest of your deck can't really interact with it.
Nope.
Getting a Ravenbloom student big enough is a very large investment. Or you have to use that Moonfall like we talked about earlier.
But I will say, when we were talking about the outs that Diana has, it's both Hui and Moonfall. Beachwhite saw both Hui and Moonfall. Moonfall was taken away from the Sabotage, but the Hui is still in play now. And Beachwhites will develop a pretty intimidating board. I mean, this is multiple card cycles. This is a unit that can buff itself to pretty extreme levels if you have a lot of spells.
We drew the Primal Strength. I'm trying to think here, though, because we do have a Charm in hand. Charming a Hui is very dangerous.
Yep.
Because we are giving our opponent a draw. I think I did see a Sprite Fountain, in hand for Beachwhite. So if he does draw a Moonfall, he can actually pitch the Sprite Fountain to ready 2 runes to then pull something else in with the Rune Runner, blanket the -2, and at least try to force some sort of trade.
Trigger, see the power trigger.
All right, Factor letting us know what he's triggering here. You're going to conquer 1 seed of power, then the other one triggering the seed of power to draw a card, as well as the Master Yi to get 2 experience points. Very rare that you get up to 6 XP. If it happens, it's cool, but in general, you're just using this as a very efficient turn 2 unit, defense for 6 for just 4 energy. Let's see what Factor does for the rest of the turn. I don't hate the Charm play. I mean, anytime I see a Hui, I think get rid of it. As soon as you have an opportunity, just full send it. But you're right that discarding that Sprite Fountain could give Beachwhites more tools, let alone the fact that there's the Diana Legend still. So 2 energy in combat already presented.
And here comes the charm. It looks like we're debating slamming it. And again, there's so many cards that just make this really bad for us if we're Factor. We can ride the wind over to the Master Yi's battlefield if you pull it into the Ruin Runner. We're actually pulling it into the Yi.
Way here.
Okay, yeah, a missed point, so to speak, but we're going to bring it in.
Yeah,
we have a Hui trigger.
Makes a little more sense. It's going to be 7 defending 5. Hui move trigger will happen. Draw a card, discard a card. If it's a unit, this Hui will go to 8. If it's the Sprite Fountain, 2 runes will be readied. If it's a spell, Bishwites will draw another card. I'm expecting a unit or Sprite Fountain. And you're right.
There it is.
Sprite Fountain.
I am clairvoyant.
And this was known information from Factor, who had another Sabotage in hand. So if he was worried about this, could have sabotaged away the Sprite Fountain.
Yep. And he's looking for the Moonfall, I think. Or something.
Oh, yeah. Using Diana Legend to use the stacked deck. I mean, even like a Star-Crossed would be probably pretty worth it here. Save the Hui and then return the Master Yi back to hand as well.
Yep.
I don't think there was a Star-Crossed that we saw in Bishwite's hand earlier.
I think we might have taken the Eclipse unless we've shuffled the cards.
I assume you're passing.
Yeah. Way.
Okay, it works. Yep. That is ideal scenario for Factor. You've dealt with the Hui threat very early, and the Moonfall was hit by the Sabotage. So now, I mean, Factor knows the deck list. He was able to look at Bishwite's deck list ahead of this final, so Bishwite has one more Hui and one more Moonfall that will be in rotation realistically in this game.
This is a very stacked hand for Factor. 2 Scuttle Crabs, an On Guard, a Sabotage, a Primal Strength, and a Lonely Poro.
Wow. I don't think Bishwitz will ever not give information of his hand over to Factor with that many Scuttle Crabs and another Sabotage.
We're seeing your hand every turn at this point.
Factor's going to be clairvoyant here for the rest of this game, you have to imagine. We're going to develop one more unit. It's the Lonely Poro. Has a little more might than the Scuttle Crab. Does not get the draw immediately, but can hit in a little harder with things like that on guard in a pinch, or even the Primal Strength.
All right, passing with 5 runes up. More than enough for that On Guard. So we have to play around that, obviously.
Enough for the On Guard and the Primal Strength, I believe, right? Primal Strength is 4, Recycle 1?
I believe Primal Strength
or is it 5 or
7?
Well, it's 7 plus might, yes. But for the cost of it.
I believe it's 4, yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen that card actually played. I want to say it's 4, Recycle 1, in which case you would have enough for the On Guard. Either way, Factor has options. Let's see how Bishwites wants to approach this one. 3 units up. 2 of them will essentially cycle cards. Going to start with the Eclipse, lowering the might of the Master Yi by 4. So with the Legend passive, that would go up to 2 might while defending. And yes, it is 4 energy.
4 and energy, 1 power.
Primal Strength. So yeah, it has access to both that and the On Guard on this turn.
Yep.
And that Primal Strength really does take a lot of people by surprise. Now, Factor knows, or at least should remember, Bishwitz has a hard bargain in hand.
Yeah, and if we do Primal Strength here, we can't hard bargain.
Yeah, so I don't think it's ever... I think you just let the Yi go.
And we have the Rebuke.
Oh, that's a big hit off Diana. Not going to help against a Ruin Runner, but does help against pretty much everything else, specifically the Rengar.
We do have Point Tempo here as well, which is notable for Bishwitz. So we can try to create a board state where we can ignore this Ruin Runner.
Pretty much, yeah. But I'm telling you, once that second Ruin Runner hits the field. Okay, so On Guard will go through. Currently, the Master Yi is a 2 might defending. This will go up to 4 might.
Yeah, because I guess something is -2 right now.
-2,
yeah.
So basically, the Eclipse will go away.
Okay.
Yeah. We have uneclipsed our Yi.
I will pass focus again.
So okay with this is Bishwitz. Pretty much saying, hey, you can kill my Diana. It's all good.
Yeah. Has a Stupefy, but that would not save the Diana. It would just save the Raven Bloom.
Now Factor has to decide, do I Primal Strength? I don't recall if he took notes when he saw the hand.
Oh.
So he might have forgotten.
It was a big hand.
Yeah.
There
was a lot of targets.
Notes right now. He just peeked to his left.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this is the correct call. Just go for the trade.
Conquer to 5.
Yep.
There also is always the argument that, like, maybe you just chew through the hard bargain. I don't like that call, but some players will choose to say, it's in hand. I got to get rid of it eventually, so let's just make them use it. But I think that makes way more sense from Factor. But it is a point for Bishwitz now, 5-2.
Yeah, you don't want to chew through that with a one-of.
No.
Especially a surprise card like that.
Is deck.
Now, if our information was given somehow that we had a Primal Strength, then okay, sure, but we're going to stack deck here. We'll go look for another card. Acceptable Losses, Star-Crossed, and Traveling Merchant coming off the top. So this is really good here. It's going to keep that Ravenbloom student protected. Unless I'm looking here,
I think
we do have some first mates in the deck list for Factor. So
sure.
Can bring that Rune Runner home if we draw first mate. Play that, ready the Rune Runner, send it in. But again, Rune Runner on attack is admittedly less scary.
Way less scary, especially when there's a Ravenbloom student, which can kind of shut that down. But all that being said, Factor will have a lot of ways to punch in heavier, and Beschwitz will only have 3 runes up for a hard bargain, so only 1 counter. I feel like if you're Beschwitz, you're not that worried about saving this Ravenbloom student at this point. It maybe is what you would just hit with your Starcross, but typically we see the Fizz used for that. So I wouldn't be that surprised if the Ravenbloom is sacrificed, if Factor can even get onto the battlefield, because the Lonely Poro itself doesn't do a great job of checking the Ravenbloom.
And the Scuttle Crab, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that's a 0 might unit.
He's just a little guy.
He's a little guy.
He's probably friends with Beast Below.
As harmless as it is delicious. It's the flavor text.
That's a crazy flavor text.
Yeah. I never even thought about eating the Scuttle Crab.
Me either.
Until now. All right, let's see if Factor wants to punch in here. I didn't get a look at what was drawn for turn. It seemed like it could have been a Discipline, but I'm not confident on that.
Yeah, maybe this Lonely Poro is about to get active.
Yeah. It's going to make a friend out there at the battlefield. You know, if you're a fan of Metal Gear Solid, you know, friendship on the battlefield is a pretty canonical thing.
Not wrong. Factor now in the tank. Really trying to map out this line. A lot of options. We know there's a Sabotage in hand too, so in what world do you maybe, you know, either send the Sabotage or just send the Scuttle Crab into its death to try to just see what you're up against?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad option as well. Remind yourself, because a few more cards have been drawn specifically off of things like the stacked deck. So you can see, okay, what was Beschwitz digging for? Sabotage is another way to do it, though. Costs an energy and a power, but it will get rid of a card in hand.
Probably the Starcrossed, if I had to guess. We do have the Rebuke as well.
And is that a Ride the Wind?
It looks like a Ride the Wind, Rebuke, Acceptable Losses, Hard Bargain. The entire hand is legal,
The entire hand is legal. There's no units in this hand. That's a wild hand to look at. I guess maybe Starcross is what I would initially think, just because then the Fizz can't keep looping with it. Starcross feels like a good hit. The Rebuke as well. Even the Stupefy denied them a draw.
Everything except for Acceptable Losses feels kind of good.
Yeah, Acceptable Losses is definitely not the scary one. I would argue Hard Bargain isn't the scariest, but you can also get rid of it just so that way your Primal Strength is online, and you don't have to worry about the Hard Bargain anymore.
That's a very... I don't know what I would choose.
Tough call. Yeah.
It is the Starcrossed.
Starcrossed is my initial gut reaction just because of what it can do with Fizz. It's just getting rid of that interaction, for right now at least. It feels pretty good. The second one I would say is maybe the Hard Bargain, just so that your Primal Strength is live. But with that hand, I don't think you're going to need the Primal Strength immediately in the future, so you're probably all right anyway.
Now, call me crazy, but I think I might have seen a Charm.
Ooh, that would be fancy. This is going to be a Scuttle Crab, developed, draw another card. If Factor can get like an On Guard or a Discipline, I imagine that's what you're looking for here, so that way the Lonely Poro can try and deal with that Ravenbloom student. You know that in combat, really the things that would be played, Acceptable Losses could just be thrown out, I suppose.
Yep.
Just to buff the Ravenbloom, and then maybe like the Rebuke would feel pretty bad to use on a Lonely Poro.
5-3, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, challenge drawn as well.
Stupefy was the other one. So it'd be like Stupefy and Acceptable Losses would be the response from Beschwitz if the Lonely Poro goes in with the Discipline.
It looks like we're posturing for the challenge that we drew off the Scuttle Crab, and challenge is really good in this spot, especially if you throw it on the Ruin Runner. We can't really modify its might on the side of Diana. We can't Stupefy it. We can't do that stuff, so we're going to challenge the Ravenbloom student. But can we... I don't think we have enough to play 3 spells unless we draw one, because we had a Stupefy and an Acceptable Losses, I believe, in hand.
Stupefy, Hard Bargain, Acceptable Losses, Rebuke. Those are the spells, I believe, still in hand for Beschwitz. Now, we could rebuke this. Or Stupefy to see if you draw into something that you'd rather play.
Ride the wind, my fizz in.
That
Ride the
also
wind,
works.
the
I
fizz.
forgot about the Ride the Wind. So the Lonely Poor is the attacker, I believe, still, and then Fizz will be defender, so the Lonely Poor will not get the +2 from the Master Yi.
Yeah, so how this works, obviously, whoever applies contested status to the battlefield, if it turns into a combat showdown, will be the attacker. So this is what's most commonly referred to as a surprise defense.
But there's the Primal Strength. No more runes available for the Hard Bargain. Found value out of the Primal Strength, denies the Fizz, and now there's only one Traveling Merchant, one unit for Bishwitz. We know that the hand had no units in it, so Factor has taken control of the game for now. Gets the draw off of the Conquer from Seed of Power and is currently holding with quite a lot of defense here with that Master Yi. That's 7 on the Rune Runner, 4 on the Lonely Poro while in combat defending.
Thank you. Yeah, so it looks like Bishwitz was trying to make, Master Yi have it there a little bit, saying, hey, if you have a discipline, I have the Stupefy, right? So at least I'm offering you a trade there. Primal Strength being a one of, more often than not, they won't, right? So getting rid of it now.
Stupefy.
Point tempo's a little wonky because we're going to be going to 6 next turn, so only 2 turns left for Bishwitz to try to figure out what to do to get out of this hole.
Stack deck.
Also, just dawning on me how funny it was that there was a 9-might Lonely Poro attacking in there for a brief moment.
My record is 21.
Why?
On a defense when I was playing Yi in set 2 with a Lonely Poro.
For what purpose?
They attacked into me and I used, I think, 3 disciplines, 2 punch firsts.
I guess punch first will get you there.
Yeah.
All
Good
right.
times.
Stack deck being used by Bishwitz alongside the Stupefy. So digging, digging, digging. You already lost 1 Hui and 1 Moonfall. Those are 2 of the best tools. Things like Kha'Zix now come up. The second Hui, you're looking for those hitters at this point. If you can get to the Kha'Zix, that feels great. The Rebuke's going to have to be used just so Bishwitz can get back onto a battlefield and go to 6 points.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great, but I mean, it does put you in striking distance next turn if you can find a way to develop. But again, if you're trying to win next turn, that Rune Runner can't be ignored anymore.
Yep. Discarding the Hard Bargain here, realizing, you're not going to get the most value out of that, especially now that the Primal Strength is gone, but we got the Hui. Bishwitz is maybe back in this if this Hui can live.
I do believe that when we stacked decked, I saw a Moonfall. I didn't see if we took the Moonfall, but I did see we saw a Moonfall, and this has to be, if I'm not mistaken, a Kha'Zix.
No, Kha'Zix is not.
Kha'Zix ambush. So what would this be here? Tide Turner?
Of hiding, Tide Turner.
Tide Turner, yeah.
I think that's the only one that's in the main deck. Switcher's in the side, but we have not sided yet.
I mean, we only got 2 crabs to get active with.
Have a little crab party. Could always just crash one in, take a look at the hand, see what was added. I love plays like that. In the past 2 times we've brought that up as an option, there was also a Sabotage. No longer a Sabotage, so now I think you can send it in. There's a Punch First and a Discipline and a Charm. An incredible suite of spells for the Yi deck.
And we're tapped out.
Wow. Yeah, you can just charm that Hui straight into the Rune Runner. Even if they discard a unit, you can then Discipline, and you're going to be a 9 to their 8.
Yeah, we got to be careful, though, because we can discard a gear if we have it.
True, and Diana Legend is still available, so that would then give 3 total power to play with, and could
be a Moonfall.
Could be a Moonfall.
But with the Discipline, I still believe that gets us over it.
But this is where Attack with the Scuttle. You have 2 bodies. I think that you don't need both of these in any world, so just crash one into the Merchant and get the information. I like this play. A Factor does it. He's second-guessing.
Discipline.
Oh.
This is good because when we send that Scuttle Crab in now, that hidden Tide Turner can't protect against the Charm anymore. We're going to have to flip it at one point. We can do it in response to the Death Knell trigger, notably.
I suppose, yeah.
Because we won't lose control. But it looks like we're going to do it first.
Trigger.
Hui gets 1 move.
It's a little bit of a weirder interaction.
Yeah.
But you can actually respond to the Death Knell trigger of the Scuttle Crab because control doesn't you can't lose control during an active chain. So that Tide Turner can stay hidden, and you can respond when the Death Knell gets finalized on the chain to bring the Hui in, or leave the Hui back, and that Scuttle Crab will be dead.
Well, it looks like Scuttle's going to be trading with the Merchant regardless. The Hui is now an 8-might. So now if Factor charms the Hui over to the Rune Runner, and the Hui discards another unit, it would go to 11. That's a 7 defending, so punch first would be enough. But there's a ride the wind, not enough up. So that would literally, if you charm the Hui, they have to draw a Sprite Fountain specifically, discard the Sprite Fountain, ready 2 runes, ride the wind the Hui away. Otherwise, that Hui is dead. You have the charm, you have the punch first. I think you go for it.
Yep. You have a discipline, I believe. Or no, we use the discipline. We have a punch first, though. Yeah.
And again, the Hui's going to move. It might draw a unit and then discard the unit. So you have to be ready with the punch first. You have to punch first regardless, because the Rune Runner is going to be 7 defending 8.
Scuttle.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you do. You
have
more
options
to do this. Yeah, sure. I don't mind this.
Charm.
There it is. Charm. The second Hui. There's only 2 in the main deck or even the side deck.
Any unit, any gear helps here.
A gear is what you need. If it's a unit, it's not enough. If it's a spell, it just gets you another draw, and then you have 1 Tide Turner to try and fight.
And it's a unit!
Okay. I mean, again, the punch first was always happening, so this didn't change Factor's play at all. It just means that now that Vex is no longer available for Bishwitz, who was really hoping maybe he could find a way. Because if it's just like a discipline, you need to discard that unit.
Yep.
And punch first was the only out the Factor would have to an 11 might Hui.
Yeah, and this is really rough now. It's looking pretty in favor of Factor. We're going to hide Azonias probably with our Ruin Runner. There isn't acceptable losses in hand, so if we're in a showdown and we flip the Azonias, when we get focused back, we can always acceptable losses to get rid of it.
Effective.
But we still need some way to get over at least 7 might with a Tide Turner.
And right now, Bishwitz has nothing to do it. The Tide Turner checks the Scuttle Crab. There is a Ride the Wind and an acceptable losses in hand, and then whatever is on the draw.
Yeah, and right now, even if we had a Moonfall, that still doesn't get us there. It'll put the Ruin Runner to 3, and then the Scuttle Crab to -2. But
Tide
that's
Turner's only to himself. If you're Factor right now, I think you're weighing how much, because I believe there's a Lonely Pour in hand. I would play it. Yeah. Because if Bishwitz can get onto his battlefield, you kind of want something that can hit. Ooh, playing it to the battlefield. So that way, if Tide Turner goes in, it's still trading with something, but then Lonely Pour will get a draw. So Factor just wants that extra draw. Actually, no, it won't, because it's not alone.
It won't. It's just trying to insulate maybe a little bit and say, like, hey, you can't just come here for free and, you know, kill my Scuttle Crab and then do something else. But it doesn't really change much because it's still just 2 might, so not sure the reasoning of putting it here, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think I would rather see it in the base, but I understand, I suppose, to an extent. Like if it's a Rebuke again, or like a Gust, but no, it's going to be a scoop for game 1. Bishwitz cannot get it done. Factor did a fantastic job getting through 2 Huis and the Moonfall with that Sabotage, showing why Master Yi has such a good matchup in these decks. Once you get that Ruin Runner on the field, it just comes down to deal with the threats to Ruin Runner, and you can win the game.
So notably, there was 1 challenge in the main deck for Factor and 1 Primal Strength. So we saw both our 1-ofs in that match. And looking at the list for Bishwitz, we saw 2 of our 3 1-ofs in that match with Eclipse and Rebuke. So it looks like, what I like to do is look at their sideboard and try to guess what we're bringing in.
So I'm going to guess Bishwitz brings in another Moonfall. You want more outs to the Ruin Runner. I don't even, maybe like a Singularity, just because you can then spread some of the damage around to the things that aren't the Ruin Runner, because sometimes the Yi with like the first mates with the Master Yi itself can get a couple of units out there, because like there's a few things in the main deck that just aren't going to get a lot of value at this point. Like I don't know if you like keeping the Starcross. I know it's fantastic with Fizz and it feels crazy to take it out, but like maybe that's something you look at. Maybe you take out things like the Vex Apathetic, just because it's not quite the numbers you're looking for, but at the same time, it's one of the only numbers that you have. So it's a tough call to make. I think for sure, though, that 1 Moonfall goes in.
Yeah, and looking at Factor's sideboard, notably 2 Alpha Strike in the sideboard.
Very, very cool signature spell. It's the 2nd signature spell now for Master Yi.
Yep.
It's able to choose a unit, and then it deals its might spread out to units at a battlefield. Or I believe any battlefields, right?
At battlefields, yeah.
At battlefields, yeah. So you don't have to pick one. It could be multiple battlefields. And then say you have your Ruin Runner, you Primal Strength it, that's 12 might, then you Alpha Strike, and then you spread 12 damage to a bunch of things. It's kind of like a much more efficient challenge because you don't take the damage.
Right.
You can also do it in combat, so one of the cool tricks is you attack in, play it, spread the damage, and then still punch for more damage, and you can clear a whole battlefield. The only difference is that you can't hit things at base. Challenge can hit at base, Alpha Strike cannot.
Now, we do have an extra Fiora Peerless as well in the sideboard. Interesting. I was today years old when I realized Factor's running only 2 Ruin Runners in the main deck.
Yeah, only 2, 1 in the side. So for sure, the third Ruin Runner is
that
coming
comes in.
I would say the second challenge comes in because then you can deal with things like Vex and the Hui as well. Like it's a fantastic tool for sniping the Hui. Maybe the Alpha Strikes. Simply because if a Hui attacks in at like 11 might and you're a 7 might defending Ruin Runner, you can Alpha Strike, hit it for 7, and then punch it for 7, and then they trade Hui versus Ruin Runner. So for things like that, I think Alpha Strike might have a place, but you have to find space for it. And so many of the just innate spells in the deck already are really good. So yeah, it's going to be tough decisions for Factor. I think that you keep the 3 Sabotage for sure. I like keeping the punch first. Maybe you take out the Primal Strength. I know it did find value eventually, but it is one of the nicer targets for a hard bargain from Bishwitz. But it looks like the players have made their decisions and now choosing a Battlefield here.
Interesting. Oh, Factor kind of flipped over the Arena's Greatest. He knows that his opponent's on the Arena's Greatest, so maybe debating going double Greatest here.
That would
which sounds crazy to me.
Crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Me either.
Taking his time. After for somebody who just won the first game, seems very stressed.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, right? This is a very important series for both these players. It will be their first of regional qualifier win. Obviously, they're both locked in for the best of. They're both locked in for the regional championship, but these are competitors to their core. It's not enough until they lift the trophy. And we can see it on both their faces.
And it is stressful being at the finals table.
We're already giving him a show.
Let's give him a show.
Oh, we're doing a double Greatest. That's what it sounds like to me.
You don't know I submitted Arena's Greatest. I'm going to
Who would?
And it's double Arena's Greatest.
Double Seed of Power game 1, double Arena's Greatest game 2. It's going to be a 6-point game. Each player will start the game with 2 points, only needs 6 more to win. This is going to be a very fast game, too, you have to imagine. I've never seen this before in my life. This is awesome.
Good luck.
Good luck.
I'll give us both 2
Yeah,
points
both
for the
2.
Arenas.
Yep.
So a gentleman's agreement to just acknowledge that we're both starting at 2.
I like
We don't
that.
want any funny business of people forgetting their triggers or anything like that. So both players are going to be starting at 2 here. As we start things off, Bishwitz gets to go first since he did lose the previous one. And we're going to be doing mulligans here. Looks like we have a Sabotage Charm, First Mate, and something else in hand.
Yep.
Snap Keep here from Factor. Looked at it for about 3.5 seconds and said, I got it.
I mean, if you're on the 3 energy, you can just play the First Mate, or if you have a 2-drop, then you can have it with like an On Guard or a Defy. A lot of options when you're on 3 energy with Master Yi. Now, well, let's see what Bishwitz wants to do.
Bishwitz did mulligan into a Tide Turner, so we know he at least has a 2-drop. Not the ideal one, but something at least. And there it's going to come down. Well, maybe not.
Baiting us out here. Thinking about it.
In most games I wouldn't do this, but
Oh, here we go.
The turn 1 Spite Fountain?
Since you've decided to give him a show.
Turn 1 Sprite Fountain would go crazy.
There it is, yeah.
That's
He
awesome.
does it!
All right, we're playing a fast game of Riftbound, everybody.
Wait, yeah.
Ready Sprite Token comes in. We'll conquer at the Arena's Greatest. That is 3 points on Bishwitz's first turn.
I don't got anything that's cool, just a First Mate in the pack.
So now I'm wondering, does Bishwitz have the second one?
That would be insane.
This is the fountain will die. It'll create another Sprite Token that's ready. That will score to 4 points. 4 points on the second turn.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And now we're playing regular Diana. So we're going to have Factor now finally able to get one of his own points and not a battlefield point. Moving that first mate probably into that right-hand battlefield for him.
Yeah, no need to contest the Sprite Token. It will die in the beginning phase, not hold a point. And then the first mate will easily check the Diana, unless Bishwitz wants to send in some extra resources with it. Now, what else does Factor have in hand? Because something like a Charm on this Diana right now would be really good.
I think there was a Charm in the opening hand, if I'm not mistaken. And we could actually develop our Yi and Charm. There is a Charm in the hand.
There is. I would Sabotage first. I would Sabotage first, make sure that there's no Gust, because Gust would be...
Diana is untapped, excuse me, yeah.
Yeah.
It's ready. Oh, we're not doing it. This might be a mistake.
Okay, we'll see. There's a react window.
Okay, never mind.
No, just going to be the Diana. And I suppose that now you can't even Gust the first mate because the Master Yi is making it +2, so...
There's a switcheroo that he's looking at right now and debating. Oh, there was a Gust.
Yeah. But again, when you're attacking on the first mate, he's now a 5 might, so the Gust is no longer a valid target.
Yeah, at the very least, could save our Diana, but maybe there's another strategy here going on for Bishwitz. Notably, going to be on odd points is Factor. So the clock is +1 turn from the best case scenario. Bishwitz here on 4 points, so able to maybe take a turn here to develop and challenge stuff. Next turn, we don't really see a Ruin Runner yet, and unless I just cast or cursed it into existence, we have a turn that we could do something here.
Moonfall, Hui, Switcheroo, another Sprite Fountain. Like, this is a stacked hand for Bishwitz, but doesn't have a lot developed currently. You could just play the Hui here. Yes?
Sprite Fountain into Moonfall technically just clears the board, if my math is correct, right? -2, -2.
You'd attack the first mate, you Moonfall in the Master Yi, that'd be a 1 and a 2, it would crash, you're right.
Yeah.
Because the Master Yi passive would not be working, there'd be 2 units at the battlefield. It's not a win, it's a while. So if a second unit enters the battlefield, that +2 will go away, and there it is. I think Bishwitz sees the same line you do.
Nope.
Nope.
But we can pull the Yi in.
Yes.
True.
Gust and pull the Yi in could be a play, or we wait for them to develop and then crash.
Yeah.
Or we're doing it now.
Passing here doesn't feel the worst.
Okay, he's better than me because he found a cooler line.
Yeah. I will say, though, if you don't do it proactively, you give them a chance to defy. Because Factor is exhausted, and it's scary into these calm decks to say, okay, 1, 3, and an energy, or 3 and a power spell is going to be like what makes or breaks the entire game. I agree. I think if you're going this line, you have to proactively do it now.
The issue here is, I think the point of contention is, do I save it so I can maybe do something extra next turn? But next turn, we're going to have a popped Sprite from the Sprite Fountain's Death Knell trigger.
Yep.
We're going to have enough if we want to just play a Hui to base as well. So we'll be able to go to 6 points next turn with a Hui. We're in striking distance with stuff like Ride the Wind and you know, some combat tricks. Here comes the Fiora, though.
Development from Factor, plus the first mate readies it. That's going to go clear that Sprite.
That's a 6 might Fiora to the trigger.
And that Fiora defends something fierce. If it's fighting one-on-one while defending, it gets a +2 and then doubles, which would go to 10 total might. This Sprite can go conquer the top arena's greatest, going to 6 points for Bishwitz. I think the game plan is still probably the same. You go for the Hui development, get your point, but Factor's got a lot more currently in the tank.
He also has a Rengar in his hand.
Ooh.
And that could cause some problems on a surprise defense.
Knock it to 6.
Yeah.
Sprite goes in, conquers the point, 6 points. Bishwitz is 2 points away from winning the game. Tide Turner to develop just a unit in base, not playing the Hui.
Hold a 5.
I'm trying to remember what was in hand for Bishwitz. We saw a lot of options. Was there a Star Cross?
We're going to find out.
Okay.
We have a Sabotage from Factor.
Yeah.
I will Starcross my Sprite and your
Nice.
Looking for Defy, maybe?
Proactively doing this, so that way the Sabotage will not clear the Star-Crossed. If there's a Defy Factor, could use it here. Oh! Reacting with the Rengar.
Yep.
Okay. Back to hand.
Notably, now there's a showdown staged until this chain resolves.
Take Ride the Wind.
I
Ride the
conquered
Wind.
the 6 off, and then yeah.
will
so,
conquer.
Yes.
Okay, Hui Switcheroo is not going to be enough to do it. The Switcheroo will help with the Tide Turner that's on the field to at least clear that Rengar.
Yep.
But I would say Factor's in a very solid position here. Bishwitz had to deramp significantly to make his last couple of plays. Pretty much every turn he's deramped one, if not two.
Saba.
Another
second sabotage.
There goes the Switcheroo.
Good luck.
Good luck is crazy.
I don't think you mean it when you say it like that.
We are one turn away from potentially crowning a brand new champion. Bishwitz has to find something off the top of the deck to turn his fortune.
Gust, okay.
It's a gust. That'll do it.
Sure way, go.
All right, we bought ourselves one more turn.
Hold to 7.
Yep.
Can Factor do it right here, right now? There's a lot of cards that can do it. That's one of them. Oh, he played it.
First meet, ready?
Okay, ready?
Punch first.
And punch first.
That's going to be GG. Extend the handshake, and there you have it. A brand new regional qualifier champion. Congratulations, Factor, for the 2-0 victory.
On a double Arena's Greatest game where his opponent opens Sprite Fountain, Factor is able to find the line. Look at the shock on his face. I think it's a mix of emotion and just exacerbation.
Back-to-back wins. Back-to-back going second. Winning going second into double Arena's Greatest. He said, let's give him a show. And they did just that. Your new champion, Factor, on Master Yi Wuju Bladesman. What a performance. What a show from this gamer. Let's hear from him now on stage with Barrett.
And there you have it, everyone here, everyone at home, your regional qualifier champion, Factor, with Master Yi Wuju Bladesman. How do you feel?
Incredible. Going into the finals, the player I played against actually played in Vancouver a couple weeks ago, and he beat me, so getting my revenge there felt nice. As you could have seen on stream, I sat there deciding what battlefield to flip for like 3 minutes, and I was like, you know what, double Arena's Greatest. I've done it a couple times already this weekend, and it's done me well, so I figured if that's how I was going to close it out, that's how I wanted it to be, so, yep.
You have now joined the Hall of Legends that are regional qualifier champions with Master Yi for the first time in a regional qualifier. Factor, one more time. I know you're getting emotional, but I mean, that is what it takes to be a champion in this game. Hours and hours, and with a legend that finally has now topped. I've got to ask you as my final question. Ruin Runner, you talked to me earlier today saying it was the worst card that you had seen all weekend, but time after time it ran to the top of your deck and it got you to this run right here. What do you think of that one?
I am happy that it was there, granted, while day 1 and most of day 2 until top 8, and until my win in it didn't really do me much, but it closed out in the end, so I'm happy I had it there, and just happy to have gotten the trophy and win one. So,
one more time, Factor, your regional qualifier champion in Hartford.